Good morning and welcome to AVEVA Stadium here in Houston, Texas. This is the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Tournament. We're underway with our first game. We'll do our pleasantries in a moment. A kickoff there from the Great Lakes Thunderbirds in the gray and black. Pick up their own kickoff there, taking on the Midwest Barbarians in the red and white stripes. Early whistle here from referee Tyler Ciccarella. John Broker joined by Matt McCarthy. Matt, we have an interesting factor at play today.
Yeah, John, it's not 75 and sunny with a warm Gulf breeze, as Grant Cole would suggest. It's freezing here in Houston, and there's a big wind factor. I would say it's probably right now in this early going 30-something degrees.
They are expecting 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds here today at the stadium, but we're going to bring you this NCR action nonetheless as the Midwest Barbarians set down the first scrum of the day. Referee team today, Tyler Ciccarella, you saw, with Andrew Dunn and Marty Steffens joining him. Ball off into the middle of the field for the Midwest. Big hit early on. These teams just getting to know each other. We'll talk all about that as we go. We are underway. Midwest Barbarians at their own 22. Tough win to kick from anywhere. Go off to their right-hand side. Ball down outside the 22. Looking for some inside runners here. Just pulling together the phases are these Midwest Barbarians. Barbarians find a little purchase down the left-hand side of the field. They're inside the 40. They're going to keep it going here. Forward pod looking for a little tip pass. It's not on, so right into contact. Got to really play this win today. One of the big forwards just barreling his way through. Takes in a couple of Thunderbirds defenders. Working their way around, cutting that same side of the field. Little pass out the back. They're in the middle. Nice handoff there from one of these Barbarian centers. Ball, a little skip pass, a little more room on the wing here. We've got some defenders. Good tackle just inside the 50-meter. The Midwest Barbarians methodically plotting their way downfield in this opening exchange of this National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Tournament. Pass out the back. Do they have the numbers out wide? A little bobble the ball, but there's an open side of the field, and they're across midfield with a good attack. Barbarians stringing it together here. Thunderbirds playing a lot of defense in these early exchanges. 20-minute halves here today because each team plays a couple of games today as we go into knockout rounds tomorrow. Again, looking for that wide pass. Good coordination, good setup here from this Barbarians team. Off they go. That is Logan Stone putting the ball out into the hands of big number 5, LaDon Mathis. LaDon Mathis takes it into contact. Now they go Christian Standback in the number 10 position, Greenwich, Connecticut native. Ball out here, little show, little go. Nothing happening. They're back in midfield, going through a lot of phases here, Matt, but not quite finding that break they're looking for.
Amazing. I mean, you haven't had a whistle.
And there's a little error. Good defense, patient by the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. They're on the attack now. Do they have the room? Little slip there. There is the man right there. He is headed towards the middle is Chief Chipfumbu from Wheeling University. Early try possibly coming here. Wow. Has done. That's Stanley Gianni. And after a sustained period of defense, the Thunderbirds thunder down, and they're in the try zone.
Amazing. What a series on defense the entire time at the beginning of this game. It seemed like forever that they were on defense, and then one quick turnover, and boom, there's the try.
That's what we're looking for here. Matt, very impressed in these early exchanges. You know, these teams have just been together a couple of times, all-star teams playing with their different programs. Midwest there, really great form, great setup, nice formations, moving the ball across the field, very patient, and then just taken away real quick by this Thunderbird side and scored a try. But both teams look good in these early exchanges.
Yeah, John, the teams weren't really assembled until late last night because the coaches are still getting to know the players are still getting to know the coaches, and as a result, you'll see different numbers on the uniforms of these players that are out of the typical kind of traditional framework of 1 through 23, and it's because we've requested that so that we can identify the players throughout the tournament. And there are Major League Rugby scouts here as well.
There are. This is a big tournament for them. Kick coming from Joseph I. Another Wheeling University product. That one goes up. We're at 7. And yes, the numbers are going to be a little different on these jerseys. They're testing Matt McCarthy's math skills this weekend. We'll see how we do.
I mean, that was a great little kick there. You don't appreciate what the condition is right now on the pitch. That was a line drive over the post, but it went through on an angle. Impressive start.
The wind is blowing directly at that kicker, so that's where the wind is coming from, across that field right now.
I would say both these teams, though, are used to cold weather in this time of year, so they don't have that excuse maybe once they get beyond the mindset that it's supposed to be balmy down here in Houston. As we get
Conti to kick this off, sorry. Little bobble of the ball, and it has been taken in a touch by one of the Thunderbirds players. Be a Barbarians line out, first line out of the game.
John, keep an eye on number 6 for the Barbarians, Gus Sokol. He's playing on the wing, but he gets involved in lineouts. He gets involved in plays at the breakdown. You'll see him clearing and counter-rucking all the time. He's a player to watch. He's a moose as well on that wing.
From Iowa Community College. Ball moved out there by them. Back in the hands of LaDon Mathis. He's going to be a big runner for this team in the middle of the field. Nice little offload comes in from the Barbarians. Barbarians looking for some space. A little bit of footwork brings them across the 40-meter line. Keeping the ball in the air and driving forward. Good pump of the legs right there. He's to the ground. Referee Ciccarella says that's a ruck. Get away from that. Ball back to LaDon Mathis. LaDon Mathis. Another Triton from ICC. Here we come out wide, looking for the runner. It's in the hands of Demir Conti. Good counter ruck coming in, but player not away quick enough, according to referee Ciccarella. And we have
our first penalty.
An early penalty.
No, this is like wide open hockey. This is old time hockey at Edmonton Oilers versus the Quebec Nordique. This is just offense, offense, offense. Each team being asked questions to defend, and they're doing it, and it's exciting. Open rugby, which I got to tell you, I didn't anticipate this because the teams are so new to each other, the personnel that they're actually firing away on all cylinders with few turnovers.
Yeah, this is impressive handling right here. Even in this win, they're getting some purchase on their passes, getting a little distance. They move the ball down inside the 22-meter line. Be a line out here for the Barbarians.
You can see that flag being held by the assistant referee. It's just kind of swirling around down there.
Ball up to the middle, and that one is good. Referees have to be a little lenient today on that. That one a little too far in the wind there.
Yeah, there's our first knock-on of the day, which is a credit to both teams because of this wind.
Stand back, unable to hold that. Just got to tighten up those splits just a little bit. Scrum half may not be able to get that pass away. Here at the beautiful AVEVA Stadium, the southern part of H-Town.
Which kind of makes up for the wind and the cold because it is spectacular here.
It is a wonderful place to call a rugby game, watch a rugby game, and I'm sure play a rugby game. Second scrum of the game here gets set to come down. Stanley Gianni to put this one in. Gianni, another Wheeling University player. Mike Geibel, one of the coaches here. Chipfumbu moves it out. Little show from the Thunderbirds. And the Thunderbirds get themselves just inside their 40. Now it's their turn to drive it through. Well done. And a block kick there. Nice work from the Midwest Barbarians. Box kick. Just can't get up out in that breeze. A little pick and go comes from the Barbarians. Nice work there from Caleb Bolain from UNI, coached by Jesus Ramirez. A lot of these players played here in December in the National Collegiate Rugby Championships games. Ball's out to stand back. Stand back moves it back in. Immediately hit is one of the Barbarians. Here's Eric Jones. Eric Jones is always going to make a little room. Tries to put a little pass in there, but it doesn't go forward according to the referee. There's big Tavius Sikora Mathis. He is a very inspirational player, a hard grafting runner. Ball slowed down, looking for Mathis now. Quick turnover there from the Thunderbirds. So quick, I couldn't even see it from up here in the booth. Good work from the Thunderbirds there inside their 22, the swirling wind. Let's see what Chief Chipfumbu decides to do. He shows he goes a little bit. He can only get about 20 meters out, but or 15 meters out. He is an outstanding runner. Keep an eye on this young man, a freshman from Wheeling, from Harar originally. Now playing in beautiful West Virginia. Kick out to the 50-meter line. Attack coming. That's that man right there. Christian Standback coached by the infamous Joe Kelly at Greenwich High School.
And we're not going to get any grief now because Joe won't be calling us for not mentioning him. Right, Joe?
Yes.
Did you hear that, Joe?
I got that out of the way early. And it's a penalty against the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. Second one there. So the Barbarians are going to put this one into touch and look for that try zone again. Down 7-0 here. Halfway through this first half. Remember, we're only doing 20-minute halves here today because all these fellows will get to play another game.
John, that was a knuckleball into touch. You see that flag blowing on the other side of the pitch. And that the ball was wavering like a wounded duck going into touch, but it got in.
The wind is coming against that across the field, so it'd be much better putting it down this end.
Wow, look at the gust on those flags.
Tough for the line-out throwers, but that one is taken down. Driving maul coming from the Barbarians. Barbarians now getting driven back a little bit by the Thunderbirds. Are going to have to release it. Stand back looking for a runner. Mathers always happy to oblige. Little spin there. Excellent work from the Barbarians. Player a little slow to get up here for the Thunderbirds. They're down one. Stand back looking across the field. Finds Maya Kiso. Maya Kiso puts it to the wing into the hands of big Kuzai Chiwara. Chiwara gets just about 7 meters out there. Stand back looking at the field again. LaDon Mathis. Mathis.
He is a large man.
And another penalty there against the Thunderbirds. Let's see what they decide to do. They're going to go quick. That is the big man. That's the inspiration. That is Tavius Sikora Matthews. And Tavius Sikora Matthews is held up in the try zone. He would have liked to think that he scored it, but will be a goal line dropout here for the Great Lakes Thunderbirds.
He is a little bit upset with himself for not getting that one in, John.
Referee Ciccarella on the spot, along with his assistant referees, with David Haynes, the wonderful referee administrator and coordinator here, and
the ref whisperer.
The ref whisperer. Is that
right?
what that's I like
yeah.
that?
He's the whispering type. We love Dave.
Goal line dropout. Gets out to about the 40-meter line. Headed towards touch. Well done.
That was a tremendous kick into that driving wind from his own try line. A great kick.
Kuzai Chiwara just kind of drifted over his head there. That's a tough one for him. Both he and Chief Tufumo on opposing teams from Harare, Zimbabwe.
You know, I keep going to the well here on the wind, but now you can see the wind has shifted and it's blowing directly in the faces of the Barbarians. So it is the 16th man today.
Certainly is. Harare, Zimbabwe. Apologies there. My geography is just a bit off. Messy wind. We're going to come down here. Midwest Barbarians. Stand back from 10. Comes in the distributor role. LaDon Mathis takes his 600th carry of this first 20 minutes. Moves the ball out into the middle of the field. Good power coming in from the Midwest Barbarians. Logan Stone looking for that one. Logan Stone from University of Minnesota Duluth. A Duluth, Minnesota native. Continues on the way here. Back to LaDon Mathis, he's going to move it into the middle of the field. They're looking to find that space. Great runs, great continuity from this Barbarians team. Just not quite finding that gap yet, but it should appear. Eric Jones gets in through a couple as usual. Takes it to bring him down. Ball a little wider to Sikora Mathis. Sikora Mathis. Hauled down. Matt, ball and play time in this first half has been pretty impressive.
It has been, and each team with their fair share. All out of the gate, it was all the Thunderbirds, but Midwest Barbarians have come back.
It could be we're playing in the center of the field. It could be a wind thing. We'll see how it turns when the teams go in the different direction. Logan Stone looking for a runner, but bobbles it. But a penalty there. Player not rolling away for the Thunderbirds. We're going to have a Midwest Barbarians penalty again. All the penalties so far in this half have gone against the Great Lakes Thunderbirds.
In situations like this, the strategy is up in the air, so figuratively and literally because of the wind. So he's at midfield, literally at midfield. Is he going to kick? No, they're going to do the tap and go.
Stand back. Moves that ball to Donald Martin. Martin, another University of Minnesota Duluth player. Again, another penalty.
You know, Sikora Mathis has been all over the pitch with that scrum cap and the long hair. He was the first one at the breakdown again, helping set the stage there to earn that penalty.
It was great for his club team, the Tritons, in the NCR championships. Now here with the All-Stars. Ball moves out there to big Donald Martin. Donald Martin met by 1 but gets through him, gets to the 22. The Thunderbirds on defense again. Stand back. Shows and then takes a big hit there. Looks like Stanley Gianni makes that tackle. Ball just slides out the back that time. And in the hands of Maiakiso. Maiakiso has to take it into contact. Strong defensive structure from this Thunderbirds team. They're really just going through the phases patiently and stopping this Barbarians team, Matt.
And they've got one man back. I mean, they're just asking for a little pop kick from the Barbarians.
Well, you kick it to Chifumbu back there. He can step a little bit. That young man is pretty impressive. Ball on the ground. They're all over the place here. Ball bouncing back and forth. Referee Ciccarella sees a couple of knock-ons here. We're going to have a scrum to the Thunderbirds. Another attack thwarted by this team in black and gray.
Great defense. They are not backing down, and they are challenging them up front. You say, you want to kick over our heads, go ahead, and that's not been the case so far.
Four minutes to go in this first half of National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Championship weekend here at AVEVA Stadium. John Broker with Matt McCarthy for this exciting first contest. We got plenty of rugby coming up. We'll tell you all about that during the second half. Teams play today and then go into knockout rounds tomorrow. Teams from all over the country, all-star teams, college players down here showing what they have. Chief Chifumbu has a ball slide by him just a bit.
And there's that wrecking ball eye, number 28, again.
Joseph I, impressive. A little misconnection there from the Thunderbirds on a couple of these early passes here. So knock-on ensues. It is going to be a Midwest Barbarian scrum. Center of the field, 22 meters out. Can they tie this up with time running out in the first half?
Was that a question that I'm supposed to answer, John? Or
I don't know if you knew the answer
rhetorical?
to that question. We'll see.
All right. And we got 7-zip right now in favor of your Great Lakes Thunderbirds, John.
They're my Great Lakes Thunderbirds?
They are. We have to do this. I'm going to go with the Midwest Barbarians.
I am a very unbiased commentator, so I don't like to. A little knock-on ensues coming off the back there. It's going to be a scrum here. Very excited Thunderbirds team caused that little slip of the ball there, so they will have a scrum late in the game. Need to convert this little scrum half pass to Chifumbu. These players are new to each other.
And it's already late in the first half, right?
Yes.
Because we're not playing 40s, folks. We're playing 20s in these rounds. So 20-minute halves. So that becomes a factor on your strategy.
Stanley Gianni to put this one in. Gianni said a Wheeling University exercise science major. Ball to the back. Heavy Wheeling influence on this team. Chifumbu has a hold of it. Chifumbu puts a little pass in there to I. I takes it across the 40 with a powerful run.
And two other tacklers, right?
Absolutely. Player just has to bury his head on that one as the ball was slipping there, but able to hold on to it. Good movement comes in from Gianni, but ball knocked down by the Midwest Barbarians. Barbarians in here trying to turn this over.
And the Matuku brothers are all over the pitch as well for Great Lakes Thunderbirds, John.
And penalty against the Barbarians. It's their first one of the half with just over a minute to play in the game clock. Referee Ciccarella may have a little bit of extra time, but good work there by the Thunderbirds, correct team, as they're going to get to move this one downfield.
Yeah, keep an eye on those brothers, the Matuku brothers, Jeff and number 55, as any good middle linebacker type would.
Of course.
Right? And Jeff's got number 25 on him.
Line out here just outside the 22. Have not seen this half of the field in a while. The Barbarians, an opportunity here before the end of the first half to add some more points on the board. Would be a testament to their defense, truly, if they can. Nice, simple line out, but bobbled into their hands. They're okay. Thunderbirds on the run. Gianni looking for Chipfumbu. Chipfumbu just puts a little one in there. Ball knocked out of the hands. Looked like it came off a Barbarians player to me, but referee Ciccarella says, let's play. Gianni moves it again. That's into the hands of Vatuve. Vatuve, very exciting player, wearing number 40. Ball back out into the waiting hands of one of their forwards. Big Nate Curtis. Nate Curtis takes that one into contact. Gianni. That little movement doesn't work that time. Great work by the defense there from the Midwest Barbarians. Couldn't quite catch the player, but that little movement from the scrum half, sometimes very effective. That time didn't gain a much as the ball is up in the hands of Lawrence Old. From Wheeling University. I see to say that a lot. Penalty advantage for the Thunderbirds, and they are going to run. That player was not 10. We'll see what comes up with that. Referee may just let them play and is going to at the moment. Some people might call for a card on that, but it's up to the referee at the end of the day.
Play on, John.
Gianni going to distribute this one straight out. Wide pass coming. Can someone handle it? They are not going to bring that up, but they had a free play there. As we have a penalty against the Midwest Barbarians.
All right, so if
they're just going to take a shot at goal here with no time remaining, just pad the score a little bit.
We're in the officials' time right now, so this could be the last play of the half. John,
should be,
right?
Yes, sir.
But again, we're not seeing the officials' time on the ticker here on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. So,
referee, the ultimate arbiter of the time of this game. 7-0 kick to come.
And we've already got our first hold of the ball.
Yes. Which, hopefully he's a left-footed kicker.
We're going to find out soon enough. And the kick is good.
And that one is good. And we are going to go down to Tyler Deutsch. Tyler, what's happening?
Oh, there's a lot going on here, John. Obviously, a little bit overcast and a little bit of wind is what we're challenging up against. Good first half from both sides here. Let's see if we could put a couple more points on the board, and let's see if this wind is going to affect them going the opposite way.
Tyler, are you freezing down there, Tyler?
Oh, I definitely tell you what. I should have gotten a haircut. A good idea would wear a hat today because I already lost it once, and you might have to strap it down for a little bit more.
Tyler Deutsch, the man from the Windy City, calls it a little bit breezy down there. I'm not sure most people would agree with him, but that's halftime where it's 10-0. The Great Lakes Thunderbirds over the Midwest Barbarians. We're going to step away, be back with second half action at the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Challenge. Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium here in Houston, Texas. It is the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield weekend here, where the Great Lakes Thunderbirds lead 10-0 over the Midwest Barbarians. John Broger, I am joined here by Matt McCarthy for this exciting first game. Matt, great rugby in this first half.
Great rugby in this first half, but John, we have a star, and that's the beauty of the National Collegiate Rugby stuff that's going on here. Here at AVEVA Stadium, we have none other than Houston Sabercats Major League Rugby star Nick Boyer. Nick, welcome into the booth, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, great to have you here. So you got to watch this first half of action here. A bit of a windy day. For All-Star teams, great rugby out here.
Yeah, very surprised. I mean, these guys came together, I think, 2 days ago. We saw them training on the field, but it's been clean rugby. The breakdown work especially has been great, so happy to see it. It's been exciting rugby for the fans.
Matt and I can tell you from years of commentary that there used to be some All-Star rugby to be a little sloppy. It was very sort of individual stuff. They're great team play.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think it bodes well for the future of rugby in America and for MLR, certainly. Lots of young talent pushing their way up, so happy to watch the second half and see how they go.
We'll come back to Nick in just a second. The Barbarians are looking away. Demir Consi is ready to kick it off. Referee Ciccarella to get us underway. In gray and black from left to right on your screen are the Great Lakes Thunderbirds, the Midwest Barbarians, and the red and white stripes.
And the Thunderbirds, John, with that 10-0 lead right now. And these are short halves. They're only 20-minute halves, folks.
Ball into the hands. We have an early big run coming in from the Thunderbirds. They are here to play. Didn't have all the not the majority possession in the first half. We're able to put the points on the board. A couple of substitutes have come in. That's Jaden Hudson going into the contact right there. Ball across, little tip pass. The Thunderbirds made a couple of changes. Seems like Chipfumbu is off the field, the electric fly half. They've made a change right now for him. Coming in there is Will McNamara. Stringing the phases together. Nice little offload. Player almost a little isolated, able to pop it up. One of the Barbarians players over that, but they're away with it cleanly. Off to the left-hand side. Nice pass there from Josh Bryant. Lots of changes at the halftime here for the Thunderbirds. Means Matt and I are going to have to learn a lot of new names.
Oh, boy. Oh, doctor.
And off we go to the 40-meter line. Swirling wind, remember, very hard to kick from here for position. You see the wind just pull that one in behind. Another touch there for McNamara. McNamara from Western Michigan University.
He's here with his band, John.
Really?
McNamara's band.
Yes, I got
For
you.
the folks at home that didn't get that reference.
You have to explain your references sometimes,
Yeah.
Matt. We don't always get them, but we'll get them now and again. Nice phases being strung together. Ball just inside their half. Fighting their way with a good string of offense that they haven't really had is the Thunderbirds. That was knocked forward by a Midwest player, unseen apparently by referee Ciccarella. Tough day out there for him, but inside the 22, the Thunderbirds maintain this ball.
That was Mohammed Hadar cleaning up that mess, John, very well under pressure.
Hadar has played sevens for Morocco, now playing at Wheeling University. Inside the 22, they still are.
Was he coached by Steve Lewis in Morocco? Because Steve's
I'm not
coached all
sure.
those teams, right?
Steve hasn't coached every single country in the world, but he's getting there.
Well, he is the hardest working man in rugby.
Nice step coming in from the Barbarians right there. That's Tony Robinson. Tony Robinson from Jacksonville, Florida. Sakura Matthews puts the pass out there. Donald Martin, they're outside the 22. Great time for a turnover from the Barbarians. Barbarians looking for some room here. That one slowed down just a bit. Going to need to get their structure back. A little show and go, and up to the 22 they are. Referee Ciccarella looking right on there. Ball coming out to Sakura Matthews again. Sakura Matthews, the tip pass may have been on, but decides he's just going to take that one in and settle things down. As across we come, let's stand back. Stand back gets the ball up to Consi. Consi puts the ball into the hands with a great step from
Is that Michael Jansen?
Maya Kiso. Out to another waiting pot of forwards, but that one slips. Knock on. It takes away all that good work after the turnover for the Barbarians. But great stringer play. It's going to be a scrum here for the Thunderbirds inside their own 22.
Frustration for the Barbarians. But, Nick, back to you, my friend. You're a guy that's used to pressure play. You've just seen a bunch of phases, turn the ball over with these young guys. Is that going to make them a little bit hesitant, or is it just full bore?
No, I think they're both pretty enterprising teams. I'd like to see more from the Midwest Barbarians, actually, in terms of playing the ball wide out the back of their forward pods. They're getting good go forward from the big boys, but right now I think the Fly needs to step in, get that ball at the back of the pod, and play to the wide channels, hopefully score some tries.
And we've seen versatility on both sides of the ball from all these players. They are all-stars after all, and you have a versatile career because you go from scrum half to into the backfield. You've been on wing.
Yeah.
What's your preference?
Number 9 is definitely my preference. I like being around the ball, controlling the game, but the more I play behind, 11, 15, maybe even center, the more I see the game from a different angle. So,
well, you're
all
not
fun.
the traditionally sized scrum half.
No,
you're a
no.
large man. He looks like Thor, ladies and gentlemen. John and I are grateful that we're not on television.
Yes,
Next to him, because he's tan, he's got long blonde hair, and he's going surfing after this.
Yeah, he's blushing right now
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, surfing. How's the surfing down in Galveston?
Yeah, it's not good apparently, but I got a buddy here. I promised him I'd take him, so gonna go splash around for a bit, see how it is.
All right, game back on here. We have stand back, gets the ball outside the 40. Stand back, looking for someone to pass to. Can't get it away. Good work to clean that up from the Barbarians. Barbarians, little show and go there from big Josh Napora. He has been all over the place. University of Nebraska Omaha player from Nebraska.
Oh, there's a knock on from Mathis.
It's that wind. It's a little tricky. You know, you put in those wide passes right here, you're going to have those little knock-ons creep in.
Yeah, uncharacteristic for Don Mathis. He is a solid player with the ball, and when he's wrecking offensive players coming his way, John. He's a big boy. And we got another substitute trotting in. It looks like number 17. That is
Kuahiwanui.
And Circle gets the square.
James Kuahiwanui on the game now. Kuahiwanui, another ICC player from Spanaway, Washington, fire science major for the Tritons. Joe Lippert, one of the coaches for his club team, is coaching here.
And it's critical now that the Barbarians get the ball back and get some points because they are running out of time in this half or in the match.
Ball away there for the Thunderbirds. They're going to pop that one back up. They are away and running. I don't know the number of that player. But again, the wind creeps in, knock on. That wind is supposed to keep picking up through the middle of the day here, so going to be a little tricky for these teams.
And I think we might reach the balmy tropical temperatures of 42 degrees without the wind chill, right? Something like that? Or are we getting up to 45?
That's why we left the Northeast to come down to Houston, is for this gorgeous weather. Although, in all fairness, it's going to be negative 14 where I'm from today, with the wind chill. So we're a little happier here at beautiful AVEVA Stadium in Space City.
And Nick, you must be certifiably insane going surfing today. I guess because of the wind, it's probably got better waves, right?
No, actually, probably worse, but yeah.
Well, what was worse for surfing is bigger, right? So it's better?
No, blown out, unfortunately.
That's born and raised in Jersey City, Manhattan.
I like
have no idea what we're talking about with surfing. So
I like the optimism, but unfortunately it'll be a cold, wet day, but you got to earn your treats, so get
another
out there.
knock-on creeps in here. It's going to be a scrum here for the Thunderbirds, inside the 40-meter line of the Midwest Barbarians. Another couple of changes coming in here. We see our first good mullet of the day as Conrad Hillesheim makes his way on the field.
You know, speaking of change, John, let's segue back to Nick for a quick second. Big changes for the Sabercats organization. This is year 2 for you. Has to be a dramatic difference with Heineken Meyer coming in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He arrived on Monday, and it's been a massive shift. Even before he came, Pote Human, who's his main guy as well, was here working our preseason conditioning, and just the level of detail and the overall culture and the aim for this season is so much different.
And as far as you know, Meyer is going to live here in Houston.
I can't comment on that. I think he'll be here, but time will tell.
You can tell us. You can comment.
Yeah, I can tell
Ball
you
back in play here. It's the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds on a break. They don't need much to get across the try line, and they've done it again. This one gets down under the post. Can't see who the try scorer was yet. I'm sure Matt McCarthy will get an eye on that.
I'm on it, John.
All they need is the space there, and they were able to break down that left-hand wing. Boy, this Barbarians team from the Midwest has been doing such good work holding the ball for so long.
Jali Ayoub.
And, Ayoub. Another fantastic player there. Ayoub, another Moroccan international, touching that one down. Ayoub Jali. Sorry, you got his name backwards. That's why I couldn't get that. Jali, another Wheeling University player. What I was saying, this Midwest Barbarians team, they just hold the ball, doing really great work, really great structure. Then just a little mistake, and these Thunderbirds have been able to take away with that. So great play.
And I guess, you've got quality at each position on both sides of the ball, and you make a mistake in a blink of an eye, you have a try. It's almost like we're watching sevens in these 20-minute halves.
Not just with twice as many players, but
just as why, I guess it's
like
really
that.
not like sevens at all. I'm getting stared down by Steve Lewis, the general manager of Rugby New York, who's in the same booth with a potential rival in Nick Boyer.
Nick's not giving away any secrets yet, so I think we're okay.
But I mean, just think about it. Just think about, though, for the thrill for these college kids being watched by the likes of a Nick Boyer and a Steve Lewis, and the exposure that this National Collegiate Rugby organization is bringing to these players. It's just fantastic.
Jolly to convert his own, hangs it up into that breeze, but doesn't quite find it in that swirling wind here at this beautiful facility. We're going to have kickoff to come here. 15-0. The Thunderbirds lead with just over 10 minutes to go in this half.
Nick, because we mentioned that Steve's in the booth with us right now, how much are you going to beat New York by this year when you play them the first time?
Oh, man. We'll save that for week 2.
All right. There you have it. Nick Boyer saying his team is going to destroy Rugby New York when they play in week 2.
Matt McCarthy doing what he does best, stirring the pot as we're back to action here. The big boom comes in. Nearly a break there from the Thunderbirds as they go across. After this game, we're going to have the Pacific Coast Grizzlies versus New England Red. Very exciting game between two, in the on-paper rankings, very highly ranked at this tournament, but great teams out here as well.
Jared Monnier, who just carried 3 people with him for the Thunderbirds into that tackle. He is a large man as well.
Swirling wind. That one is not going to find touch. Kicking it against, but it was knocked on there to a player in front. More of an accidental penalty there, but it happens, and we are away and running. Here come the Barbarians across the 22. They're looking for some runners there. Tommaso Lorenzetti was outside there. Ball comes across the field. Josh Bryant moves it, looking for a runner. There is that big man we were just talking about. Ball coming back across. Little pop back in there to Will McNamara. Ball up to Lawrence. Old. Steps a couple.
He's an old hooker, John.
That's I was waiting for that.
Yeah. Just gets better each moment that we're here.
This time, penalty against the Thunderbirds. We're going to have Barbarians here. Wind coming across the field. They're in a decent position to give us a kick towards the sideline.
So, Nick, anybody catch your eye in particular? Maybe a number that you think standing out in this match that you've been watching with us?
I think 43 on that last carry from the kickoff. That was pretty exciting to watch. There's one more, I think, McNamara from Great Lakes as well as a strong ball carrier. I'd like to see more from the playmakers on both teams. It's been good rugby so far, good go forward, but I think Great Lakes has done better exploiting the space. But I want to see more from the Midwest playmakers getting the ball where the holes are, because there is space out wide. I just don't think they're executing at the level they can right now.
Good advice there. Something to talk about between the games, because there certainly has been that opportunity. We're going to go back here, it looks like, for a scrum. Great Lakes in front of, well, just to the right of the post, but a good attacking opportunity. We'll see where they line out their backs. Big fella, we're talking about Jaden Hudson having a conversation. You can't quite see it on your screen, but discussing what he would like to do if he gets the ball, and I assume that's score a try.
Some excellent camera work from our Next Level Rugby crew here. And they're out in the elements. We're in the booth.
Looks like Great Lakes will come right here with the fullback stack behind the scrum. Expected 3-on-2 here with the 9 getting the ball from the 8-man.
Good scrum. Skews the other way, so Nick's prediction there didn't quite come, but it probably would have been the right move if the scrum just didn't skew the other way. Little pick and go there. 15 meters out from the line. Can they put the cherry on this right now? Looking a little bit wide. Ball out in the hands of Torin. Torin just launches that ball over, and that's Mohammed Hadar. Hadar gets that ball around. A little errant offload there. Winds up in the hands of Torin. He's going to come back around. They're all looking for the try here. They might want to settle it down just a little bit as the ball comes across there. That's into Jack Phillips' hands. Phillips moves a point of contact across field. That's Hudson. Hudson is going to show a couple of people and look to go towards the line, but can't get through the Barbarian defense. Good counter ruck coming in. A fight for the ball here late in this second half.
And that was Southworth. That was Southworth, Dakota Southworth, on that counter ruck, John.
Was it Jared Monnier brings it in. But we have a not releasing against the Midwest Barbarians, but a little too much excitement there from the Thunderbirds. Ball gets knocked on. We'll come back for a scrum for the Barbarians. Chance wasted.
All right, Nick, what's your strategy now? You're down 15-zip. Not a lot of time left in the match. What do you do here?
Yeah, I think you have to run from here. I think kicking the time for that is past. You're down 3 scores. So is it a midfield scrum or is it a penalty?
Pardon me. I had my call wrong there. It looks like it was actually a penalty against the Midwest. I thought I saw the quick tap and the knock on there, but the referee, I guess Ciccarella, said he wasn't at the mark, so we'll bring it back and just give him the penalty.
Is he going for posts?
There's a tee coming on the field.
Oh, there you have it. I thought for sure they might just say the heck with it and go for some more.
They are displaying these players, Matt, but they do want to win this game and move on to the championship rounds tomorrow. So just making sure that scoreline is there with just over 5 minutes to go, kind of put it possibly out of reach here for the Barbarians. Ayub Jolly sets this one up. Ayub Jolly from Casablanca, 5'11", 180. And that one is good.
Not going to touch it.
Really? You had it? I laid it right up there for you, Matt.
Just whistle, John. You know how to whistle, don't
yes.
you? Okay. That's a Casablanca reference for the people that have no idea what we're talking about in the booth again. And apologies for that.
Matt just learned it was a city and not a movie, so
I tried to resist. I tried
today.
to resist. I was actually in Casablanca on a rugby tour once, John.
All right. On the Lower East Side. And away we go. Outside the 22 they are, and here come the Great Lakes Thunderbirds once again on the run, finding some room with that defense there. Little pop pass up to one of the big units. Jared Monnier takes that one in. Across the 50 they go, and a little bit of lightning coming on. Lots of offloads coming from these Thunderbirds. Going to hand for the most part so far. In these all-star tournaments, you got to make sure the players have that, synchronicity that they sometimes have in their club teams. They're able to find it here.
Jolly going for touch here.
Against the wind, so a little bit of a different kick style this time, and that one's going to work. Maybe not. Almost. So they're inside their own 22. The Barbarians launch that one downfield, get some good ground on that. Big chase coming along here. Player looking back to talk to the referee. It may have been brought into touch by one of the Thunderbirds. We'll see which way this is going to go.
This should be Midwest ball, 50-22, I believe. It's kicked from the other half and rolled out within the 22.
That's right. How do you like that 50-22 law change?
I think the reasoning behind it's good. We'll see how it plays out, but it should mean that their defenses will have to leave wings back deeper, which means more space to attack with ball in hand. And if they don't, it's an easy bit of territory gain for the attack. So,
what about the in-goal dropout on being held up?
That's interesting. I haven't really experienced that, so I can't comment too much, but it's definitely a penalty for not getting the ball down. Makes you a little more careful and probably prompts less pick and drives and more expansive play.
There you have it, John.
Yes, there we do have it. Inside the 22, a little offload coming. The Thunderbirds want to finish one out in style. 2.5 minutes left, and that's probably an ill-advised offload. Player chopped down, and the ball is knocked forward. Penalty here for the Midwest Barbarians. Can they get on the board late in the second half? I'm sure they would very much like to. Little show, little running, some good steps there from one of the Barbarians players. Right out in front of the post they are. Another not releasing penalty this time. Penalty against the Thunderbirds. 5 meters out, Socorro Mathis. He is no stranger to this trench warfare down inside the 5-meter line, but gets his knee down. It's going to be released there. Ball is going to be play on according to referee Ciccarella. Happy to go. There's LaDon Mathis. LaDon Mathis hard to stop from that distance.
Oh, he is just being held up. Can he get down? And they stripped him.
They stripped the ball away, but we're going to see what referee Ciccarella comes back with here. I think it's going to be another penalty against Great Lakes. Referee Ciccarella just having a little conversation here
Sakura Mathis lost his cap, John. There he goes. He's got it back.
If I had hair like that, I wouldn't be wearing the scrum cap. Looks too good there.
It's got to get in your eyes, though, at certain points, doesn't it, Nick? I mean, how many balls have you dropped because your hair was in your eyes?
0.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hair ties for that, mate.
It's just a ball. I'm a bitter bald guy.
And over the line they go. A late try here from the Midwest Barbarians. Well-deserved. Good play all game. Get their 5 points on the board. 18-5. Kick to come. We are just about a minute to go on the game clock. And excellent work. Didn't quite get the number on that one.
It was one of the big fellas. I'll see if I can get that for you, John. Nick is telling us that it was Sakura Mathis. And Steve Lewis has just verified the hardest working man in rugby, working here behind. He's working as Nick's assistant here today. So big year for you guys. And you got to love this stadium coming back again. I mean,
Yeah,
right?
It's world class. We had our first training session yesterday in the stadium field, and energy was great. Boys are really excited for it. It's an immaculate field, and we're really excited for our first 2 home games.
Got a lot of great U.S. Sevens players now not playing with the team anymore come down here. It should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, some big names coming down. Matai, Leuta, Makau Nufe, Christian Dyer already here, and then Danny Baird's going to come join us. So some serious firepower there, and hopefully we can get him up to 15 speed. It's a bit different, but
a lot of people might not realize
X-factor.
that Danny was actually with the Eagles 15s in the Rugby World Cup in 2015 in England.
Yeah.
So he's no stranger to playing 15s by any stretch
No.
of the imagination.
He's a very versatile player, so happy to have him on our team and not playing against us.
Yeah.
I've been watching the Sevens players coming at 15s, and most 15s players inside their own 22 are kind of like, I'll be a little careful here. And Sevens players just like, I got this. I can run 70 meters.
Yeah, there's a supreme confidence that comes with the level of conditioning Mike Friday puts you through.
Ball nearly turned over there, but the Barbarians here with very little time. We're out of time on the game clock, have their last opportunity. They cannot get a W out of this, but they can put in another 7 points if they work at it. And across they come, the Don Mathis. Another run for that big man. He has shown well in this first outing. Sakura Matthews always shows well. Gets a little inadvertent dummy there as the wind holds that ball, gets by somebody. And they're just inside the 50-meter line. And a penalty there against the Thunderbirds. The Barbarians on the run, knocked on by one of these Barbarians players. Referee Ciccarella calls it. And that is the end of our first game here for this NCR Stadium field. Stay tuned at 10 o'clock Central. We're going to have the Pacific Coast Grizzlies versus the New England Red. Nick Boyer, thank you very much for joining us in the booth right now. Matt McCarthy and I will be back in just a minute. Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium, Space City, H-Town. It is the National Collegiate Rugby All-Stars. John Broker joined here at this beautiful rugby facility by Matt McCarthy, none other than the best in the business. We have a big match coming up between the Pacific Coast Grizzlies and New England Independence Red. New England has a red and a white team in this division today, so they've brought two teams here to cover. So we're going to have some exciting action here. Good players for both of these teams. Going to be an exciting matchup as we get things going. And Matt, this breeze still wreaking a little havoc here.
Yeah, but you know what? We just saw some of these, John, we saw some of these teams in the first, we saw two teams in the first half, in the first match. I'm going to get there. I'm going to get, the coffee's kicking in. Help me out here. We just, Jim, Midwest Barbarians.
Midwest Barbarians, Great Lakes.
Great
very
Lakes
windy, but the wind
Thunderbirds.
did play a factor. Good teams go here.
Right. So I think everybody now has the mindset, okay, this is what we're dealing with, where I think it was a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, so these teams will have seen it. So you got the New England Red, obviously wearing red, coming from left to right on your screen here. And in the beautiful Pacific Coast colors on the other side of the field, the Pacific Coast Grizzlies in that maroon and gold, I think, are the proper colors. And game is underway. Referee Matt Lake, joined by Ian Seaton and Pete Chamberlain. Next level rugby production here at AVEVA Stadium. Underway, the Pacific Coast Grizzlies' first touch of the ball. 20-minute halves, remember, so you'll be with us for just about the next 50 minutes as these players play more than one game a day in these tournaments to show things off. And here go the New England Independents. New England on the run. Ball out the back there. Let's see where they decide to go. A little show and go with the ball. It's Jasper Green from Dartmouth across the 22. Another little look and a big bash comes in there. But we're going to come back. Referee Lake has spotted an early penalty against the Grizzlies. So right out in front of the 22. Just to the side of the post. So we're going to have our first penalty of this matchup. Very exciting here. Lots of good players on both of these teams we'll be talking about as we go through.
And, John, this whistle came a heck of a lot sooner than what we saw in the last match, where there was phase after phase after phase before there was our first break.
And New England has decided to go for posts here. These teams, like I said, we talked about it a little bit before. You know, they all want to move on to those championship rounds. So while they want to show their stuff and show their skills, they are having a bit of a smart play here as Weir, the Dartmouth, as I said, player from the Doylestown Dragons in high school, is going to put this first one up. Some big competitors in the Ivy League on this team. We have Brown players, we have Dartmouth players, and they have, with the recent improvement of that Brown team under Dave LaFlamme and building a great program there, now challenging for the Ivy League title a lot, these two teams, as Weir lines it up.
And the old Charlie Brown, Lucy, pull the ball away here, John?
This wind is something else. It's coming across the field from what you see here. So it's pushing across Mike Weir.
Yeah, the tops of the posts are blowing.
If he didn't have a little wobbling band in his hair, you'd see how good the wind is right now. And Weir tries to play the wind on that one. It doesn't work, but the swirl comes up. It comes down in the hands of Killian Burns. Killian Burns, the big number 3 for Pacific, puts it up. And Grady Pope. Grady Pope puts that one down. Grady Pope from Sam Houston. And knock-on ensues there on this windy day. We're going to have our first scrum of the game here for New England. And, Matt, that kick didn't go to hand, but then the passes just drifting in the wind here. It's always a little bit tough.
Yeah, and I was just saying, the posts on, if you're looking to the right side of the pitch where we're going into, the tops of those posts are wobbling, whereas they're not really moving on the other side of the pitch. So, definitely a factor.
Just got, picked up in that swirl there. Try to play it pretty smart. Here is New England on the run. We're going to take this ball. We'll see where he's going to deal this one, too. Just puts it in a setup in the center. That's Jasper Green. And holding in, not releasing. Good defensive work there from the Grizzlies. Penalty against New England early on here. That's going to be Isaac Akello. Puts it downfield, but doesn't find touch. Does find touch, off of that penalty. Inside the 22, great kick. And the New England Independence Red are going to be back on defense now with a line-out coming for Pacific Coast. Great attacking opportunity here.
And, John, you know the New England Red team better than anybody, really, because you're from up there. and you got Tom Clark and co. running this, and it's a big thing. They've got 3 teams entered here. They've got the Rising Star team, and they've got the red and the white competing in this.
Yes, sir.
So you've got some serious talent. I mean, you got plenty of it too.
Got a lot of New England is one of the biggest density of rugby players in the country. So they have a lot to choose from there, and they have a lot of programs. Just the Dartmouths, the Browns, the Fordhams, the schools just represented here across the board, and players everywhere. A lot of good high school rugby. So building some good depth up there, and certainly going to show it here on this championship All-Star weekend, as they are back inside their own zone right now. So they get the ball back to Weir. Weir has to just drive that one through the wind, but finds the safety of touch outside the 22. So it will be a Grizzlies line out here.
Yeah, and John, the key component here is composure for these teams. You are an all-star. You've been selected, right, out of a wealth of talent in the New England area. You want to just kind of put that at ease and just play your game the way you normally play.
Grizzlies, coached by Jeremy Ognall, get the ball out in the middle of the field. Big bashing run coming to set up their structure. Going to continue off to this left-hand side. Ball into the hands of Quentin Goss. Ball slips, but penalty against that player for playing on the ground there. Just a little mistake creeping in from the Boise State man. And Mike Weir, again, he gets to put this one downfield. Weir, better kick opportunity for him right here because the wind is coming across the field, so we can put a little more distance on it, and it should push out, as you see there.
No easy feat, and he did it well.
He did it very well, and inside the half they go. It will be New England red on the attack here. A little discussion coming on. That man Connor Robinson to put the ball in right now from Boston College. Just signed a developmental contract with the New England Free Jacks. Ball comes up. Duque gets it out to Weir. Weir, little standstill out there, so big hit comes in, but that is Matt Mitchell, one of these Brown players in this team, withstands it, moves it out. There's Ollie Corbett. Corbett puts that ball away into one of his waiting players' hair. He's so dangerous in those outside channels as a playmaker is Corbett. And they're going to come in behind him from Weir. They're out to the wing. Good work to get inside the 40-meter line. Good defense coming in from the Grizzlies. That battle for the ball is so exciting. These players doing it so well. Just such skill for these college players. Ball out to the left-hand side there. The New England red on the move. They're at the 22. Ball coming back across to Corbett. Corbett just has to bury the head there, does the English-born Bruno player. Robinson, it takes a pretty good wallop there at Duque. Looking out wide here. Weir spots some space in the back. Weir rolls that one towards the touchline. Nicely done there by the Grizzlies. That's Milan Von Wick right there. Oh, sorry, that's Isaac Kello. I had the wrong team for a second. Or maybe the wrong player. I thought that was Von Wick. He's on the right team.
That is Kello.
Okay.
And he is built like a fire plug. And very quick on his feet. Got to watch him down here a couple of 3 weeks back for the playoffs, John. In person, he's not the tallest guy on the planet, but he's short. He might be short, but he ain't small.
That's why I was Kello and Von Wick are both short in stature, big in heart, big in play. They play like they're 7 feet tall, but very talented there. So pardon me for the mistake, everybody. Ball comes up to Corbett, but not straight in this wind. Can't really blame Robinson for that one. That's a tough one. We're going to have a scrum here or a line out. We'll see what the Grizzlies decide to do. With this wind, I would certainly take the scrum, and they do. Referee Lake takes us out to the 15 meters.
Yeah, John, you brought up Brown with Mitchell before, and you got great colleges sprinkled throughout, but you can't not mention Brown without our man Dave Laflamme.
Dave Laflamme, coach at Brown, building a great program up there. I have to say I know a little bit more about it. I do a bit of work in rugby and other sports for Brown Athletics. I'll be up there doing a water polo tournament in a couple weeks if you want to come up.
Okay. Is it outside?
Yeah. It's a nice time in New England outside.
The polar bears.
Yeah.
Well, Nick Boyer, who was in earlier for the first game, was going surfing in Galveston right now, and it's freezing down there. All right, here's our scrum down, John.
Ball in. Good squeeze coming in from New England. Pacific Coast moves it out. Nice straight to that inside runner. Big hit comes in from Matt Gash for New England Red. But Pacific Coast on the move here. Picked up and taken away. Referee says there was a knock on in there first, or a hands in there. So penalty against New England for being a little overzealous. Pacific Coast, chance to move this downfield.
And here's Kalo again. He is a player to watch in this match. Look at that rocket of a kick. Perfect spiral, perfect execution. Puts his team in a position now to do something with some phases. And they've got the firepower to do just that. Got some, not the biggest name schools, that you're typically used to, but some very good, talented schools in rugby in this tournament. And they're kind of unknown to the public, and that's what the beauty of this tournament does.
Pacific Coast with that short ball there. They have a maul driving forward. Ali Corbett in the middle trying to disrupt. Something he excels at and something he has accomplished here in Houston. A Corbett steal and New England on the run again. Can they use this? Weir calling for some runners around the side. Connor Robinson waiting for that one. Takes it pretty short angle there.
I really like that run by Jackson Coleman, just straight up the gut, testing the defense, number 6.
Corbett just has that little hesitation that can stop some defenses. Weir, ball in hand. Weir looking into the center there. Weir puts the ball into the hands of Jasper Green. This one turned over now by the Grizzlies. A lot of back and forth in this game. One of the big fellas has to come in and make that hit. Ball into the hands there of Wyatt Brinkley. Ball out to Provenzano. Quentin Goss. But knock-on creeps in there, and we're going to have a scrum here for New England. Win playing havoc in this one, 0-0. We are just over halfway through this 20-minute half, Matt. And just a lot of back and forth, little mistakes creeping in.
Yeah, the mistakes are going to be there without the wind, right? And you can see on the referee's jersey, with the wind just blowing his jersey just right there with the bodies around him. So it is making it a little bit more difficult, I guess. But they'll adjust. These are quality players, and weather is not an excuse. And it's just wind, right? A little bit colder than they thought, probably, but they're not afraid of a little bit cold weather. And here they go. Here's the tap in and put in, John. Whoop.
Penalty this time against
the Grizzlies. I think it's collapsing the scrum. And, yep, now it's going to be here's Weir for the attempted touch.
With that wind, Weir trying to play it. That player thought was in touch there, so it should be a line out.
Yeah.
Somebody wanted to play that one. It would have wound up in New England hands. Would have been a problem. But we're going to have a line out here for New England, just about 30 meters out from.
You chalk it up to youthful exuberance, right?
We can do.
There's that windy flag. It's going to be a factor all day long. Connor Robinson gets set to throw it in. And, John, again, for those people out there wondering about the jersey numbers, it's because we need to be able to identify these players as they change.
I think we're going to have to change some on Pacific because I think some players are playing in their regular jersey numbers. I think 15 is Von Wick. As the ball gets moved across field from New England pass a little behind there, so they just have to set it up. Player looking to come over.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think that scrum half is Endel Alose from Wayne State. I think there's a couple of changes here we're just not seeing. But we're going to go with it for this game. We'll try to get that corrected as it moves on because that's Van Wyck. Trademark pass there coming from the outside. Coming in there is Jenkins. Ball comes across to the wing and a blazing run down the wing. The Pacific Coast Grizzlies have touched it down.
Wow.
And that one is Devon McGee.
I think he's out of is he CSU Sonoma?
He is from Richmond, California. Kinesiology major puts his first points on the board. And when you have burning speed like that on the wing and you just get a little room, New England had no idea what to do.
Just the way that they just had that quick strike ability after everybody seemed like it was mucking it up in the middle and stops and starts, and then bam. And that's the excitement that this kind of all-star competition brings, because you give a guy a crack with an eye with a blink of an eye, he can get into the try zone.
Von Wick from New Mexico Tech, Cora, New Mexico. Great engineering school down there to put this one away. He is from Namibia.
Yeah, they've got an eclectic mix on the roster, as do many of these schools. You know, these kids are coming from overseas. They're coming from different countries, different walks of life, different cultures, and that's the beauty of rugby. It brings them all together in these organizations.
Player out to hold the ball again here, Von Wick. Not always familiar with that.
Yeah. See a couple of the dignitaries filing in.
And that one is good. Nice kick coming across the wind there from that man, Milan Von Wick.
Great
We're
kick.
Going to have kickoff here, and 5 minutes to go in this first half. New England's going to need to put some points on the board here.
And we got we are playing 20-minute halves, so unofficially we've got about 5 minutes left in this first half, John. As your man Weir gets set to get us restarted.
Got some good runners out this side. Jordan Mubako coming down on that one, but ball taken there by the Grizzlies. Grizzlies number 8, Brinkley. Turned over into the hands of New England. Opportunity for them. Looks like Matt Mitchell takes that one in. They're able to clean that one up. Ball off to Robinson, that Boston College Eagle. Now New England Free Jack and MLR. Down here playing in the stadium. Jordan Mubako, the Harvard winger, gets hauled into touch. But we're going to come back here. Referee Lake has spotted something. We'll see what the call is. Knock on from Pacific Coast. Be a scrum here for New England.
And a little bit of a chat from the referees. And the referees, while they are calling the penalties, they are also explaining them, you know, what happened to the players in case they didn't know. It's more of an education process, too, which is great, which is a great thing here on the college level. Because we sometimes forget, these are still college players.
These are college players. College rugby in America just continuing to grow. National Collegiate Rugby offering opportunities like this. Scrum coming here, and it goes down. We should want that to happen a little bit quickly.
Well, you might as well just get it over with, right?
I would like to.
But as you mentioned, the opportunities, the Rugby Network, for instance, doing this. You know, when we were in college, there was no watching anything, right? Now it's getting prominent, and the NCR is a big part of that. But you've got MLR scouts here too, so that helps with the numbers. They're able to identify players throughout the tournament, keeping the same number on. And I know that it's not the traditional way to do rugby, but for this kind of event with no turnaround and these players assembling overnight.
On the run they go. There's Jordan Mubako. Mubako finally finds some open space. Sorry to interrupt their map, but ball turned over there by the Pacific Coast. Opportunity gone begging for New England. We're going to come to a scrum here for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies.
There's the knock.
Time winding down, as we said, 2.5 minutes to go in this first half on the game clock. New England.
And we just had a guest walk into the booth, and Steve Lewis, the general manager of Rugby New York, and we'll see if we can't get a few words from him. And if we run out of time in this half, we'll try to get him back in the second half.
Scrum here.
No, we're going to bring him in.
Scrum here for New England.
Stephen, welcome.
Good morning, gents. Great to be here deep in the heart of Texas.
Beautiful, sunny Houston, Texas.
Steve,
sometimes.
Steve, a bunch of players here that Major League Rugby looking at. You're here representing the New York franchise. What's the thing that's caught your eye most about this tournament? I know we're only the second match in.
Yeah, second game in. I suppose, we got 350 athletes, right? So drawn from all sorts of colleges, small colleges, universities all over the country. So for us, as we discussed on a rugby wrap-up, it was a case of having all these players in one venue at one time is absolutely ideal.
Penalty there for the for the Grizzlies. They put it down inside the 22 of New England here. This is late in the first half. Opportunity to extend their lead from the current 7-0 that it is. And all good work by New England goes begging. And that danger players, just see there, Milan Van Wyck, those players on the outside for Pacific Coast, if they can get the ball into space out wide, they have some major, major threats out there. That's how they scored their first one. Now they're going to go to some of the big boys, and they go right to the front of the line out. Corbett reaching over there, trying to steal that one away. Has the ball in his hand and has indeed stolen it away. It's his second one of the game. New England player getting to the ground there. Grizzlies are going to need to release.
And John, this is, I think, the final minute of this first half.
Should be, as ball to the ground. We're outside the 22 now. Sitters had to go. They go to left man Robinson. He puts a little pass back in. Space opens up there, but can't quite get through. That was Rhett Dawson to take that one in. Ball down one more time there. See which way they're going to go. Ollie Corbett just picks and goes around the back. Effective in those wider channels, but can play in tight as well. Big competition for the ball coming, but penalty against. Weir is going to take that one quick. He was looking for somebody not going 10, but Weir is going to find some space. Dartmouth product gets it to Mubako. That was a Dartmouth to Harvard pass right there. Mubako goes on a wandering run around the field. Let's see who we can find. And Ollie Corbett is found, but ball bounces back into the hands of one of these devastating players. That's McGee. Scored a first try there, but penalty for going across.
Opportunistic positioning for McGee there, John.
He was going for the interception, and then he got by, and the ball just bounced back off Corbett. So we are time up here, but penalty to play. Weir gets a hold of it, and Weir is just going to put that one a touch. We are going to end our first half here at the NCR All-Star Weekend. John Broker, Matt McCarthy. We're going to talk a little bit more to Steve Lewis in the second half, and we will be back right after this. Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium in Houston, Texas. John Broker joined by Matt McCarthy here. Second half action. New England Red, Independent Red is wearing red and about to get kicked off too, but they are trailing the Pacific Coast Grizzlies, kicking off there in the maroon and gold. 7-0 here at this beautiful stadium. Matt, lots of little mistakes in the first half. Someone's going to have to just calm it down.
And maybe that person to calm it down is Steve Lewis, the GM of Rugby New York. Steve, you know, you're here scouting. What are some things you're looking for? Are you looking for anything in particular in terms of a player's position, or are you just looking at talent?
Blank canvas, just looking at talent, seeing what's out there. You know, with 8 teams, again, different parts of the country, so there's a lot of unknown faces. What's interesting about a weekend like this, obviously, All-Star teams, not a lot of preparation, not a lot of time together, so you do tend to see individual play rather than team cohesion.
Little kick from Pacific Coast there. Winds up into the hands of New England. New England on the attack now inside the 40. That swirling wind just caught that one up. Mubako is able to come down with it. They're going to move it across. Weir up in the air. Little pop pass is not working here as Corbett can't find Swords. This one comes across into the hands of Raphael Lantanur, a Brown player, but we had a knock on there, so we're going to come back for a scrum here to the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Just trying to do a little too much in these wins. These players just not connecting.
Yeah, Steve, maybe are they trying to get noticed?
No, I don't think that's the case. I think that, you know, it's the first game the weekend. Everyone's excited. Everyone's trying hard. The conditions are actually quite challenging, as you guys have referenced. So we're not going to see champagne rugby certainly today. Possibly tomorrow, weather relents and you have a bit more time under your belt.
You've never drank champagne with Matt McCarthy. This is his level of, this is champagne rugby here.
Yeah, as long as it's free, John.
Pacific Coast Grizzlies will put this one in. Seems to be Wolf. Jonah Wolf to put that one in, but penalty at the scrum there. Just glanced away to see what that was. So New England opportunity to put this one down into the corner, and Weir is going to do just that. Nice touch finder there from the Dartmouth man. They're going to have a line out here 10 meters out from this Pacific Coast try line. Opportunity to close the score down a little bit.
Yeah, Wolf coached by that legend at CSU Maritime, that is Steve Hyatt, who, Steve, you know well from your NCR work.
Yeah, Steve's one of the driving forces behind National Collegiate Rugby and this tournament in particular. So a great debt of gratitude is owed to him by all these players.
Ball bounces back and forth there. Corbett uncharacteristically couldn't hang on to that one. That's how bad this wind is. But the New England team has held on to it, and that's Robinson rolling over there. We may stay with some of the big boys. Penalty there against Pacific Coast at their own 5-meter line. We'll see where they decide to go. Scrum half wisely gives it to one of his bigger team members. Scrum half's not always known for that non-selfish play as Jack Swords tries to barrel over there.
Kevin Swords beaming somewhere, the Holy Cross legend.
I've been run over by Kevin Swords on more than one occasion in my playing days. As the ball back up there to that man, Jack, the Holy Cross player from the city of Seven Hills in Worcester, Mass. Player down for New England. A little bit of a spot of bother here, but player's going to keep going across this side. See where they decide to go. Are they going to keep it tight? They're going to go a little wider. They're going to keep it tight right there. There is a ball on the ground. They're going to get that back. They've got a knock-on from Pacific Coast in there where it was almost taken away, but it's going to be a scrum here for New England, just 5 meters out. But we'll probably take just a second and have a look and make sure this player is okay.
Steve, do you happen to know what the names of the 7 hills in Worcester are for particular?
That means nothing to me. That's New England territory, right?
And Steve, here's a replay that you can...
Yeah, a little bit sort of white line fever, as they say. A little more patience perhaps from New England there. They could have enjoyed some spoils.
The spoils, yes, and the spoils are this spectacular tournament, John, here at AVEVA Stadium, the home of the Houston Sabercats. These kids getting a shot to play in these kinds of environs.
Certainly is. We get a substitute there as Matthias Calwa comes into the loose head spot. Scrum here for the New England Independent Red. Conversation there between the scrum half and the number 8, Matt Mitchell and Manny Aduke, about what's going to go on. Weir and Aduke had a conversation, so we'll see what they decide to do. Mitchell at number 8, another Brown University player.
Steve, you're going to be doing some stuff with Brown University, aren't you?
Yeah, going up there next weekend, actually, to Providence, Rhode Island, helping a good friend David LaFlamme out with Brown Sevens for the spring, on and off, when my New York responsibilities permit.
Excellent. It's just another example of the MLR integrating, even indirectly, with the college game and young players.
At Duque to put this one in. At Duque from Northeastern University. But that scrum, much like the win today, wreaking havoc. We'll come back for another reset here. We're just about 5 minutes gone in this second half of action here at the NCR All-Star Championship. All-Star Shield. I have to get my wording right.
And that wind keeps shifting. So it's not like you can develop one strategy and stick to it. Because a couple of weeks back when we were down here, the wind just stayed in one direction forever. And, both teams could figure that out. This one, it keeps changing. It's swirling. It's shifting to one corner to the next. So you have to kind of adapt. Which, if you're a general manager of a professional team, Steve, you like to see.
Big squeeze coming in. Mitchell has to take that one. He gets through that first tackle, trying to go around a couple of more. Mitchell headed towards the try line, but is not going to quite find it. Another little pick there. Penalty again against Pacific Coast, and a sharp blast of the whistle there. Referee Lake thought he might be looking towards the pocket there, but just a warning to Pacific Coast. I think that warning, however, was don't let that happen again, or somebody's going to ride some of this game out. Weir now. Got Calvo. Calvo barrels his way towards the line. He's held up just a bit. Going to have to find his knee on the ground in order to sort that out. And here comes a pick across the side. That's the man right there.
Oh.
Should be try awarded. And that is Connor Robinson, the Boston College Eagle. Now a developmental player for the New England Free Jacks. And 5 points on the board. Kick to come from Weir.
Steve, the enemy, the Free Jacks. Here's your replay. There it is. Just straightforward. Nothing fancy. Not getting held up, gets the knee down, no tackle, or it is a tackle, so continue on, and they do right into the try zone. Here it is. Just old-time lunch pail, grinded out rugby for the 5.
Just a player coming in for that tackle, just a little inside, able to get around is Connor Robinson. Tough kick here for Weir, but they've cut the lead down to 2 points, have New England.
And we got about, 13 minutes left, a little bit more than that unofficially.
Yeah, important there that New England got some reward for their 5 minutes of dominance and pressure. Getting a little patience, as you say. Testing kick here for Dartmouth's Weir to level the scores.
I was never brave enough to hold the ball, ever.
We know you too well to be like a Lucy and Charlie Brown situation.
Exactly.
Weir steps it. Weir kicks it into the wind. That is a tremendous ball, but just shades off the post.
Wow.
Almost played that perfectly.
Wow.
I'd say his golf game would be pretty good.
Yeah, Stephen, you know a little bit about golf from Scotland, right?
I know more about goal kicking. that looked terrible to start, but he obviously judged the wind well, almost actually too well, so he was unfortunate there.
Yeah.
Boy, you like that skill level, though, to be able to play the wind.
12 and a half minutes to go. Embla Lose from Wayne State to kick this one off.
I like the kits. They're just different from each other. You can see the numbers. It makes it a little bit easier when you're up here to identify the players, and that's an important component here with the scouts from Major League Rugby in attendance.
Hanging up high there from Embla Lose. It ends up just bouncing in a touch. Ollie Corbett let it go. We will have a line out here right at the 40-meter line for New England as we are at 12 minutes to go in the second half of round 1 of National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield weekend. Robinson, the try scorer, to put this one in. Robinson to the front. Ball gets knocked down. Winds up in the hands of one of Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Referee is going to say play on. Nothing, no knock-ons or anything in there we have to worry about. Ball up into the hands of one of the big fellas. That is Trevor Ulcini. But penalty against Pacific Coast. Not releasing there after all that good work Weir on the spot as ever. Ball in hand. We'll push this one downfield.
John, I want to apologize. I think I added a syllable into Trevor Ilcini's name. I'm not sure if there's an I or not. So apologies to the family out there. That's on me.
New England, a little conversation. Going to want to convert this line out just a bit. A little tough there. I mean, win certainly to blame. But you have to go for simplicity if you can. Going to the front here, a little jump step, but winds up back in the hands of Robinson. He's going to be able to hang on to that one. Player nearly off his feet there for the Grizzlies. Ball up to Mitchell. At Duque. Keep almost calling him El Duque. Takes that one in. Ball to Weir. Nice long pass that time. There's some room open. He spots it. Does he have some room outside? Puts it into the hands of one of his waiting players. We'll get that number in a second. Style points on offer. Try awarded. New England takes the lead.
I think that might have been Jasper Green. John?
Believe it was Jasper Green.
I think we can verify that. Great play by Weir, though, all around. Dummies keeping it, making the window for the pass. Perfect execution from the number 10. Here you go. Steve, reminds you of young Steve Lewis as he gets the ball into the hand of Jasper Green.
Yeah, great line from the big fella. Not sure about the finish, though.
Steve, a very traditional rugby man here. He likes his ball placed down without a smile.
Correct. No airs and gracies. Act like you've
Steve,
been there
this
before.
is America, though. It's America. We like a little schmaltz. We like a little glitz. Okay? Even in the rugby.
Next level rugby, changing the way America sees rugby. Kick to come here. Different angle for Weir this time. A little closer, more of a chip shot while I'm using golf analogies.
You got Ryan Connolly on the sideline after a good day's work.
Weir, that one tipped off of somebody's hand. You do not see that very often.
Tipped off the hand and the post.
It almost got tipped over the crossbar.
Yeah.
It might have gone under if it wasn't. Wind just wreaking havoc here. We're in a 3-point game here. A lot to play for. Remember, Pacific Grizzlies have weapons out wide there. If the big boys can just get a little go forward, which they can easily do, they can find that. And Lolose looking for the right spot here.
And they've got the Hackett Provenzano brothers in there, in Dylan and Lucas for the Grizzlies.
Ball up. Corbett can't hang on to that one. Comes down into the hand of the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies inside the 40-meter line right away. Ball up into the hands there of big Bryce Wales. Players piling over that one from Pacific Coast. Ball bounces that time. It looked like it was knocked forward there by Lolose. Has done. New England not able to handle that kickoff in the swirling wind, but force a knock-on. Scrum here. Good opportunity.
Clearly the momentum has shifted toward the red. And, you know, the Pacific Grizzlies had this game, I thought, in hand out of the gate. And now it's been all New England.
Yeah, Weir's been a pivotal figure here, controlling the wind, putting Young in the right position, obviously creating that score. He'll be kicking himself with a conversion, though. Typically with a goal kicker, you want to shorten your step if you're that close so you don't have that kind of charge down. So it's probably 2 points left hanging for him.
Weir just take one step down on the scouting ladder for Rugby New York. And we're
Not
just a joke there.
Well, he's
Sid.
never been forgiving for kickers, despite the fact of the level of play, because he was a kicker himself.
Exactly. Once a standoff, always a standoff.
And, you know, growing up in Scotland, he didn't have the best of conditions to kick in. So there's a little backstory for you, Steve. I'll give you a hug.
Ball in there from a Duque. And a penalty against Pacific. Things just going against them at the moment. That bounce of the ball sometimes just gets away from you. And Weir, ball in hand with wind coming across the field as a little sun peeks out here at beautiful AVEVA Stadium.
Well, it is Houston. I mean, it shouldn't be that, you know, we're not playing in Buffalo, right?
That one, Van Wyck knocks that one down, but it looks like he knocked it on. Referee Lake has spotted that mistake from the New Mexico Tech fullback.
Might have been a little miscommunication on who was going to field that ball, and then it was like, oh, okay, you got it, right? And then he was just stunned there. Tried it with the foot, but inadvertently knocked it on with his hand. And, Steve, he's been an exciting player, Van Wyck, to watch.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with them, so it's great to see guys like this. The whole point of being here. Exactly.
Van Wyck, Namibian-born, plays for New Mexico Tech, an engineering major down there, as is everybody at that school.
And everybody goes from Namibia to New Mexico, right?
That's the quality of the school. It's a good, great engineering college there in Socorro. Penalty this time against New England Red for a scrum infraction. Ball's going to come the way of the Pacific Coast Grizzlies at the moment.
But you think about that opportunity. The kid's from Namibia. He gets to play rugby in the United States, get an education, and experience an entirely different culture while bringing his culture to his teammates.
Van Wyck puts that one up into the stands. Going to be not as much ground as they would probably like. The Pacific Coast has a line out here outside of their 22. Good opportunity to attack. Let's see what they decide to do.
Yeah, kicking for touch there. Probably should have been a line drive. Go a little bit lower, a little bit more distance, a little more accuracy.
You got one of my favorite names for New England in Bliss Keegan, number 23.
Or Keegan Bliss.
Or Keegan Bliss. It's either way, it's a great name.
Ball pops up there for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Initially couldn't get the go forward they wanted, but good, powerful work there by the forwards. And Lalose looking for some runners. There is nobody materializing for him. Goes down. Ali Corbett over that one. Can't come up with a turnover. Pacific Coast can remain on the ball here. Off they go into the hands of that big fella, Trevor Lucchini. Turned over. New England dropped. New England going to be a scrum here for Pacific Coast. Not the prettiest of rugby, but these teams getting it done.
Steve, they're just trying to, I guess, find their way and the fundamentals.
Yeah, with pressure's coming on time-wise as well, right? 4 minutes to go, tight game, 3 points. Everyone gets a little tenser, trying probably a little too hard.
And these players, they play with their clubs teams, but here they are playing with brand new players, their first game. So they have to get to know each other as it is anyway. Add a 40-mile-an-hour wind into that. You have a little bit of a tricky day here. Wreaks havoc with what the coaches have been trying to do structure-wise. So a little tough ask from these players, but certainly some good flashes here as they continue to gel through the weekend, these two teams. Keep an eye on them. Pacific Coast and New England.
Steve, if you're coaching one of these sides, do you tell these guys, okay, don't be worried about playing your game. Don't try to accommodate your all-star teammates.
Now, less is more, right? When you're bringing an all-star team together, it's keep it simple, do simple things well. The flourishes and the fireworks can come later. And particularly in conditions like this, tactically, it's a simple game, is what you should be playing.
Another little long pass doesn't go to hand there for Pacific Coast, and they're able to pick it up are the New England Red. New England Red on the move now, but penalty as that player got a little over-anxious there. Here comes Milan Van Wyck. He's happy to run from anywhere. He shows, he goes. He is about 35 meters out, and trying to turn this over and possibly turning it over is Connor Robinson. Penalty there on Van Wyck for not releasing. Good work, Connor Robinson, to force that turnover.
And, John, going back just a little bit, Will Zeller had a great open field tackle, number 16, for the New England Red.
Zeller, another Brown University product from Massachusetts.
Maybe we'll get back to the names of those 7 hills in Worcester later on.
You can also name the 12 colleges and universities there. I'd be very impressed.
In the same town?
Yeah.
Wow.
In the Woo.
12 colleges and 7 hills.
Wormtown, the Woo. Come on. Sorry, folks. Just a little aside there from.
This is college stuff, so this is all educational.
And we do have a Holy Cross player out here.
Is this somewhere near Boston?
Connor Robinson. As time winds down here, we're just over 2 minutes to go on the game clock. They're looking for Corbett in the middle. The wind is going to play havoc again. Jack Swords, that man playing in Worcester, as we were speaking about, at College of the Holy Cross. Gets the ball out to Weir. Weir gets the ball to Zeller. The Ivy League Dartmouth to Brown connection right there. Ball coming back across. Calvo decides he was going to play basketball for a second there, but dribbling illegal.
Game still alive. 2 minutes to go. 1 possession. That's a costly error from New England. They could have iced this thing. Just eaten up the clock.
Calvo has had a nice match.
Yes, certainly has. We're going to have to hold on a second here. Looks like Connor Robinson has lost a shoe.
Oh, get it back on, son. Get it back on.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's just trying to get the game going. He's like, I'm the hooker here. I need to be wearing this thing. We can't start the game without it.
He'll have to call his cobbler, Steve, and make sure that doesn't happen again.
Cobbler. Name an English soccer team named the Cobblers.
The Cobblers. All right, John, why don't you take us back to rugby?
Yes, I'll see what we can do here. I was actually thinking about an answer to that question. Just seeing which town would make the most sense.
The only thing good about soccer is it gave us rugby. That's the only thing.
Coffees are on me. Either one of you gets it right in the next hour.
Leave the room so I can Google it at the end of this game. We'll be up for another game coming up soon. Games going off almost every hour today here at beautiful AVEVA Stadium. Late in the game, ball to Von Wick's hands when Wick puts a little back pass in there, a little switch pass back in just to try to set up the platform. They're trying to open it up for those wide runners. Penalty this time against New England. Are they going to choose to move it downfield, or are they going to try to go quick with this?
Gotta go.
Lots of questions here. I would say you have to go.
You have to go. I mean, what's the hesitation here? Unless he doesn't know how much time's on the clock. Here's their best player, arguably, kicking it into touch. And now they have to win that line-out.
Tricky in this line-out here. You've got good line-out operators like Corbett can go to the front of this one and try to make something happen.
And you just saw the wind on the assistant referee's flag. He's now holding the flag. But they do get it.
And ball here to Pacific Coast. Pacific Coast try to get that one around. Ball gets knocked forward out of the hands of one of the Pacific Coast players. And that mistake just creeps in and could ice it for us.
John, he was just trying. He was too anxious he wanted the extra meter or two. And you got to protect the ball there. He was a little cavalier at the end there carrying it.
Big, powerful front row here for Pacific Coast is going to have to try to force a penalty here to get something out of it. Weir is asking the referee how much time is left. Referee seems to nod in agreement that there is none.
Just a crushing knock-on.
They need to get this ball cleanly, does New England. The pressure will come on here. Last thing Pacific Coast would need is a scrum penalty at this point. That would just completely close it out. 10-7 here. Very exciting stuff.
And we are playing 20-minute halves if you're just tuning in, because these teams are playing multiple games in a day. So when we're looking at the 41-14, that's unofficial, but that means we're done.
Ball to the back now. It's clean. It's going to come back to Weir. Weir is going to chip that one towards me. You can't see it. Referee Lake whistles us for the end of the game, and New England at 10-7 out for a very dangerous Pacific Coast Grizzlies team. John Broker, Matt McCarthy, joined for this one by Steve Lewis. We're going to be back in just a few minutes. NCR Rugby All-Star Weekend here in H-Town. Stick with us. And a good morning to you, rugby fans, from AVEVA Stadium here in Houston, Texas. It is the National Collegiate All-Star Weekend. John Broker, I am joined by the legendary, the one, the only, thank God, Pat Clifton for this matchup between the Southeast Bears, who are wearing blue, black, and white on your running left to right, and the Midwest Barbarians wearing red and white coming the other way. Exciting matchup coming, Pat.
What an introduction. I've never been offended and flattered at the same time.
I do what I can. And we're almost underway. Southeast Bears to kick this one off. Referee is going to be Brian Hall, joined by Justin Hale and Marty Steffens for this one. Big win today, big factor in the stadium, Pat.
Absolutely. The wind is brutal down here. It's also a little colder than you'd think with Houston, but, these guys have watched their first sides play already. They've seen the knock-on effects. I think they'll clean it up a little bit more as we go.
Southwest gets us underway with a little driving kick out to the 22. Little miscommunication on the part of Midwest Barbarians, but the Barbarians, great first game, put a lot of great phases together, just need to get a ball across the try zone a little bit. Block kick is not going to work. Stand back, the Greenwich High School product, knocks that one on, and the first one for the Southeast Bears, and the Southeast Bears on the board. Going to have to find out who the try scorer is. We will see in just a minute. That looks like the big number one, Doyle Hedgepeth for the Southeast Bears. Great work by the Queen's University of Charlotte player.
It looked like it was George Mercer who got the knockdown there for the Southeast. He charged down that kick, which was really what turned that tide around and scored that try. So a fantastic play, heads-up play by George Mercer out of LSU.
Great work by the Bears to get us started here. Kick to come, 5 points. Nobody has scored this quickly so far. This is the third game on this field today. Playing 20-minute halves here at AVEVA, as these teams are going to play 2 games during the day. And Pat, nice to get those points on the board to get started, yeah?
It absolutely is. A box kick this early on in an all-star game where you don't have that much continuity with your teammates, a little bit of a risky play, but I love it. This is an all-star game. Let's see the skills that you got. Let's show guys like Steve Lewis, the New York general manager who's standing right behind us, what you got so that they know if you can play some MLR rugby. That's what this is all about.
We will bring Steve in probably at some point. That one falls short in this wind. That wind is kind of coming across the field. So it's tough kick from this angle. A little better to go for, penalty kicks to the corner if you're coming this way, if you can. But it's making goal kicks a little bit different. People really have to get their golf game on to get their kicks right for posts. Barbarians to kick off. It's that man, Christian Standback, former Greenwich Cardinal.
Midwest Barbarians coached by Jeremy Kachuba. He's got quite a few Division II national championships under his belt with Minnesota Duluth.
Southeast on the move here. Southeast. Ball up into the try scorer's hands. Underway here. Here comes the Southeast again on the move. They got some good runners. One of the big units comes barreling in there. He needs no introduction. Marshall Franks. Now the ball up into the hands of Prince Louis Bush. The fourth. Ball across. Little spin move there. Looking to get their structure together. Midwest really putting some pressure defense on here. Pushing them back as the ball comes back. It's Falanico Spino at number 10. A fly half for Southeast.
I'm impressed by the Midwest defense so far. It's an all-star game, and whether you're watching the NBA or you're watching NCR college rugby all-star games, defense is difficult. There's a lot of communication, a lot of trust that has to come into play, and I'm impressed so far by the Barbarians' defensive line, both the connectivity they have and the speed with which they're launching. Prince
Louis there again. Gets that one moving across. Here come the Southeast Bears. Get the ball into the hands of Cullen Cunningham, and penalty against the Midwest Bears that time. Referee having a little chat here. Not sure what exactly about, but I'm just asking the players where they would like the penalty. With this win, I think that was the right choice.
Absolutely. It's been it's been a good contest so far. It looks a lot like two evenly matched premiership teams. Just we're testing each other around the breakdown, making sure everybody can tackle. But other than that one crazy play, right, the charge down, it's been a good contest so far.
Players, they're new to each other. They've Midwest Barbarians have a game under their belt. They played a lot of great offense, great structure against Great Lakes, but end up coming up short on that one. But they're a little more getting that rhythm together a little more here than the Southeast Bears. They're going to have to get their stuff, get it going. Gage Gibson right there takes it in from the Citadel. Plays the Citadel for Tommy Duffy. Ball there up to Big Marshall Franks, another Queens University player.
Joshua Schwartz, the hooker here for Southeast, has had a couple of nice carries early on. He's one of the many Queens players that's going to be representing the Southeast.
Great program. Continuing to build there. Little kick away from that man there, Spino, but taken up into the hands of the Barbarians. They're right at halfway. Options either way. They're just going to pick and go to try to get their structure back together. Calls for just that. We have yet another pick and go. LaDon Mathis out there. Tavius Sikora Mathis.
The wind playing some tricks there on that out pass for Midwest.
Yeah, trying for those wide passes. Not the best here. Stand back. He's got some runners in the middle. His teammate, college teammate Tavius Sikora Mathis, takes that one in. Back across we come into the hands of Robinson. Robinson moves that one. Stand back and get some width on the ball. Or decide to kick, which he does. Ball back into the hands of Condra. Condra coming across the field. Straightens it up. Takes it through a couple. They're going to have to clean this up. Nearly isolated. And is isolated. Good work, penalty, Midwest Barbarians. Stand back. Waste no time. Hard running coming on there. That looked like a big Donald Martin. Another penalty against Southeast. Referee, quick blow of the whistle, wants to have a conversation. Good work by this Midwest team to force those penalties.
100%. The Midwest finally getting some front foot ball. Maybe we'll see a little bit of open play. Neither team has had much space to work with. Their fly halves and halfbacks have been corralled pretty quickly, but I think you're going to see a little more space for Midwest as we see a yellow card sending off that hooker that we just talked about from Queens.
Yeah, Marshall Franks. Pat just talked about how effective he is, but he's going to spend 10 minutes in the bin, or I don't know how long the sin bins are in 20-minute halves. Have to check that out, but on the run, here they come. Robinson moves the ball across. Good hands. Can't quite find it there. Ball into the hands of Caleb Bruce. They are at the touchline, and ball still in. Good work to keep that ball in the field, but turned over by Southeast. The Southeast Bears inside their own 22. See what they decide to do here. A long road to hoe if you're going to try to put this over the try line. Keep it in tight to a waiting forward pod. Remember, they're down a player.
I don't see a whole lot of shape going on for the Southeast at the moment. They seem to be scrambling, trying to figure out who's going to nominate and take that ball. They've managed to find some purchase on this touchline, though.
Yeah, they got a little just silky handling there coming in there. That was Luke Teixeira put that away into one of his waiting players' hands. Ball gets moved out there by Susnovic, the scrum half. We have a penalty advantage here for the Southeast. Ball back out there to Teixeira. He's going to find some space. Gets taken down there by Sikora Mathis. Able to put the ball away, but penalty this time against the Midwest Bears.
Great work by Teixeira.
Sorry, go ahead.
Fantastic work by Teixeira. I mean, he really got that movement going with a couple of nice offloads. You break that first line of defense, suck in a couple of defenders who weren't planning to have to tackle you, and then you're going to find open teammates, and that's what got the Southeast going.
And Southeast has not played in this wind yet today, and you could see it right there. Tried to kick towards the wrong touch line. Could have found more purchase down here, getting the wind at your back to come to the other touch line. But gets hung up there. Barbarians come down with it. Knock-on ensues. Scrum here for the Southeast, but they have to bring in a replacement player as their hooker is off in the bin.
We got Colin Ingfeldt. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a mispronunciation. We've got Prince Louis Bush IV coming on for the Midwest, coming on at 6. Going to be a lot of substitutions. There's big rosters here this weekend. It's an all-star tournament. You're going to see a lot of different combinations as coaches try to figure it out. I think you mentioned earlier the Midwest has a real advantage in that they've already played. A tournament like this is going to really showcase your coaching. When coaches can watch you play, you've got an entire staff. All these teams have 4 or 5 guys for the most part. They can pull you apart, say, hey, these are the things we need to do better. So the improvement, I think, from 20-minute block to 20-minute block over the course of this tournament is going to be pretty significant.
With a man advantage, a little silly penalty there at the scrum against the Midwest, just trying to take that a little too aggressively, and Southeast on the move. Just about 40 meters out from this Midwest Barbarians line. Ball back across there looking for some runners. Wynn gets a hold of that one instead. Going to have to scramble back on it.
I think you're right about the Southeast learning the win. The Midwest has a game under their belt. They already know what to do. I think they're playing a little bit more conservatively. And the Southeast is, I think, figuring out that they might have to make that adjustment the same. But they've got a nice pod out here, and I like the looks of it. If they can get the ball to that shape, I think that it'll do some damage against the Midwest.
Ball taken in. We'll see who comes back with this one. Real big work there from the Midwest. And they get a hold of this one. Are they going to go quick? They are not. Standback says, I'll take that. Ball kicked down, doesn't find touch there. Southeast on the move again. Player taken down just inside their 40-meter line. See what they decide to do with this. They're going to go to one of their waiting forward pods. Steps back in. Defense pushing him in towards the original ruck. They're going to look towards the weak side of the field here. They got some good handling on some of these players. They're able to play in those small channels, but that one just winds up getting hauled in a touch there. Should be a line out for Midwest.
The tight handling, the offloads, the short passes from forward to forward in contact, those are working really well. The more space between the passes, the more the wind is coming into play. And it looks like we got the hooker getting ready to come back on here for the Southeast. If a guy's made a couple of barging runs, the last thing you want to do is give him 5 minutes to sit down, give him a rest, and get fresh legs again.
He's going to want to make up for that as the Barbarians come down with their own line out. Off they go to Socorro Mathis. The battler is going to go to the 40-meter line. They've got some runners out wide if they can get it. They're going to go to LaDon Mathis. LaDon Mathis, big carrier for this team, is the Iowa Central Community College player. That one hangs up in the breeze, knocked on by the Midwest Barbarians. Demir Conti. We're going to have a scrum here at the 50-meter line for the Southeast.
The Iowa Central Tritons, very well represented here on the Midwest Barbarians team. Joe Lippert, an assistant at Iowa Central, is on the coaching staff here for the Midwest. They one of the few teams that got quite a few, at least a couple of assemblies before this tournament. They were able to meet and train. They met at the University of Iowa football indoor facility, got some good work in. I know that's you get some gray hair coaches like the staff that they have with Jeremy Kachuba and Joe Lippert and Justin Witten from SLU. You give those guys a few extra days to work with, it's going to help you.
Big, powerful scrum to the Southeast. Brendan Weaver hauls that one into the contact area. Spino, a sideways run and looking for somebody to straighten up, finds him, but right into contact. They're going to have to clean that one. They get to spread their pods across the field now. Ball just into contact there. Tip pass wasn't on. Back on the field is Marshall Franks. Marshall Franks puts a little tip pass in.
This defensive shape is impressing me for the Midwest. They're fringing a little bit offside.
Ball down into the hands of Colin Cunningham. Southeast takes it in. Hedgepeth to Franks.
Hedgepeth hobbling as he gets up.
Ball coming back inside here. Spino, good run. Spino having a great game there. Falanico Spino from Auburn University, from Sacramento, California originally.
Auburn just won a championship. They got a congratulations from Bo Jackson on Twitter, the famed Heisman Trophy winner from Auburn. Gave a big shout out to the Tigers for winning their fall championship this recent season.
Cunningham takes that one in the wing. They move it back across. Good work here is Marshall Franks.
There's a lot of space there outside the second and third defenders. That's a good attack. I like that channel choice by the Southeast.
That's Prince Louis Bush IV takes it in. Name I'm just really enjoying saying at the moment. Ball coming across field here. Looking for the outside runner, but again, not materializing there. Southeast putting together some good phases now as they start to go. They're going to keep going off the left-hand side. Suzanovic moves it out to a waiting pot of forwards, taken down quickly.
Seen Gavin Cunningham make a couple of nice plays for the Southeast. He might have got that charge down early on. It was tough to tell, but he made a really good connecting pass and recycled the ball in that carry too. He's impressed me so far as a forward for the Bears.
Good attempt at a counter ruck there from the Midwest, but the ball is knocked on there. It's going to be a scrum here for the Midwest just outside their own 22.
Dakota Southworth with the great mullet. A little over-aggressive on the counter ruck and then put his hands in, but I like the aggression. The reason you counter ruck usually is to slow that ball down. It's very rare that you're going to turn the ball over in a counter ruck, but if you can make the scrum half think twice, make a couple of extra movements to get that ball out cleanly, you can get your defenders, especially right around the fringe, the 2 or 3 guys right outside the ruck, give them a little time to get set, get ready so they can launch and really disrupt that next phase of play for the offense. But as it results in a penalty.
Midwest now. Big squeeze again coming on from the Southeast Bears scrum, but they are going to get that one back, and they are on the move there through that man, Conti. He has been a great first strike runner for this Midwest Barbarians team today. That one just slips off the hand. Southeast Bears come up with it. They're at the 22 of the Midwest. Midwest are regathering defensively, looking for some runners here. Southeast on the move. Nice little offload there. Beauty to Shera. He pops it up to Weaver. Weaver is looking towards the corner. Cunningham has been closed off on that wing just a bit so far this game, but he'll try to open it up at some point. They keep using it effectively. Little pass into the middle of the field. Big number 4, Gage Gibson comes in.
Cunningham with the offload on that one.
Ball down to Spino. He takes a big hit for his troubles, but is able to move it across field. That side is open if they can get it, but referee has spotted a forward pass. We're going to have a scrum here to the Midwest Bears. We are under 5 minutes to go in this first half. Southeast leads 5-0 at the NCR All-Star Championship weekend.
Franks just got his back turned a little bit there to the defense, didn't know which way was forward, and just a slight forward pass turns the ball over. The Bears have had most of the territory in this half, despite the fact that I think the Barbarians are playing a little bit better ball when they have it. But some handling errors have definitely hurt the Midwest. We had that early charge down. That's the only difference in the score. Now, of course, Jeremy Kachuba being one of the coaches on the staff for the Midwest, Duluth and the Fighting Penguins have had a famous scrum throughout Division II competitions in the Midwest and nationally, and it's no surprise at all that the Barbarians are moving forward in these scrums.
Little pick and go there from that Barbarian set of forwards. Diving on it, pounce is the Southeast Bears, but they can't come up with it. Ball's going to wind up back in the hands of Barbarians. Desmond Shavers moves it out. This kick goes up in the air. Hasn't been a ton of kicking today with this wind, but coming across. Cunningham now a little more room. He spots some space. Wind decides it's going to play its role in this game.
I'm telling you, Cunningham, this is an all-star tournament, right? So not only are we looking for results, but we're looking for standout players. We're looking for guys who can play at that next level. And I'm telling you, Cunningham for the Bears, he's a 5-tool player. I've seen him ruck. I've seen him pass. I've seen him kick now. I've seen him do just about everything.
Marshall Franks puts in a little tip pass, well-timed. He draws some defenders with his size and power and gets it out there. They're going to move it across there in Gage Gibson's hands. Gage Gibson gets it up to Bush the fourth.
Great carry. What a fight to keep that ball alive. He didn't have any support around him. He knew he needed to stay on his feet, or else it would have been a turnover.
Ball coming here. They are on the move. Here we go. It is the Southeast Bears, but all that good work, a little knock-on. It's going to be a scrum here for the Midwest Barbarians.
It's a great break for the Barbarians. The Southeast, well, I think they're a little lucky to be up 5-0. They're a little bit unlucky to not, have had a little bit more possession in the attacking 22. They've had 2 or 3 handling errors down there already, and that's yet another one. Expecting the kick, the Southeast. Of course, the Midwest has the wind. It's been pretty powerful.
Midwest has a player, bit of a, it's like a calf pull there.
Yeah, I think it's just a cramp.
Well, he was jumping up and down. I thought there was really something wrong with his legs. So we'll just take a second and get that cramp worked out. But pretty evenly matched game here in this first half, Pat.
Without question. I think the scrums have been evenly matched. The defense has been pretty impressive for both sides, especially for an all-star tournament. I think as you'd expect with a little bit of cold and a little bit of wind, both teams struggling with some handling errors. But the contact skills, I think, have been really great. And the handling in tight, when the wind hasn't come into play, has been really fantastic as well. A couple of the standout guys, I think Cunningham for Southeast has really shown well. I think Teixeira is a really exciting player, too. He hasn't got a lot of touches, but when he gets it, not only does he attack the space, he can create it, too. And he's a big center, and I like him for Southeast.
Certainly fun to watch. Teixeira, UNC Chapel Hill player. He's actually from Johannesburg, South Africa.
When you think of UNC Chapel Hill Rugby, who do you think of?
Nia Tapper. Mostly.
Nia Tapper, that's right. The Olympian.
Got to call a sevens game with Nia Tapper once.
That's right.
Wonderful, wonderful human being and phenomenal athlete, of course. Ball coming across here, looking for the touchline. The Midwest Barbarians, probably a pretty smart move there. Just get it out of their zone with the wind. And a line out here for the Southeast Bears. Just over a minute to go on the game clock here in the first half of this matchup. First game of the day for the Southeast Bears. Second game for the Midwest Barbarians.
Looks like the Barbarians have lost Christian Standback, their fly half. That's a big loss. He's a pretty good player, a handy. He hasn't had a lot of clean ball with space, but he does have really good footwork and a good pass. It's a tough loss for the Barbarians.
Southeast knocks that one on up in the wind there. Tough one. Going to be a scrum here for the Midwest Barbarians. This makes a difference for them. That kick before was a good move to get the ball out of their zone and have a good attacking opportunity here. Under a minute to play in the game clock. Referee Hall may have another idea. We'll see. He will tell us when this half is over.
I'd like to see a little boot to ball, right? I haven't seen it so far. We're early days, but with this strong a wind, it's to your back. You've got 45 meters to go. I think put the boot to the ball and see if you can get some chasers on it.
Hilsheim with the best hair of the day so far at fly half. Can't quite hang out to that one. Little wraparound pass. Good work there. Ball into the hands of the waiting fullback, Condra, and they're heading to the 22. Southeast Bears having the good fortune here and making their own good fortune. There's a little boot to ball. Pat was probably looking for something a little bit different on that one. But that man, Hilsheim, goes back, launches it downfield. It is rolling towards the 22 of the Southeast Bears. It is rolling towards the touchline. It is going to get over the touchline. And we are at time here. And a referee whistles us for halftime where the Southeast Bears lead the Midwest Barbarians 5-0. John Broker here with Pat Clifton. We're going to be back with second half action. Just a moment. It's second half action coming up. The Midwest Barbarians in red and white are trailing 5-0 to the Southeast Bears. John Broker here with Pat Clifton for second half action. We are underway as hanging up into that strong breeze goes the kick from the Midwest Bears. It gets knocked on in there incidentally, and we're going to have a first scrum of the second half to the Southeast Bears with a slim lead. Pat Clifton, very close here, very tight, a lot to play for these teams right now. What are these coaches saying at halftime?
I think both are saying generally the same thing, which is protect the rock. I think both of them feel like they've let opportunities go and created opportunities for the other team by not taking care of the ball. That definitely happened. We had an early box kick as the only difference in the score from the Midwest Barbarians. Hoisted it up and got charged down. And, Southeast has also knocked on some opportunities, and so has the Midwest. So I think both teams just got to take care of the ball.
And the wind is picking up as it was supposed to. We're going to go to 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts. I think I see a red shoe flying through the air as that one doesn't go to hand. The Southeast Bears lose that one to the Midwest Barbarians, a penalty. I don't know if you got the red slipper reference there.
Is that Grant Cole I see flying by?
And here we go. On the run are the Midwest Barbarians. There was obviously a conversation at halftime about being a little more direct, and they are doing just that as Logan Stone moves it out. Little hit comes in from the Southeast. They've got runners off to the left-hand side. Hillesheim is telling him to go that way, but it's going to come back for the Southeast. Southeast going to take it quick off that penalty. Do they have the runners? Can he get that pass away in the wind? He can. Ball's down in the hands of number 11, Andrew Miller.
That was Teixeira making all of that happen from the poach to the break to the pass. Teixeira has been a one-man go-forward momentum machine for the Southeast Bears, and he did it yet again, switching the field, and now Midwest 60 yards away from a try instead of about 5.
Teixeira plays like that second receiver spot really well. He's another playmaker out there. He finds a room. You saw him just dart by the defensive line there and find a runner on the outside. Hauled in a touch eventually, didn't work, but that one's going to take away by a great line-out operator. Knock-on creeps in against Marshall Franks. We're going to have a scrum here for the Midwest Barbarians at their own 40-meter line.
I tell you, I like Teixeira an awful lot. I really do. I think he's one of the players. We're in a Major League Rugby venue. We've got Major League Rugby front office and staff members throughout from a bunch of different teams. They're here looking for talent. That's what this is all about, and he's one of the guys that's definitely stood out to me. I think he has the potential to play at the next level.
Certainly does. The UNC player and Midwest Barbarians.
The Bears.
Big squeeze from the Bears.
That's right. I think the Midwest scrum was a little better in the first half, but the Bears come back with a big one here. Both teams with some changes for sure.
Certainly want to get their players in the field, use those benches for 2 games. Scrum to come here again for the Barbarians. We're going to put this one back in. Southeast, a little bit of the better of it in the scrums right now.
Got Conrad Hillesheim now in, standing at 10 for the Midwest Barbarians. Coming in for Standback, who went off with a shoulder injury not too long ago.
If you can't see him, he's got that great haircut. He looks like an extra from Braveheart.
Braveheart, Viking, maybe Mad Max.
Maybe
Fury Road action.
There. Yeah.
What do you think about the tights, John? This is relatively new, right? World Rugby released this. We got tights now allowed anywhere and everywhere. Do you think it's a big deal?
No, I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, I think it's okay, and some players will, some players won't. It's cold out here. Can't really blame them. And some of the turf, people just want to get those abrasions. So, I don't think it's that big a deal. Ball turned over there by the Southeast. Southeast on the move through Falanico Spino. Spino moves it out to the wing. But a knock-on ensues again. This wind is really wreaking some havoc on these teams. We're going to have a scrum for the Midwest Barbarians right at the 22.
Southeast had a great push on that last one. If they can get a little bit of a hook, I wouldn't be surprised to steal it against the head.
That would be a nice little penalty reward for them here if they can drive one of these over successfully against the Midwest. The Midwest at their own 22, of course, has other ideas and a strong set of forwards on their own. Again, that has Pat Clifton projected the big push from the Southeast. Barbarians under it here, and that penalty comes. Southeast forwards very pleased with themselves.
Absolutely. I think maybe at halftime they had a little talk to the pack as well about what they could do in the scrum. We've had a few personnel changes on both sides, but that was a great push by the Bears, and they're electing for another one.
And they are looking for something here, Pat.
I think maybe the coach, Nick Withrow, who is the head man down at Belmont Abbey, I think maybe identified a weakness in this Midwest team at halftime and decided to go after it. Nick Withrow, of course, was formerly on the staff at Queen's University and is here with Frank McKinney, back reunited, who is the head man at Queen's now.
Reunited, and they play so good. Here they go. Big squeeze on. Maybe looking for the yellow card out of this scrum here.
Great foot forward. Oh, man, that's unbelievable. That's two of the last scrums. They've had clean wins. They have not been able to connect from 9 to 10. If you can't connect from 9 to 10, it's going to be really difficult to do much damage on first phase.
Hilleshine puts that one out. They've got danger runners out wide here to the Midwest, so they can get it there. Player coming in quick over the ball, but we're going to come back. Referee Hall has spotted something back across the field here.
The Justin Gould look-alike, Tony Robinson for the Midwest, not happy with his mishandle there. Looks a lot like the South African Blitzbach. Plays a little like him, too.
Just a bit. Referee Tiny Shoe here, so we're going to hold up as I can hear the wind inside the building here. It's just increasing as the day goes on.
It is absolutely howling. We had the sun for about 10 seconds not too long ago, but it ran away as fast as it came.
Just about 6 minutes gone in the second half of National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Challenge action here in AVEVA Stadium. Ball goes over the top of the Midwest Barbarians. They have a little work to do here. As the big number 14, that's Kuchai Chihuahua.
More handling errors for the Barbarians. Landed them 4 more meters behind the gain line. Getting pushed closer and closer back. Oh!
And that one just whipped in a touch. The flag came off the assistant referee's touch flag there. The posts are having a rough day of it out here as well.
I mean, the wind is affecting this game in every which way. It affected the out pass there. It affected the clearance kick. And it could result in a southeast try if they're able to convert. Cunningham coming off the field for the Bears. He's put on a heck of a shift. Really one of their standout performers.
Tough line-out throw here, and it's always going to be a mess with this wind in these line-outs. Midwest Barbarians come back with it, but no favors as they're on their own 7-meter line. Taken away there by the Southeast Bears. That's Gage Gibson. Gage Gibson would have loved a 5-pointer here in Houston, but they're going to keep that one tight. And off they go. A try is awarded. We're going to have to see which player comes up with it here. Great work there by the Southeast Bears. They got 10 points on the board. Great work by the Southeast, and they extend their lead off of a messy line-out and wind just disrupting everything here.
You got to take your advantages. You got to take your opportunities. And at this point, both of them have had them, right? The Southeast has put the ball on the ground. They've made some mistakes. The Midwest has put their ball on the ground. They made some mistakes. The difference is the Southeast has converted on 2 of those opportunities, and the Midwest is yet to convert on any. And right now, that's a 10-point difference as a result. Teixeira, he's playing so tough out here. His shorts are completely ripped at midfield for the Southeast. Put in quite a shift for the Bears.
That might just be part of his look, but must have been ripped during the game here. These beautiful rhino kits these teams are wearing.
This one might go over the Jumbotron with the wind up.
We shall see.
It tried to go over the Jumbotron on its own, so we got Withrow holding it.
Interesting. And that one goes through. Another 2 points. 12-0. The Southeast Bears lead the Midwest Barbarians as we're 8.5 minutes gone in this 20-minute second half, playing 20-minute halves here in beautiful AVEVA Stadium.
The Midwest is going to have to find a way to get some territory. Playing deep in your own end when your scrum is up against it and you're up against the wind is going to be it's a difficult equation for a W. So they got to find a way to work their way into the attacking end, whether that's ball in hand and continuity or whether it's boot to ball, but they've got to do it.
It's a tough win to find your way to play down the other team's end. That one is going to hang up in the air for a little bit, but down into the hands of a very game Gage Gibson. Gage Gibson from the Citadel has been very good today, the construction engineering manager. As the ball popped up there for the Southeast Bears, they continue on the run. Chase Susanovich, another Queen's University player. That one hangs up into this breeze and swirls. Hilleshime goes back on it. Didn't knock it forward. Referee says that's cool. Ball to Tony Robinson. Robinson moves it out to the wing, but it floats over the first intended receiver into the second receiver's hands, who was able to catch that one before it rolled in a touch. But that isolation that happened just results in a penalty, and here we go, knocked down, back up into the hands.
Unbelievable.
What a stroke of luck off a game and good play, and that's your man right there. Teixeira touches down for 5 points here at AVEVA.
Look, that guy is a fantastic rugby player. He quick tap, the great rugby IQ, saw what was happening, got to the ball, towed through it, moved the play, and not only had the skill to put the boot to ball, the confidence to do it, a little bit of luck to catch it on the go and score. It was a fantastic play by him, but luck is a combination of putting yourself at the right time and having the wherewithal to be able to take advantage of it, and Teixeira definitely did. I think maybe the slit in the shorts gave him a little extra flexibility.
I think it might.
Might have added to that athletic play.
The sports administration major. Going to come back to hold this one. They're going to be right in front. We're 10 minutes to go in this second half here. Midwest can need to dig deep here for a couple of tries.
I'll tell you, the way they're going to get territorial advantage, probably the most efficient way, is going to be defense. That's how they have to do it. They've got to get their launch right. It was really good the first 20 minutes of this game. They really have shut down the Southeast. They've generated no real offense on their own. And the Midwest needs to use their defense and turn it into offense, just the same way the Southeast has.
We're at 19-0. The Southeast Bears lead this Midwest Barbarians team.
To load up, get some line speed on that defense, get the first hit of shoulders to thighs about 5 to 10 meters behind the gain line, give themselves a chance to create a mishandle and then a turnover, and you never know what happens.
Again, hanging up in the breeze. That breeze just makes it anybody's ball here. It's been pretty interesting. Knocked back by the Midwest. Referee is going to say, let's just play on.
Donald Martin, the number 8 for the University of Minnesota Duluth. Another one of the great number 8s in the long line of fighting Penguin back rowers who have been really good for Duluth. Almost had the kickoff on that time.
Pat, sounds like he just wants to say fighting Penguins a lot.
Who doesn't? I mean,
that's what a wonderful name.
I want to watch Penguins fight more than anything, I think.
It's true. Ball rolls back into the try zone. Robinson has a hold of it. He's going to touch this one down. They're going to come back for a 22 drop here. As I think they're hoping the ball is going to roll out of the back of the try zone, but that try zone is pretty good size here at AVEVA.
It's pretty good. Hey, with this wind, it was possible.
It certainly was. Or they're going to come all the way back to the point of the first kick.
Have a scrum up. I have a feeling both front rows are going to be tired by the time they get back to the mark after a 70-meter jog.
We'll give a little side eye to the referee there. Not happy with that 60-meter jog.
Oh, no.
Late in the game here. Oh, we're going to come back. It's like watching fullbacks kick.
I wonder if the ARs are in his ear. Maybe we had a little real-time law adjustment.
So that was one of the times where I was thinking to myself, well, the referee must really know this one because I think it should just be a 22 drop.
Yeah.
And they come all the way back down here because I thought the ball would have to roll out of the back of the try zone, and I was proven correct. The referees working together as a group, and
that's great. You have a 3-man team. You got a little extra time to get the call right, and I'm glad they did. So we'll have a 22 drop by the Midwest. Against the wind, though, that's not a great outcome. They would have been a lot happier, I think, even with the scrum way down on the other end of the field.
We have a free kick here. One of the Southeast players came across the 22. Just a silly mistake there for the big number 5, Noah Mills. But it happens. Noah Mills, another Citadel player, criminal justice and Homeland Security major there at that vaunted institution.
Tommy Duffy, the head coach at the Citadel, formerly of Wheeling Jesuit, back when it was Wheeling Jesuit.
Wheeling University, thank you.
Now that it is Wheeling University.
And free kick, so we're going to have this one kicked towards touch, but the wind takes it back just a bit. They don't get what they want. It's going to be a line out here for the Southeast Bears since it was just a free kick.
Tough decision there for the Barbarians. With this wind, they netted about 10 meters maybe, 15 tops. With that kick, I maybe would have kept the ball in hand and kept possession and see what we could have done.
Change coming in for the Southeast.
Time's ticking down here. We got a little over 5 minutes left. I think the Midwest has some life. They just need one big run, a couple of offloads, and they could turn this thing around and really make it a contest down the stretch.
This game is the game of the day, too, where the wind went from somewhat of a factor to the factor, right? So this is they're down a couple of tries here in Midwest, and this wind is just changing what everybody has to do. Your tactics just have to change. Big counter ruck coming in from the southeast, but Midwest able to hang on to that one. LaDon Mathis, haven't seen as much of him in this game as we do normally. What a great runner and fun player to watch he is. Very intelligent player. Hillesheim gets the ball up to one of the big units, and they're going to recycle this one. Hillesheim, they're putting these phases together well, but that one is going to go directly into touch because of the wind.
It's a tough mistake there for the Barbarians. You're moving the ball forward, finally stringing together 2 or 3 phases, some front foot ball, breaking the gain line. I don't mind going to boot, but when we go straight to touch, you're going to have it right back, a line out right back to where you kicked it from, and that's a little bit of a momentum killer for the Midwest.
Southeast Bears has Tyler Webb in there to throw this one in from the FIU Panthers, Florida International. Just empathy for him with the wind he had to throw into. And the Midwest comes down with that one, so they're going to have opportunities here. Little pick and go off the back for the Midwest. That's big Michael Jansen. UW Stout. Another pick off the back here. They're going to keep it tight, try to find some room. Hillesheim looking a little wider that time. A long pass just hangs up in the breeze there. These passes just aren't on right now, unfortunately.
That's Chawera Kudzai from Iowa Central Community College. She's one of it seems like a growing population of Zimbabweans here in collegiate rugby. There's quite a few from a bunch of different programs. Certainly. And Wayne State used some of those great players to get here just a few weeks ago and play for a national championship.
Ball into the middle of the field.
Fantastic clear out from the Fighting Penguin.
Inside the 40, they're going to keep going here. Player just a little bit on his own there.
Huge handoff from number 19, Kyle Christensen. Another
Fighting Penguin.
There he is.
The wind howling here. Players trying to make it happen, but ball not coming out there or knocked on by the Midwest. Southeast very happy with themselves as we're just about 3 minutes to go in this second half. Here at AVEVA Stadium, National Collegiate Rugby.
If I'm Withrow at this point, I'm getting onto the headset. I'm calling into the quarterback who's got the green dot on his helmet, and I'm saying, let's keep this ball at the back of the scrum and see if we can just walk it in from 30 meters out. At the pace with which they're moving, the toughest mark might not be losing the ball at the back.
Yeah, absolutely. They are driving this team off very well. They could use to just slow it down. Scrum penalty would be a good goal at the moment. I don't know if you can kick the ball for touch on that side with the wind just railing across there. But Midwest has other ideas. They don't want to lose that scrum battle, and they do not. We're going to come back up.
We got Damon Shavers coming on for Chawera on the wing. Damon Shavers, from Illinois State. If I was the Midwest, I would be delaying the scrum too.
Certainly. Midwest needs some points here. We're under 2 minutes on the game clock.
Love the gamesmanship between the halfbacks around the scrum, especially this late in the game.
Referee Hall just hit with the ball there. So we're going to come back and scrum again here to the southeast. I don't know if that was on purpose from the southeast scrum house, but not a bad move to kill a little clock there, Pat.
Yeah. If I'm the Midwest, I'm looking to the left saying, all right, there's a minute and a half left. How many more times are we going to pack down in this game? At least once more. Another big opportunity here.
Yeah, big opportunity coming for the Southeast. Let's see what they decide to do.
They've stacked the east side, or the weak side. They've got only about 20 meters on the right side of the scrum. Now 2 players shifting late. Got a late shift. They're going to go to the left.
Here they come on the run. Ball nearly slipped up there from Weaver, but he's going to bounce off a one and take it into a couple of more. Great work from this Southeast Bears team, just rounding out this game. Under a minute to go on the game clock. Another attacking opportunity. To the 22 they go. Nice little offload. Can he make it to the try line? He's there. Southeast Bears, 5 points. Excellent work. Very happy Southeast player right there as they put another 5er on the board before the end of this one.
really the first bit of open play and continuity we've really seen, where multiple passes link players from one side of the field to the other. And it was the first one we've seen from Southeast. It took almost all 40 minutes for the Midwest defense to truly break. Most of the rest of the scores came in handling errors. This game, I think, while it looks like it got out of hand 24-0, was a lot closer than that final scoreline is going to indicate.
Coming up next, we have the first game of the day for the Tri-State Vikings from the Greater New York area versus New England Red in their second game. New England Red won their first one in a tight battle. Tri-State bringing in some good players. It should be fun. We're going to be back with that action just after this in a little while. And we...
I'm so sorry. Okay. No. So I try to get the number closest to you there.
Are those numbers that I have?
Long conversion.
These are the numbers you gave us yesterday.
I'm so sorry.
Speaking of skills,
But I wanted to give at least
he slots this one. He'll be talking about it for weeks.
Just had a chat with Dave Chapman, the Tri-State Vikings coach of the Colgate. He's going to be bringing up this next one, so that took me off the air for just a second. This kick is not going to go. And that is going to be the end of our game here, where the Southeast Bears have won their first one. Midwest need to do some work for the rest of this. We're 24-0. For Pat Clifton, John Broker, we're going to be back with that New England Red versus Tri-State Vikings game. Just a few minutes. Stick with us here. Next Level Rugby, NCR All-Star Weekend.
play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
And a good afternoon to you, rugby fans. Welcome. And a good afternoon to you, rugby fans. Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium, where it's the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Championship weekend. John Broker here with Pat Clifton. We have the New England Independent Red. They have a red and white team in this competition versus the Tri-State Vikings in their first game of the day. We are underway here as New England Independent. The Red kicked that ball off, and the ball's into the hands of the Tri-State Vikings. Tri-State Vikings coached by Dave Chapman. Referee today, Rob Halcomb, taking center stage for this one. Ball held up at the 40-meter line. The Vikings turn that one over to the New England team. This is an all-Northeast battle here, but ball knocked on. We're going to have an early scrum here for Tri-State. The Vikings. Pat, exciting matchup coming up here.
100%, a very exciting matchup. That was Zephaniah Tasengurwa from Caldwell University. Comes out of Harare, Zimbabwe. Got the great scoop up on that first kickoff, but held up in the maul. And it looks like the Tri-States are going to keep the ball nonetheless.
Ball coming in here from Tri-State, where number 30, Sebastiano Villani, is our scrum half today. Numbering a little different for you rugby purists because we have an all-star competition here. Want to get some continuity so the players can be looked at by Major League Rugby scouts, as well as these teams here. Little switch pass to get things started there. Taking the ball into contact for Tri-State is one of their centers, trying to get it started, but turned over quickly by New England. They're looking wide here. Get the ball up into the hands of Malcolm Robinson. Robinson taken down just about 30 meters out. On the run they come. Ball up to the hands of Matt Urea. Urea gets the ball to the 22. They clean that one out. Coming back across they go. Ball into the hands of Ollie Corbett.
Great offload.
And a little offload there. They're headed towards the try line. Here come the New England Red. They're looking around. Have to take that one in. Does their scrum half? An early penalty here against New England. A little bit of a problem for them.
You mentioned MLR. A lot of these guys here, this is an all-star tournament. These guys are putting their hand up, hoping to play at that next level. And the Independents are the only team here that's actually sponsored by a Major League Rugby franchise, the New England Free Jacks. This is part of their academy setup. So they've actually got their digital marketing guy here, and they're branded the Free Jacks. It's great to see a Free Jacks team like MLR invest in a competition and the American domestic pathway right here at the NCR All-Star Championships.
Yeah, this is this all-Northeast matchup here. It's going to be, after that penalty, a Tri-State Vikings throw to put the ball in. Rupert Bronkhorst. Bronkhorst from Siena College, coached by Jaco Visser. Great program building there. They were in the Challenge Series for NCR Championship weekend. And wearing number 9 there, Adam Martinghetti, scrum half for New England. Be easy to see because he's the only man wearing blue shorts out there for this team. Little show and go. That's Jasper Green, the Dartmouth player, and he gets the ball to the wing and headed towards the 22. On the outside are the New England Red. They're going to clean that one up. And again, it is that man, Martin Getty, moves the ball. They're going to keep it alive. Players calling for it left and right. Can Tri-State turn this one over? They're certainly trying to, but Martin Getty is going to be able to get a hold of this. Gets it up. Little show. They're going to have to keep that one tight. But no problem. They're going to recycle our New England. Martin Getty finds Ollie Corbett. Corbett, little tip pass there to Zeller. Zeller headed around, hands off one, hands off two, puts a little pass over the top there, gets the ball to Brima Kamara. Kamara is inside the 22 for New England. They've got pods across the field, but a penalty against Tri-State. And with this wind whipping here, we haven't talked about it for people just tuning in, Pat Clifton. Little extra player on the field today.
100%. It's making a massive impact on this game. Right now, it is the Tri-State Vikings that have it at their back. It's not at its worst at the moment. You could tell it's at its worst when the goalposts are going about a 45-degree angle. The Free Jacks here, or the Independents, I should say.
Yeah.
They're on the move. That was a great run there by Kamara. Really good job of him keeping possession and continuity and then earning the penalty. His older brother is a great standout there at Colorado State, Joe Kamara. They come out of the Palmer Terrors program in Colorado Springs.
And this Kamara playing for Dartmouth up in the Northeast. Ollie Corbett playing for Brown comes down with that ball. Corbett played for Harlequins Academy in England. Now over here has played for the Free Jacks developmental team, or U23 team, I suppose you'd say. And ball nearly in hand again, but penalty one more time against the Tri-State Vikings. That's Malcolm Robinson. Malcolm Robinson touches that one down. He does. Was hard to see there for just a second, and Malcolm Robinson scores a try there, the Dartmouth player from Harrow School in London. Washington, D.C. native. Great try to get us started here, Pat. Are we taking a look at it?
Absolutely. It was a fantastic try by the big green man.
And you saw one of the Tri-State players there, thought about tackling, but just had to let him go, and that surprised a couple of his teammates.
I think James Aitken from St. Bonaventure wasn't sure if he was onside or offside, put his hands up, got out of the way, and helped make room for the try. We're saying Brown, Dartmouth. A lot of Ivy League talk with the New England team up here.
Yep,
of course, Brown won the Ivy League this year, which usually that's an annual Dartmouth celebration, so congrats to Dave LaFlemme and the Brown team that knocked off the Big Green.
Dave LaFlemme did. I used to coach at Yale myself, so I am familiar to watching Dartmouth win the Ivy League title, but Brown has been building a really good program. That is going to be a big grudge match challenge and rivalry going forward.
Speaking
Dave LaFlemme building a great program there, and Dartmouth just perennial powerhouse.
Got some coaching carousel news going around with the Ivies. The Brown spot that was vacated by the late Kathy Flores, a coaching legend, filled by Rosalind Chow, the former life coach.
Yeah, moving up there. Great program there at Brown University in Providence. Martin Getty moves it across into the hands of one of the waiting runners there. That's a try scorer, Malcolm Robinson. Robinson takes it into contact. They're looking to go wide here, but the ball slips behind Zeller. Sorry, that wasn't Zeller. Zeller's on the other side of the field. And the ball pops up in the air. Tri-State Vikings come down with it.
What three states, for all those that aren't from the Tri-States, make up the Tri-State? Give us a little...
Well, I'm from one of those states, and you never know which one of the Tri-State area they're talking about. No, Tri-State typically New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. But Connecticut, some of the teams play up in the New England side, so they don't play down, kind of centered in New York City. So...
These guys used to playing each other an awful lot. The Tri-State, the New England, this might as well be a regional matchup. These guys are no strangers whatsoever.
Yeah, a lot of these players would know each other from all across the board. I mean, on the Tri-State Vikings, you have Iona College, Paul Burke and Bruce McLean have a great program there. You have Fordham University, Federico Reinhardt, great program. Siena, Fairfield University, Austin Ryan, recently named a director of rugby, full-time there at Fairfield U, the Stags. And Tri-State on the move here. Ball down in the hands of Gubana. Gubana moves the ball around, a little wraparound play. It's into the hands of Ethan Gruber. Gruber gets it out to the wing. Stopped up, though, as Richard Pinar, one of the Siena players. And looking to turn it over. Referee has an eye on it here, but the penalty is against New England. And off we go. Here comes Tri-State. Tri-State looking for the tri-zone, and they find it. That is number 30, Sebastiano Villani. Villani, St. Bonaventure University, just won a D1 championship from Greenwich, Connecticut. Puts 5 points on the board for Tri-State.
Yeah, I think that play was there. Matt Urea, the loose forward for the Independents, tried to get over and contest that ball, but he didn't get all the way onside and come back through the gate. So it was an offside for sure, and the Tri-State took great advantage of that opportunity, very quickly putting it in. This is a great contest. I think, to be honest with you, New England has won 2 of these championships, right? This is the 3rd one. New England's they've lost 2 of them. They've lost to the Pacific Coast twice in the final, so they are a really good team. They're one of the favorites, and I'm impressed so far with the fight the Tri-State has put up. Obviously, taking the early lead, but really impressive, tight contest so far. I'm not sure everybody would have expected that. Talking in the hotel lobby this morning.
Not all the time, but good players there. Marist College, my alma mater, to say, has the fly half Cubana. But, Iona, Fairfield, Siena, Fordham, as we were saying, St. Bonnie's, Buffalo, despite having Matt McCarthy as one of their alum. And that kick just slides off the post there. We roll on with this game. 5-all, everything to play for. We're just about 9 minutes in, so we have 11 minutes in this first half. 20-minute halves here at the NCR. All-Star Shield weekend.
The wind's blowing now. You can see the touch flags are flying. I thought it was going to bend that kick right on in. It didn't quite have enough, but it almost got there.
Urea kicks that off, the Northeastern product. Ball down into the hands of the Vikings. Tyler Glover takes that one in. Siena College player. Box kick into that wind, hanging up there. Well taken down by Nick Hudson. Hudson moves that one across. Hudson, another Northeastern player, another great program there in the Boston area. Tri-State player, just diving over that, not quite what we want to see. Penalty here for New England, and they're going to run. Martin Getty moves it out there. They have runners coming out here if they want them. Urea moves the ball to Zeller. Zeller, Brown product from Massachusetts. Zeller buries the head, takes a couple of tacklers with him. Off to the left-hand side, looking for a wide runner. Ball hangs up in the breeze, just a touch there. Off they go, running towards the try line. Can he get there? He cannot. That was Keegan Bliss. Martin Getty looking for a runner, burying the head. Here comes New England. 5 meters out. Martin Getty, who's going to be his target this time. He's a penalty advantage. They want to play it. Urea gets it to Ollie Corbett. Ollie Corbett meets 2 players, like to say hello and take him to the ground.
Textbook defense there by Tri-State. 2 men on a tackle. That's a fantastic shoulder sandwich.
And there's Bliss again. He's at the touch line. He's at the 5 meter line. Can't quite get there. They should still be playing under a penalty advantage. Pick and go here. Martin Getty puts that ball out there. They move it across the back into Zeller. Zeller, he's a powerful runner. Zeller gets his hand over. And that man right there, William Zeller, touches down. Another 5 points for Zeller, the Zavarian product in high school. Played for Judah Boulay, now here.
Gonna watch that play again. This is exactly how they got in. It started with a great handoff. And then Zeller had a little bit of room, was able to punch it over for the Northeast. I'll tell you what, this is an all-star game, an all-star tournament, and usually these guys just met, newly assembled, haven't had a lot of time together. You can't tell. This is a fantastic contest. Both teams, the defense is connected, the offense is connected. Everybody looks like they know what they're supposed to be doing. I'm really impressed with the execution so far on both sides, but especially in that offensive drive by the Independents.
That one is good. It's a 7-point lead now, 12-5, New England over Tri-State. But Tri-State, certainly the ability to get down the field quickly. This is quite a contest we have going on here.
Really is a great battle. Tri-State, I think they knew they were the underdogs, or maybe their coach let them in on that piece of the narrative before this game. I can see just a little bit of extra buzz around those guys when something positive happens, and the sense of urgency when they're scrambling in defense. You can tell they want this one an awful lot.
Tri-State with my favorite uniforms of the weekend so far. Kick that one off, and inside the 22 are New England red. New England. Ball is the back there. Referee just tell one of the players he probably shouldn't do what he's thinking about doing. And breaking through we go. Big run coming here. Malcolm Robinson, he's been over the try line already. Finds one of his other forwards there for a nice little offload. We're going to come down not releasing. Sometimes that offload is great. Sometimes that offload just puts a player in an isolated position, and that's what happened there as a big tackle comes in on Ethan Doumbé. Doumbé found his way to the 40-meter line, and off they go. Looking off to the side here. That man standing up one more time. Ethan Doumbé. Doumbé from St. Bonaventure.
This whole possession for Tri-State started with the counter ruck, and as an old school rugby guy, I love a good counter ruck, and this time it worked for Tri-State.
And Gubana, the Red Fox, puts in a good pass, but it's taken away eventually by Ali Corbett off a mistake there. We have a scrum advantage here for New England. New England's going to keep going. We're going to come back here for that scrum. Rob Halcomb says nothing good is going to happen for this team, so let's scrum it down. Haven't had a lot of scrums this game.
Absolutely. This is the part of the contest that we haven't seen yet. It's going to be interesting to see. Look, the Independents have an awful lot of guys. We're going to look at that again. Good launch defense there by the Independents. 2 men on that tackle, putting a lot of pressure on Tri-State. When you're one man running between two, you've got a lot lower chance of keeping that ball, and that's exactly what happened to the Tri-State ball carrier on that one.
Let's have a player getting looked at by a trainer here for New England.
That's Malcolm Robinson, the guy who's been the man so far for them, making all the line breaks from Dartmouth. That would be a big loss if he's got to come out.
They've got a pretty good bench.
Looks like trotting on is going to be Matt Mitchell, another Ivy man from Brown. So sub off one Ivy man for another. The Ivy League, a new conference in National Collegiate Rugby, home to over 600 college clubs across the country. The Ivy was a big get for NCR joining this last summer. Been a great addition to the organization.
And Martin Getty puts that one in quickly to the feet of Matt Mitchell, but good pressure coming on from Tri-State. Mitchell able to pick that one up and get around the back, but he's hauled down. That battle is going to be interesting as the game goes on. Urea finds Zeller. Zeller steps inside. Zeller offloads to the wrong team. Off they go do the Tri-State Vikings. Coming across into the hands of Kai Terry. Terry gets tripped up by the grass, but penalty for an overzealous action there by New England. Player gets in there. Opportunity here for Tri-State. Down by 7 points. Probably want to put it towards a corner as we are 6 minutes left to go in this first half.
Let's look at that turnover here again.
We play with our hearts.
Kai Terry, one of a number of players from St. Bonaventure here just about a month ago winning the deep.
We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets.
Just inside the 22.
Ball coming in here. James Aitken to put this one in. Aitken, another St. Bonnie's player from Doncaster, England, marketing major. Puts it up on the wind. It comes off the back. Nobody quite has it yet, but Mitchell's going to wind up with that. The replacement number 8. Ball squirts forward, but I thought it just kind of came off of somebody's foot there, but referee in a much better position than I am to make that call. We're going to have a scrum here at the 22 for Tri-State. Just a little lull in the action here, Pat.
100%. We've seen it already earlier today in some of the earlier games. One of the biggest work-ons, I guarantee you, that's been repeated throughout this day is make sure that your continuity, your job, if you're the ball carrier, it does not end until it's taken away from you, from somebody else, and you've placed it back. That guy didn't finish the job. You got to finish your run, fight it to the ground, fight it back, hold on to it, and make sure it's released to one of your guys. And you got to fight it all the way, and I think they just stopped a couple of milliseconds early on that run.
Tri-State scrum half there. Villani, really from St. Bonnie's, really wanted that free kick. Was looking at the referee, but referee not falling for it. It's going to come back and going to reset that one down.
I think it's worth noting that we're going for a world record today, a Guinness World Record for oldest ball boy, Steve Cohen, the founder of National Small College Rugby Organization, 74 years young out there running the balls on the sideline today.
Steve, the creator, Cohen, set up this whole NCR visionary moments. Ball comes off the back here. Here come the Vikings. That's Andrew McCallum. McCallum able to make some ground. Waiting forwards here. Nice work by the Vikings. Player maybe a little isolated. New England players coming in over that.
A lot of real estate to the strong side for the Vikings if they can get the ball out.
Good work here by this Tri-State team. They're working in tight towards the line. Ball up into the hands to Sanan Ngorwa. Now, this time, turned over by New England. Knocked on by one of the Tri-State players. New England, bit of luck there. They're going to have a scrum here. just inside, about 5-6 meters out from their own line. A lot of work to do.
Zephaniah was the ball carrier for Tri-State. We had mentioned him a little earlier. He represents a big wave of players coming from all over the world who are coming to the United States, playing small college rugby, large college rugby. There have never been more talented international rugby players spread across the breadth of college rugby than there is now. And a young man like him coming from Zimbabwe, hoping to play in this stadium as a pro in a few years, is a big reason why.
From Harare.
I saw him talking to Tanashi Muchena, friends from Harare, Zimbabwe. He was a second-round pick for the Houston Sabercats in the most recent MLR draft. Expect to see him make some big plays for the Sabercats this season.
The hit coming in from the front row of Tri-State, judged to be not cool by referee Rob Halcomb, so it's going to be a free kick here for New England. Not going to get too much ground going that way, but assistant referee Andy Buck puts it just inside the 22. It's going to be Tri-State ball here. Nice attacking position for them, but this win, Pat, you got to get the line out first.
Look, maybe don't accuse me of being Brandon Staley, the head coach for the Chargers here, but even on your own 10, with this wind, I'm free kicking, I'm running it. I'm not taking the 10 meters and giving the other team a line out at this point. I'll take it and run with it.
Up to the middle of the line out they go, and well taken down there by Tyler Glover. Excellent work.
You got a couple of Tri-State players being lifted in that maul. It looks a little unsafe, but it's moving forward.
Yeah, they're able to reset that. New England's going to have to be careful here. They don't commit a penalty. The ball comes out the back. Gubana looking for a runner. Gets it out into the hands of one of his waiting teammates there.
Great poach in the breakdown, though, by New England. The Independents, Matt Gash.
And here comes Ollie Corbett. Ollie Corbett looks for the offload, but Urea finally gets it. What can Urea do? Urea can put it into the hands of a very dangerous runner there.
That's Kamara.
Prima Kamara, the Dartmouth player. Martin Getty looking for a runner there. Gets it into Jasper Green. Jasper Green, the Dartmouth product, takes it into contact outside their own 22 with just over a minute on the first half game clock here. Go the New England Red. New England Independent. Martin Getty, Urea one more time. He's got Zeller outside him. He's got runners inside of him. Chooses to go in. See where they're going to go now. A little pick and go. Ball's in Zeller's hands. Zeller just shows and then gets the pass away. He's got Keegan Bliss on the outside. Keegan Bliss is going to have to step back in. Cleaning that up. Martin Getty, a little late to get there. Tri-State just powering over that ball, and they have done that very well. That's Tasanangura, the Zimbabwean, one more time from Caldwell.
That's a textbook counter ruck, and it can't work any better than that. They slowed the ball down. The Independents, it took 10 seconds for all of the Tri-State defenders to get offside, and the Independents still couldn't convert because of some great counter rucking.
Hanging up in the wind, looking for some purchase there is a box kick, but not happening. And that kick, ill-advised probably, as it hangs up in the wind. And 10 seconds to go on the game clock. Tri-State, opportunity here to tie this one up or get a little closer before the end of the half. Pass comes out, nicely done, into the hands of Ethan Gruber. Move it out to the wing, and Tyler Glover's out there. He can't find his way to the try zone. Thought it was turned over by New England. It's going to be a penalty against them. An opportunity to move here. Villani has the ball.
Hands a little too sticky in the breakdown that time for the Independents. It's a huge opportunity now for Tri-State. You get the feeling if they can convert here, they're going to go into halftime feeling really good.
McCallum headed towards the line. Big, powerful boy, but he cannot get all the way. He's about 5 meters out. Ball across. Gubana made it, but a little turnover there. Ball thrown out wide. Here's Bliss. He's got Zeller outside of him. What can they make happen? And a little hard to handle there. He's probably not going to be able to go the distance on this, but he's got good footwork. Ball in one hand, and that fails him as he knocks it on. Tri-State on the run here. We are out of time on the game clock, so another little mistake here could be the end of the half. Tri-State would love to get some more points on the board. Have not done. And that...
It's a tough decision there at the end of that half. Tri-State had the option to go for the kick and make it a one-score game going into half. Score game.
And that is halftime here. New England Red leads the Tri-State Vikings. We're going to be back with second half action in just a second.
our game. We play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
And welcome back. We're in second half action just about here as the Tri-State Vikings down just a bit to New England Independent Red. Exciting matchup here. John Broker here with Pat Clifton for the second half. Tri-State in the powder blue and yellow, running from left to right on your screen. And from right to left is New England. We're going to get this underway. We'll talk to Pat about what these coaches have been talking about in just a second. Long driving kick with that win. Very smart. Ball comes down to Zeller. Will Zeller finds his way into the defense there. Martin Getty looks for some runners. Player just a little ahead of that ball, so can't take it at full force. Martin Getty has to go in and try to dig this one out. Good counter-ruck work coming here from the Vikings, at the very least slowing this down. Connor Robinson, Boston College product, he breaks through the line there, taken down by a couple players. Think there was a high tackle. Referee has his arm out for a penalty, so believe I'm correct. Ollie Corbett on the edge of the field. Keegan Bliss cleans that one up. Martin Getty moves it across. Urea. Nice little spin move there from the fly half. Gets the ball moving. They are electric to start this half, this New England Independent team. Ball coming across. A little slower than Urea would like. Just drops that one. And that advantage had been over. They could have had a penalty there, but great work by him. Pat Clifton, exciting start to this half. But let's talk about Tri-State. Down by just a little bit, Coach Dave Chapman. Very smart coaching staff there. What are they saying to these guys?
Yeah, I think that it's a connection issue, right? I mean, this is early on in this tournament, All-Star tournament. They're playing with each other for the first time or relatively new. I think they just have to connect a little better. I think the forwards are doing a good job of connecting. You can see the movements. When they're running together, they do well. The backs have really good shape around the field and are connecting as well. Those two units have to come together. They've lost the ball a little bit in the breakdown because sometimes the forwards are just a bit too slow. They can get on the same page. They'll have a little more continuity and probably some more front foot ball.
Tri-State to put this one in.
I think both teams could stand to see the ball move a couple of extra passes. Quite often they've got an overload and they're not quite using it. There we had one, but the handles weren't there.
Yeah, just a little slip of the ball there. Ball goes to hand, as you were saying, not working for them. New England going to have this one. 20-minute halves here in beautiful AVEVA Stadium, home of the Houston Sabercats Major League Rugby for this National Collegiate Rugby All-Stars Shield weekend. Players playing today, a couple of games today. It puts them in position tomorrow for the knockout rounds. Final coming at the end of Sunday. Wind playing a factor so far here in H-Town. Martin Getty gets it there. Matt Mitchell, ball at his feet. Ball's going to come out here straight to Will Zeller. Will Zeller puts a little one in there. Big run from big number 12, Jasper Green. Urea gets a little bit of a looper in that win. Has to put that one away. Tri-State. Good play there by Ace Williams to turn that one over. Tri-State on the move now, looking for kick through from Brandis. Ball's going to hang up in the air to Keegan Bliss. Keegan Bliss going to throw it back in field. This may not work in his favor eventually. But a referee sees a knock-on coming in from a Tri-State player trying to get that one off the ground. A little too adventurous there, Pat.
Could have been a much better result for Tri-State if they'd picked that up cleanly, but it's really not a bad outcome. They moved the ball about 30 meters down the field. Now they've got the Independents under a little bit of pressure with a set piece back here. If they do this right, they get good defense. This could be a really good outcome for them. Tri-State has been, we've seen them pushing. I think the Independents have a pretty strong scrum, and we've seen the Tri-States end up often pushing in from the side and chasing their feet a little bit in these scrums. Let's see if the Independents continue to dominate in this set piece.
Martin Getty, referee telling him, time to get that ball in. Referee Halcomb gets there. Urea has runners coming either way. Tried to put the flat pass in. It doesn't work. Ball's turned over there to Tri-State, but they knocked it on. So we'll come back to the original one. It's going to be a scrum here for Tri-State just inside the 40-meter line of New England.
That last pack down was a little more stable for the Vikings. Didn't start to spin until the ball was won. They can stabilize it for just as long this time. I feel good about their chances of getting that ball out. And then it's just a matter, can they connect two passes? If they can connect two passes without having any turnovers here, then they're going to have a great opportunity to have a good drive. If they can't connect two passes before the ball hits the dirt or they hit contact, I think the Independents are going to have a little better chance to turn them back.
Tri-State successful on this one. They got players coming in a couple of directions. It is Villani, puts the ball up there to Gubana, the Marist Red Fox player. Villani finds some forwards now. Ball bounces down on the ground. It was a knock-on, turned over by New England. There's tons of room back there if they want to put the ball to boot, but they're going to keep it in hand. Big clash coming in. What a hit. But I think we'll come back for that scrum.
Andrew McCallum from Siena College, the big man from Grahamstown, South Africa. Part of the big South African infusion into Siena College that saw them make a great run in 15s this fall. And the Independents didn't like that tackle too much.
The Independents weren't thrilled with that. I thought it was fine from my viewpoint. Can't always take umbrage with something that is just a legal hit.
That was a fantastic hit by the Vikings, a good pick-me-up for them. That's how you turn defense into offense.
Some changes coming in here. Bobby Husher coming into the hooker position wearing number 14 from Iona.
You said that the Vikings have the best kit, your favorite kit so far.
I think it's a little unique. I like it.
The element I love is the Barbarians touch, the All-Star touch with the socks, right? So, you wear your team's colors, the Tri-State, the All-Star team's colors, but wear your home club socks. I think that's a really cool homage to where these guys came from, and I think their friends back home appreciate it.
Certainly, they're club mates and club coaches. As we have a scrum here to New England, right at their own 22.
Connor Robinson, we've talked about MLR and the connection. A lot of these guys hoping to get identified by many of the MLR scouts here in attendance. Connor Robinson already has a training contract for the Free Jacks. He is right there in the middle of the scrum at hooker, so when he goes home, the Boston College product will be training right alongside all the pros there in Quincy, Mass.
Quincy, the new home. They have some people down here watching these games do the Free Jacks, as do Rugby New York with Steve Lewis here. High kick into this swirling wind by New England. It can go anywhere, and it bounces in the favor of New England. But back on it is a very powerful Jack Brandis. Brandis taken down by a couple of New England players. They're going to have to really regather. Tri-State tough for them right here, but they're able to get that one away. Tri-State on the move just outside of their own 22. A long way to go as they're down 12-5 to this New England Independent Red team. Ball coming across. They've got runners. They've got some width, but they can't quite get it there. Playing a little too tight. Trying to offload maybe just a little too much. Does that look like Villani had to take that one in? Referee with a sharp blast to the whistle here.
Looks like a high tackle on that. I don't know if this is a makeup call, but he saw something he doesn't like. He's having a discussion. I think it's going to go the Vikings' way.
It looked like a little bit of a high tackle. You said their high challenge. Might have just tugging on that jersey a little bit. What it looked like from here.
So the Vikings, big opportunity. The wind's against them. So get this one out of bounds and you get it back.
Good driving kick with that win. It's going to be Vikings ball. Iona's Bobby Husher of the Durham Hushers to put this one in right at the halfway.
If I'm Jack Swords, who's subbing on now, I'm a little mad at my coach. The tight head prop, you want to wait till the lineout's on the side of the field that you're subbing from before you put the tight head prop on. You only get so many paces in a day if you're wearing a number 3 on your back, and we just wasted a good 30 just getting in the game.
Absolutely.
Of course, Jack Swords, the son of, Swords is the nephew. Jack Swords, the nephew of Kevin and Brian, both legendary Eagles. Plays his college ball at Endicott.
He played at the Holy Cross. I called him a couple weeks ago. That's all right.
Good
no
catch.
problem. They're both schools up in New England there. We want to give Holy Crosses too. And that little messy ball to line out there, that's a tough one. Going to come down and knock on and soothe there. Scrum coming, and it's going to be a scrum to New England.
These handling errors are really what's marring the first phase attack. I said it a few scrums ago. Tri-State was able to get 2 passes, got front foot ball, but then had a handling error the very next phase. So let's see what the Independents can string together here.
Almost 9 minutes gone in the second half, these 20-minute halves. So we've got 11 minutes to go here. Slowing down to the scrum here. New England Red more happy to burn time off the clock than would be the Vikings at the moment.
A lot of pride in these scrums. It's been a real contest the entire game. The Independents have had a little bit of an edge, but Tri-State is in it. There's only 10 minutes left in this grudge match, and they're right within arm's reach.
Ball back there. Martin Getty looking for Urea. Urea gets a hold of it. He's got a couple of runners coming. Good to Zeller. Zeller finds the hole, but the pass went forward, and then he knocked it on. It wouldn't have probably come to 4 anyway, but nice running there. Nice lines of run from those two centers.
That's right. That's more of a timing issue than a handling issue. No surprise with the All-Stars. You got to leave your mark at the right time, and he got a little bit ahead of the ball on that one, and Urea gave it anyways. Can't blame him. Great platform here for Tri-State. The midfield scrum, splitting the defense, is absolutely one of my favorites. You go left, you have a 2-on-1. You go right, you got a 4-on-3.
Ball in there at the 50-meter line. Big push comes in from New England, but the catches their forwards in there as they're looking to go wide. Great run by the Vikings. Get the ball to Ace Williams. Ace Williams over the 40-meter line, taken down by a couple of runners. They're coming back here to Brandis. He keeps that one in. Villani's going to get it back to that big man Ace, and he wasn't sure what was coming to him, but he's always going to make some ground. Great player. Ball coming up here. That wind again. It gets a hold of it. Back there to Gubana. Villani looking for some runners. Williams can't quite handle that one. Knocked on somewhere in the wind. It's going to be a scrum here to New England.
Sebastiano Villani, the St. Bonaventure scrum half, has really impressed me. I think he's moving the ball well. He's half the reason Tri-State is in this thing. He is making really good decisions about where to put the ball, what to do with the next phase. Unfortunately, there's some handling errors that are marring his decision-making, but I've been really impressed with his game management so far.
Number of players about to roll onto the field here for New England. 5 substitutions coming into the game.
Including Mike Weir, number 10 there for the Independents.
Not quite on yet, but they'll be on in a moment.
One of the USA under-20s. One of the guys to look out for this tournament. Fantastic player, potentially next-level Major League Rugby potential.
Ball, a little bit of a mess there, but referee is saying let's just play. We're going to come back to the initial call of just going straight to the ground. The scrum here for New England, and here comes the raft of substitutions coming on for them in the moment. 2 wings, both coming in there. Ryan Connolly coming on. Jordan Mubako, the Harvard player, coming on. Connolly from Northeastern, played at BC High. Great program up there in the beautiful Boston area.
Nice of the Free Jacks not only loan out their brand to this independent team, but Kyle Chikara loaned out his mullet. So that was very kind. That's Keegan Bliss from Vermont rocking the Kyle Chikara mullet for the Independents.
The Catamounts of UVM. Ball to Weir, his first touch of the ball in this game. Gets blocked and comes back into his hands. He's able to get that kick away. That's rolling inside the 20. It's rolling in a try line. Can it make it all the way back and over? It cannot. Missed there by one of the Tri-State players. It's a weird bounce, but I think he came back. They couldn't quite hang on to it.
That was an unfortunate mishandle. I'm still not sure if it was scored or touchdown.
He's calling it a knock-on, so it's going to be a scrum here for New England at the 5-meter line of this Tri-State Vikings team. Big moment.
This is the charge down, it looks like, coming. Get another look at Mike Weir's first kick attempt and his second one. A little bit better than that first one. He's a fantastic player out of Dartmouth. Sometimes you come onto the game and you're not into your rhythm and you miss the first dunk, and I think that's what we saw from Mike Weir.
Martin Getty putting into yet another scrum here. Matt Mitchell's the back. See what they try to do with this. Scrum's been fairly messy but fairly even. So we'll see how this turns out. Ball seems to be cleanly won. Off they come out into the centers. Zeller bounces off of one. Zeller always comes into that contact. Ball moving across the field. And again, looking for some runners. They're coming back this way. Weir goes inside. Zeller. He's looking for the try line. Zeller already has one.
Some big gaps not far from the breakdown for Tri-State.
Ball just squirts out. A little messy there. Looks like an advantage here against Tri-State for hands in that previous ruck. So we're going to have an opportunity here. Weir has a hold of it. Now they are up 12-5. Tough wind. We want to try to go for a kick here. He is not. And a big pile of bodies from New England that go rolling in there, but nobody's going to quite get that one.
I think that was Robinson on the carry.
Robinson scored one in the first game like that, and try awarded right here. We're going to see who comes up with this ball. But another try for New England puts them ahead by 17. That is number 20, Leo Hankels. Hankels, the Boston College player from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, plays for Rob Conway at BC. And that's going to take them to a pretty good lead with just about 5 minutes to go, Pat. Tough road here for Tri-State.
It is a tough road, but I don't think it's insurmountable by any stretch. They just have to get some continuity, frankly. When they've had a little bit of ball in space, they've done well. They just haven't had enough of it, and they got to hold on to the thing. I think the more and more you watch this tournament, the handling is coming into play hugely. And if you're the Tri-State Vikings, you'd hate to see your first or second game and those handling errors be the thing that keeps you back from advancing. And I think that'll be their storyline. I think that's what they'll talk about after this contest. And if they can just put some catch pass together, they still have the opportunity to score. They've got plenty of firepower over there.
Weir lines this one up. Wind coming directly at him. A pretty high rate of speed, so we'll see what he can do with this. Kicks it, turns it, and it just turns just too far. He's got the right idea with that, Pat.
You can see him starting to play the line, right, like a putter. That's the second one we've seen them play the wind, and it's getting better and better each time. Brutally windy. The sun has come out to play. I'm sure that they are very, very thankful for that.
And a special thank you to our crew, especially our camera guys, who are actually dealing this wind out in the elements. What a wonderful job bringing you this NCR All-Star Tournament. If it wasn't for them, where would we be? High hanging ball comes back across, doesn't go the 10 meters. Referee spots it, and that was a knock-on, but the ball didn't go 10. Don't know which conversation we need to have here. Pat, would that not go back to a 50 not going 10 originally?
Yeah, it's really up to the independents, right? What's the better advantage? Is a better advantage going to be a scrum at your 47 meter? Do you want to re-kick? A scrum center probably is your best advantage, but the referee didn't give them that option, so we're going to have it here.
They're going to scrum here. I mean, maybe it crossed the 10 meters before the wind brought it back. That may just be a bit off here in my judgment, probably. Referee Halcomb, much better position than I am to make this call. Martin Getty one more time. Just about 3 minutes left. Free kick here for this team. Matt Mitchell wanted to go quick, but Weir says, let's hang on. Let's push this down the field just a bit.
Interesting shape for the independents on that last scrum. The back line completely flat. Couldn't tell without looking at the ball who was on offense or who was on defense.
Now this is interesting. They're just going to go for a Gary Owen, as I would call it in the Emerald Isle, and it bounces and rolls down and outside in the 22.
You notice the guy who called to hoist the ball in the air and have a whole bunch of bodies go after it was not the one who had to go after it.
Yes, of course. Would that be a 50-22?
Just now? I'm not sure, frankly, if it applies where they were. But, yeah, if he free kicked it, towed through it, and then went for it, it'd be a 50-22. And it looks like that might have been the play. He's arguing for it right now. The 50-22, of course, a new rule where if you kick the ball from inside your attacking 50 and it hits inbounds and rolls out inside their attacking 22, it's your line out. So it's a fantastic new play. If you've got a kicker who can find some grass and roll it out with the right touch, then you're going to have a really great advantage, and that's exactly what Mike Weir, the standout that we talked about, comes in and does. His first kick, not so great. His third kick, pretty good.
I don't know if he intended to do that, but that's how it wound up, so they get it. Connor Robinson has a ball in his hands right now. Another Boston College product, Connor Robinson, and a whole pile of bodies are headed towards the right direction of the try line, but Andy Buck, the assistant referee, sees it go over the line. It's going to be a Tri-State Vikings line out with just a minute on the game clock inside their own 10 meters.
You know what I'm watching at home, right? If I'm an MLR, if I'm Brandon Sparks sitting in Salt Lake City, Utah, streaming this game on the Rugby Network, trying to figure out who's good, I'm looking at number 30, Viliani, the scrum half for the losing team in the final moments. Their team's got their heels on their try line. He is throwing his body around to get the ball back, and he is pumped. I love that if I'm an MLR front office guy watching this game.
Ball knocked down there. The independent have it, but referee says it was knocked on. This game is nearing its end, but we have another play yet to go. We're going to take a break about 45 minutes. We're back at 1:30 Central Time for the Southeast Bears versus the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. We're going to have a lot of these teams today.
One more scrum, maybe. If I'm a prop, that's what I'm saying, right? You've been on a float trip a little bit too long. You say the takeout's just around the next river bend. I think that's what the front rows are saying at this point. One more scrum.
One more scrum, yeah. The Red, they think they get a little break after this.
There's going to be a lot of scrum footage for all these All-Star teams to go over tonight with the handling errors we've seen. Hopefully they can clean it up tomorrow, have a little more fast-track rugby, a little less scrummage.
That knock-on was judged against Tri-State. It's going to be a scrum here for New England. An opportunity to cap this one off as we are at time on the game clock. A referee, the judge. Ball comes in, well held. They're trying to drive towards the line. They're going to get it out in the middle of the field. And a big run is going to come in from Ryan Connolly. Coming off his wing, but he's not going to quite find that one. They're coming back out this way. And a ball, some clear runners. Robinson puts that one up and try coming there. That is Santiago Cortabaria, another player from Brown University. He's from Florida, born in Argentina. Freshman at the school, touches down for 5 points. New England, another 5.
Let's check out this replay here. You got the Free Jacks on the move. You're going to see Connor Robinson talking about MLR skills. While you're falling down to be able to get the scoring offload off, that's a fantastic skill from a hooker, displaying exactly why the Free Jacks want him in training next week. It's a great performance. The Independents are going to feel really good about themselves after this game.
Certainly
they got
will.
A lot of changes. A lot of guys got great minutes. They got good film to talk about, and they also made plenty of mistakes that the coaches can highlight and improve on for tomorrow. I think that they did exactly what they came out to accomplish. And if I'm the Tri-State coach, I'm telling my team I am incredibly happy with everything that they did. Let's shore up a little bit of handling and come back and fight.
That one doesn't make it. A referee takes a look. He whistles us for the end of this one. And 2-0 of the day, our New England Red. Tri-State lost their first one, but they're going to have plenty of chances to come back. For Pat Clifton, this is John Broker. We're going to take about a 45-minute break and bring you more National Collegiate Rugby All-Star action all day here from Houston. Stay with us.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
there for Lomai Viti. The master Navia. Numbers on the outside for Lomai Viti. They jump back in. Beating a couple of players. Oh, the fan, Hularasa. Look at him go, Simeone Hularasa. Still there. Muffy comes flying in, but holding on is the call.
What a massive error there. Huge mistake in the shadow of the post, unable to take advantage.
Hogrest, quick possession, they've got it. Hogrest 1-on-1. What a step, but a tackle indeed. $2, $1. Here he goes, Lucas. Lucas is the force with them. Gets the step. Still going. Oh, goodness gracious. It's with them. He's so much better than the last Star Wars movie. Tyson Lucas, underneath the pole, breaks the deadlock.
And I will tell you what, you could not buy that at the dollar store, my friend. Incredibly impressive try. Take another look. T-Dollar out into open space. This is money. Now you see, oh, yeah, and nothing Curl could do. As good as he has been all week long. Here in the last 2 days of best sevens action you'll see anywhere. I don't know that anybody can make that stop.
Sends it at one time.
play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
everybody, and welcome. Sorry, everybody, if you didn't hear us. Welcome to AVEVA Stadium here in Houston, Texas, the home of the Houston Sabercats, the Major League Rugby franchise. But today it's about college rugby. It's the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Weekend, the extravaganza, and this one is the Great Lakes Thunderbirds versus the Southeast Bears. Steve Lewis and Matt McCarthy here in the booth. And, Stephen, this is a spectacular event so far.
Indeed it is. 8 All-Star teams from all across the country down here in the heart of Texas at this beautiful AVEVA Stadium. Fantastic facility. Just look at that surface. Look at this ground.
All right, and that's the Southeast Bears that just kicked off. They're in the blue and white and black stripes, and in the gray are the Great Lakes Thunderbirds, and a turnover on this opening kickoff, and it's going to be a scrum down to the Southeast Bears.
Yeah, just to set the scene climactically, Matthew, it's been a very, very blustery day here. Strong wind all day long, affecting most of the games and some of the skill levels. But actually, we now have a rare sighting of the sun, which is providing light, if not heat.
Yes, Stephen, and I think that you're the one that provided the light and the heat and the sun. You are that special, and I appreciate you coming in here because you're working. You're actually scouting for Major League Rugby's franchise, Rugby New York, and you've been watching these matches from the get-go, and now we've commandeered you into the booth, so we appreciate your time.
Happy to help out.
All right, so now on tack are the Southeast Bears. And you've got a collection of different colleges, Queen's University out of Charlotte, Belmont Abbey. It goes on and on, the Citadel, Coastal Carolina. And, Steve, the beauty of this whole tournament is that these teams who would normally not get any exposure are getting this exposure on the Rugby Network and on YouTube and Facebook via Next Level Rugby and NCR. And there's, as we continue, here comes the Southeast Bears again. And they can't be used to this cold weather, especially in one of their southern towns, that is Houston, Steve.
Yeah, and just to be clear, wind is going very strongly from right to left here. So Southeast, they have the ball, are playing into this wind. It does limit your options somewhat in terms of tactical kicking. They've just been awarded a penalty and taken it fast.
Yeah, and they are trying so far on attack and putting under pressure that defense of the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. What do you know about the Thunderbirds, Steve?
Yeah, they are coached by John Harley and also helped by Mike Geibel of Wheeling, John Harley of Marion, and Emil Walton is also helping them out. So those are the sort of key schools. Also players from Western Michigan, University of Kentucky, Notre Dame. So again, the beauty of this format is that smaller schools, smaller universities, non-traditional powerhouses are able to get their players out in front of people and on in great occasions like this and great facilities.
That's right. And we have a knock-on and a scrum down, and you can see that wind. The flags are blowing pretty steadily. We've had wind, and wind so far today, and it's impacted some strategies, to say the least. But these guys now, these teams are at least in their second match of the day, so they're pretty much accustomed to the wind, and they've actually got some sunshine, as you pointed out. But, there's an unfortunate knock-on taken by Great Lakes, and they're playing the advantage on that knock, and they're still playing it. Still, you can see they're all struggling to hold that ball because it gets knocked down by the wind as you're waiting to receive it. So no play is easy in these conditions, so it's going to take some extra focus from these All-Stars. And there's that whistle, and they're going to go back to the initial knock-on. And, Stephen, what can you tell us about the Southeast Bears that you know?
Yeah, actually, they're pretty much new to me, and that's exactly why I'm here. But I did notice player number 12, white shorts, Teixeira, I believe is his name. He had a good outing the first time around, so I'm going to keep my eye on him. And that would be it for now.
Luke Teixeira.
Yeah, Luke Teixeira.
I wonder if he's any relation to Yankee great Mark Teixeira. We'll have to check into that. If you know anything about that, please contact us at ryanginty.ginty. But in the meantime, there's a put-in. Number 58, Gianni Stanley. Stanley Gianni, I beg your pardon, the scrum half. And you're going to notice, Steve, the numbers here are all crazy. It's not the traditional 1 through 23, and that's because we need these players to be identifiable through this tournament. And since they're playing multiple games in days, that it makes them more identifiable, not only to us and to you at home, but to the scouts like Steve Lewis from Major League Rugby that are here checking out potential players.
Yeah, so there you go. Wise tactical decision there, putting the ball up in the air, down into the Southeast Bears half. Decent kick chase, and they're containing them down there. This is where Great Lakes need to play, particularly in this first half. You really need to exert some territorial dominance, some possession, and get some reward from that. And they just have that reward with a penalty.
Yeah, great counter ruck speared there by Jared Monnier, number 5 of Great Lakes. And it's going to be a penalty, and see what they do here. They're going to kick, and no kick is easy. So we've seen teams in situations like this not kick to touch and just tap and go. But this indeed is a kick into touch, and it's a good one. But you can see that flag, Steve, blowing like mad in the hands of the assistant referee.
Yeah, you mentioned number 5 there, Jared Monet, I believe is his name. He's got a handful with the ball in hand. He had a very interesting T-shirt on last night, which said, "Fat people are hard to kidnap."
You know what? I never thought about that. A new perspective on kidnapping. Next time I'm lining that one up. But here's our line out, and those are no easy tasks, and it is indeed turned over to Southeast Bears. And they're charging forward, but there's a sea of gray jerseys corralling the ball carrier. But a good counter ruck keeps it in the hands of Southeast. Trying to get some daylight. None there. There's a gray wall on defense. Ball spun out wide. Got a little bit of action on the outside. Exciting run so far, or our most exciting run so far, I'd say. And some more crash ball coming in, but repelled by that gray wall of defense by the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. Steve, no shortage of physical contact in this tournament so far.
Indeed, and as you said, and yet again, Great Lakes get some reward there for the defense. The line is good, their line speed's decent, and they are dominating the point of contact so far.
Quick tap. He does have some support. Might have been a hair too late, but he got there, got the job done. They keep the ball, pounding it forward, trying to test that defense. Remember, folks, there's only 20-minute halves, so this stuff goes by in an eye blink. That's easy for me to say. And here's number 54 on the outside. That's Ayub Jali, who had a big game in his first match. He was all over the pitch, picking up where he left off. Teammates gets corralled, but keeps the ball, phases alive. And a whistle. And it's going to be a knock-on and a turnover. Actually, I'm sorry, just a knock-on, scrum down to the Thunderbirds.
Yeah, good opportunity there, as you said before. They found some space down this left flank, didn't quite convert it, but they are 5-7 yards out. And with the put in here, should fancy their chances.
Is this our referee, Pete Chamberlain, Steve?
It is indeed.
We'll be watching him. Steve, I know you're very fond of referees.
I am indeed. No game without them.
It's a little bit of a different tune than what you might sing in the off-camera department, Steve. But that's usually MLR stuff. But
that was a decade ago.
Yeah, a decade ago. Eons. Anyway, here's the set piece. Here's the put in. And I'm going to do it again. That's Stanley Gianni putting it in for the Thunderbirds.
From Wheeling University. And his coach, Mike Geibel, is here today assisting with the Great Lakes. Formerly, of course, Wheeling Jesuit, known to all of us in the rugby community, and they've dropped the Jesuit part of late. So just Wheeling University now. And
they have asked us to make that abundantly clear, and we're trying to do that because it's an old habit. You know, it just kind of flows, but we understand that. And we'll see if any of those Wheeling players can affect the scrum in wheeling it. But there's a knock-on, and it's going to be a turnover. Here come the Bears. Kick into space. You can see the wind kind of knocks it down, but it wreaks havoc. Little shove, gets away with it. Does the Southeast ball carrier, corrals the ball, goes to ground, and it's playing the advantage right now. Nope, now it's a penalty against the Southeast Bears. And here come the Thunderbirds on a quick tap. Wow, and there's a big space, big break into open space. Tripped up at the last second, looks for some help. Did they finally get it? No, it's a knock-on.
Unbelievable. Sniper got him 2 yards out. Still couldn't make the offload.
Here we go, Steve. You can look again. There it is. Oh, agony for the Thunderbirds and relief for the Bears. Wow.
Yeah, great little classic scrum half snipe there. Good stuff from the number 9 or the number 56, whatever he's wearing today.
Yeah, I believe that number 56 is Lawrence Old. I believe he's the hooker. And then you've got 58, who's Stanley Gianni, the scrum half.
Mea culpa.
No worries. It's a little bit tricky, but there is a method to the madness, and that is to have these players clearly identifiable. Nice dummy back inside to avoid being tackled in the in-goal area or the try zone. And again, that in-goal dropout law is in effect. So players are trying not to have to kick the ball out of the in-goal area.
Well, I think the decision there was probably a good one. He was sufficiently close to the post, didn't trust his kick necessarily to the touchline in the face of this gale, so not the foolhardy move it would appear.
Agreed. And again, the wind is not cooperating. It's blowing the ball back in the faces of many a kicker today so far, and literally by 15 to 20 yards. Even in front of the post, no kicks have been easy. So here comes the Bears. Southeast Bears up front, Hedgepeth, Franks, and Duplantier. And he does want the French pronunciation. He is from New Orleans. So say his teammates in the lobby last night. And there's a penalty earned, though, by the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. What do you do here, Steve, with the wind as a factor?
Take the scrum.
Yeah, there's nobody coming out with a T, so not even a consideration. Which, look how close they are to the post. But look at those posts just blowing backwards toward the scoreboard. But here they go. Here come the Thunderbirds. Do they have the thunder to get it in? Numbers outside. It could be knocked on, and I think it is. No, play on, says the referee, Chamberlain. Steve, was that a knock on?
Don't think so.
It doesn't matter what we say. It just matters what the referee says. And the Thunderbirds looking to get that first score. Can they do it? The Bears on defense. Trying to turn them back. A little behind the look pass to your man. Montier, did he get it in? No, not yet. And they are battling away. And there's your first try of the match to the Thunderbirds. Well done, Steve. Here's your replay. Nothing fancy. Just grab and go, right?
That's it. Grab, go, spin. It's good stuff. Just bludgeoned them. 2-3 possessions. Made it count. So, yeah, choice not to take the easy 3 points. You know, with 10 minutes to go in this half and this strong of a wind, you really have to get more than 3 for your for a halftime score. So they were correct to keep the ball in play. I would have gone for a scrum because that concentrates 16 defenders in a small spot and leaves you a lot more space. But they took the quick tap and they got the score. So credit to them.
And I think that was the try scorer was Ivan Delgado. Nonetheless, a great try, a team try for the Thunderbirds. And this kick is an important kick because we've seen before points are tough to come by in conversions, so tries matter. If they are converted, that's an extra bonus. And there is Chief Chipfumbu.
Yeah, probably not the cleanest strike, but doesn't matter. 2 points on the board, 7 points the differential.
Tino Mokudza Chipfumbu, nicknamed the Chief, or he goes by the Chief, and he is a player to watch as well. Keep an eye on number 17. Keep it up, 57, I beg your pardon. There's the restart. Bobbled, but kept. Nice burst up the middle by Ai.
Yeah, good strong carry back to the halfway.
It's Juan's Joseph Ai.
Once again, probably guilty of playing a bit too much rugby here. Midway point, I would be pumping this ball in the corner. Repeated close quarter Bringies
on the halfway line don't do you much good.
Even with the wind playing the tricks that it's playing.
And now it's been turned over.
There you go. So you were clairvoyant once again, my colleague, my friend. As the ball's up. Again, Steve, I understand that. I'm not crazy about that kick, and you just turned it over. And here come the Thunderbirds. But they've lost it in contact. Opportunistic positioning by the Bears turns it over, and now they are driving back into Thunderbird territory. They trail 7-0.
It's another turnover there, which we've seen quite a few of this game. Ball security, not the greatest feature so far.
And the Bears are pointing back to where the kick was because it was beyond the 22 and it didn't find touch. It went directly out. So now it's going to be a line out to the Bears?
I don't understand that because if the line of touch is where the touch judge is, and that's where the player kicked it,
it should be a scrum down back there.
It should be a line out down here.
Well, I thought he was in front of the 22, but anyway, we're back to live action. A little sloppiness handling the ball by the Bears, but they still maintain possession as the knock went backwards. A big attempt at a tackle by a Thunderbird, but staying on his feet and maintaining the ball before going to ground was the Bear. There's a quick tap. And here they come again. Bears looking to even this one up. They are down 7-0 here at AVEVA Stadium, the home of the Houston Sabercats, and we've got a penalty, Steve.
Right, this is an interesting conundrum here for your goal kicker. 20 yards out. They've opted not to go for it. They've gone for the scrum, but, that's an interesting choice.
I literally went to the men's room, and the wind pushed me back up the stairs. That's how strong this wind is. And you don't realize it until you're down there. And it constantly changes. It shifts. And you can see the different flags on the different parts of the field. Look at the tri-posts just blowing down.
The goalposts?
The field markers, I beg your pardon.
The goalposts?
The goalposts are also going too. But look at the field markers on the touch lines. They're just like completely sideways. And here come the Bears. Got a man outside. Oh, some bruising running from the Bears. And a whistle and a penalty earned. That's number 9. Chase Cisnevich, who's been showing some physicality running that ball. And now it's a turnover on a knock-on to the Thunderbirds. Steve, you got to be a little bit more careful with the ball.
Ball security. Yep, mentioned it a couple of minutes ago. It's definitely the tail of the tape in this encounter.
Great shot from our next-level production crew. Lots of work from a lot of different people went into this great event. An opportunity of a lifetime for some of these players. A, to get seen on television, and B, to possibly get noticed by a professional rugby team here in the United States of America. Who knew? And here come with a nice pass outside. It is a try for the Bears.
Yeah,
wow.
That's that man, Teixeira. Yeah, good scrum there. And that's what you get sometimes for your set-piece dominance. Look at it one more time. Yeah, Great Lakes put in, but they go back at a rate of knots. Ball's turned over. 2 defenders dragged in. Teixeira's the spare man. Dots down. Untouched.
Great play and presence of mind by the scrum half, Chase Cisnevich, to A, get the ball, and B, with the behind-the-back pass to his open man.
Yeah, that's a terrific score for the Bears. If they can keep it tight here going into the half, turn around with this gale force wind at their back for the final 20, they will be in good shape. They'll be pretty happy with themselves.
I would say he's got 2 chances, Slim and none, and Slim's on the golf course that he makes this conversion with the wind the way it is.
This, if it were at all possible, I think this wind is getting even stronger.
Yeah. And you know, it's never a good sign when you have somebody holding the ball like that. Steve's having a hard time even holding the ball with the one finger up. And no go. And that is going to pretty much get us close to this being the last play of the first half, as we are playing 20-minute halves. So there's referee Chamberlain doing a little soccer kind of kick back to the Thunderbirds. It'll be Ayub Jali.
Yeah, time for one more phase of play. Kick chase not good enough there.
Yeah, I like the left-footed kicker. Always like that. And this look, if you're the Bears, are you looking to just kick the ball into touch?
I would.
Looks like they want to have a go. Well, you're not running the risk. There's an injured Thunderbird. Gets back up on his feet. But look at that wind blow the ball right back into the hands of a Bear. And he is a Bear. Look at him go. Oh, just into the hands of his teammate.
That meant Teixeira again.
Here comes Teixeira for the brace. He's going to the house. It's a try. Well done on an unconventional kick to your own player. Here's your replay, Steve.
Johnny on the spot. Teixeira's right there. Read it well. Gets his just reward.
Well done, Thunderbirds. Wow, at the end of the half.
Well done, Bears.
Well done, Bears. I beg your pardon. Thank you.
So I would suggest, a little tactical naivety on the part of the Great Lakes there. The kick was decent. The kick chase insufficiently so. And they just cost themselves potentially 7 points. Now they have a really all to play for the second half. They're going to turn around under the cosh, into the wind, and under pressure. And remember, what we're playing for today is really seedings for tomorrow. All teams make the quarterfinals tomorrow. But today is not just bragging rights, it's where you end up.
And in a tournament of the unknown, really, that's important going forward tomorrow because you've established yourself on day one and then maybe get an easier seed in day two.
Yeah, it's all about building confidence, right? It's a group of players, even as a coaching staff, Get a few wins under your belt. Dinner is much tastier, you sleep better, and you look forward to the next day.
And we're looking forward to this next half as that kick was good. So we'll be back with the second half after a brief break from AVEVA Stadium. Welcome back to Aviva Stadium, the home of Major League Rugby's Houston Sabercats. Stephen, this is the cat's meow of a stadium, I'd say, and you are the bee's knees when it comes to color commentary, especially on the college rugby scene, which you know very well. And right now we have the Great Lakes Thunderbirds in gray kicking off to start the second half against the Southeast Bears. And what did you like what you saw in the first half, Steve?
Yeah, I like the opportunism of the Bears. I mean, they were, under the gun and came away into the wind with a 5-point advantage. So they're in great shape right now.
And they are in better shape now because they have the ball with a scrum down. I'm sorry. The Thunderbirds have the ball after with a scrum down after the turnover. So maybe it's an opportunity for the Thunderbirds to get some points on the board and make it a little squeaky bum time for your Southeast Bears.
Yeah, we're a little bit away from squeaky bum time. That's the sort of final 2 to 5 minutes of the game. But you're right. The Great Lakes need to come out here fast and furious. Need to make a statement early, get back in this thing.
And if you're just joining us via the Rugby Network or Next Level Rugby Facebook page or YouTube channel, the same for NCR, that is not a mistake on the clock. We only play 20-minute halves in this tournament because teams are playing multiple games in one day. And you have, going from left to right on your screen, the Great Lakes Thunderbirds versus the Southeast Bears, who are in the blue and white and black stripes. But here come the Thunderbirds, thundering ahead, trying to get back on the board, spinning the ball out wide, but swallowed in a sea of Bears jerseys. Eventually brought to ground, though, not held up. So play continues. And a whistle and a penalty earned by the Thunderbirds, who do a quick tap. And it's turned over just like that on a pass from the ground. And it's going to be a penalty, though, to the Thunderbirds, who again quick tap. Deja vu all over again. And in for the try. The Thunderbirds come out of the shed firing and get the first try of this second half. Good stuff, Steve Lewis. Here it is, Steve.
Yeah, quick tap. Decent footwork. And then just a pick and go. Stronger boy wins. Excellent stuff. And a good riposte from Great Lakes. Now we're 12-12. 17 minutes to play.
And here comes the next to impossible conversion, right? Chances are not great that he's going to make this conversion with that wind, which is absolutely crazy down on the pitch. But his team is knotted at 12. Whatever was said in the locker room at halftime worked. And the Thunderbirds have knotted this up. But we do have a bright sun outside, and it's warmed up a little bit in terms of the temperature. But the wind is still a factor, and here goes the conversion. And it's a good kick. Specifically under the conditions, it just goes wide, goes across the face of the posts. So we're going to stay at 12-12. The Thunderbirds.
Yep, not a bad effort there.
That's very succinctly stated, Stephen.
Credit where credit's due.
Yes, indeed. And there's the restart. That was a smart choice on the kick. Not trying to do anything too fancy.
Yeah, I've got to say these restarts are less than impressive. You know, it's all about making a kick contestable, getting underneath it, but they're kicking too deep. Most teams are kicking too deep with no kick chase and just coughing up possession to the opposition. Something that could be certainly addressed in team meetings tonight, I would suggest.
Yeah, the kick chase is a big thing. The Mid-Atlantic Sharks were very, very good in their kick chase.
This is why it's called kick chase.
Yeah.
There are two aspects to it.
Exactly. But now we have a whistle, and it's going to be a turnover. And it was a penalty and a quick tap taken by the Bears, who have been relatively silent early in the second half, but now have some momentum and are deep in Thunderbird territory. There's Prince Louis Bush IV, a great rugby name.
It's a ridiculously good name. Congratulations to those parents.
They've already succeeded.
Set for life.
All right, the Thunderbirds on defense in gray. The Bears in the stripes, trying to take the lead.
If you're looking at that right there, okay, they're doing pick and go, pick and go, and pick and go. But that Great Lakes defense is extremely narrow, particularly on the left side. There you go. There's the right decision.
Oh, and 14 can't hold on to it. Cullen Cunningham is going to see that one in his nightmares, just dropping what would have been a sure try after they were pounding it, like you said, Steve. They softened up the defense wide, took advantage of it, and a knock-on. Probably the wind had a big factor in that.
Yeah, absolutely. So they did the right thing, made the right decision, went left, but just couldn't quite execute final pass going astray. How often do we hear that? At all levels of rugby.
And it was like trying to catch a knuckleball for you baseball fans out there with the wind. It's just moving the ball all around. But you got to catch that one. And here come the Thunderbirds. Who's going to win this one? There's a drive, and into touch. Well done, but it's going to come back on the penalty. It was advantage being played, and it's going to be Thunderbird ball. They're just going to keep it simple. Found touch. Actually blows right up by us here in the booth. Hi, everybody. So a good sequence for the Thunderbirds there in not allowing the Bears to get in. But now the all-important line-out, which has been very difficult across the board for all teams in this wind.
Well, they've shortened the line out down to 5 men, which makes perfect sense. Should go to the front. It's not. And there's no way that's straight, but they've got away with it. I like this 16. McNamara. He's had a couple of strong carries.
And there's another whistle. Nope, not another whistle. I beg your pardon. We got multiple games going on in the facility, so we're hearing some other matches. But here come the Bears, trying to counter on the outside. Thunderbirds close down the opening quickly. And a whistle earned by the Bears.
Slow down. Stick it in the corner.
Yeah.
Back your line out.
Keep doing the quick taps that aren't surprising anybody. So, yeah, they've heard you, Steve, and they're going to go to the corner.
I think they're going for a scrum.
No, they're going for a scrum. Take it back. So is that a lack of confidence just to kick it into touch?
Well, perhaps they don't trust their line out. Yep.
Up front, you've got Hedgepeth, Franks, Duplantier, and for the Bears, you've got Monier, Delgado, and Mills. For the Thunderbirds, the opposing scrum halves checking each other are Chase Susnevich for the Bears.
Let's look at the attack here. The Bears' left wing is just outside the far post. They're really only using half the width of the field here. I would stack this guy right on this touchline, even if it's just to draw a defender out.
Agreed.
But it's a good scrum. Here they go.
Very good scrum, and they're going to bang it inside. Continue to try to hammer away, and then maybe spread it like they did last time, give 14 a second crack. But on the short side, into the try zone, yes! Try for the Bears. Southeast Bears get the try, and it looks like, I'll get that number for you in a second, but a great try, Steve, for the Bears. Playing conservatively, patiently, and getting the reward. And here's your replay. That's Noah Mills with a big carry, and it results in the try. And it looks like we have a player down.
Yeah, good finish there, as you say. They went short side. Players running with conviction, running with power. Found that end zone, as you Americans would have it.
Steve, are you a fan of the in-goal or the try zone?
In-goal.
Explain.
That's what it's been called for over 100 years.
I understand, but, a lot of people call it the try zone.
Yeah, that's fine. The English language can evolve. You, as an English major at the university at Buffalo, of all people, would know this.
Indeed. But there's a player being helped off the field with looks like a tender ankle. Trying to walk off under his own volition as much as possible. But there is a right leg not helping him out, so we wish him the best. That looks like it's number 13, Brendan Weaver. So I hope he's okay. In the meantime, our conversion attempt is from very far away. This is, I keep saying it, but it's crazy how the wind is impacting things. So if he can get the ball somewhat near the post, that's successful. For me, not for you. I understand that. As a premier kicker, you would split the uprights on this one. And he comes awfully close. Great effort on that kick, but no go. And we're going to stay at 17-12 in favor of the Southeast Bears over the Great Lakes Thunderbirds at this National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Weekend Extravaganza Day 1. You can watch on the rugbynetwork.com. You can watch on the Next Level YouTube and Facebook page, as well as the NCR's Facebook and YouTube page. And that restart did not go 10 yards, 10 meters. It's going to be a scrum down to the Bears.
Yeah, that's a costly error, right? We've talked about restarts already, causing both teams problems there. Great Lakes have a chance. They've just gifted the ball back. If I'm the Bears, it goes from 9 to 10 or 12, and that ball goes into the corner. No point playing rugby.
Agreed. Here we've got Cade Austin tapping and putting the ball in. Takes it, pitches it, coming this way. Nice feed, and there's 14. Trying to avoid going into touch. He does. So well done by Cunningham to keep that alive for his team. And here come the Bears. There's that caterpillar formation, Steve. Are you a fan of that?
I am not.
You and Joe Marler. Here comes a little kick attempt. Turns it right into the hands of the Thunderbirds. Some battling up close. Turns the ball wide finally, and it's spilled. But spilled backwards, so the Thunderbirds keep it. Driving forward. Pressing the defense, and it's a penalty, and it's going to come back. No advantage gained. So the knock-on doesn't matter. It comes back for the penalty, and there's a quick tap. Again, that wind factoring in on the decisions all day long for all teams. So good clear out by the Thunderbirds, keeps the ball alive, and now we've got a potential 2-on-1. Great run by the Thunderbirds, and wisely held on to it rather than make the inadvertent pass, so they'll have a penalty.
Yeah, it's another good decision by the referee there, actually.
That was Jeff Matuku, number 25. His brother is also on the team. Mark Matuku, number 55. We've got brothers throughout different teams across the board here this weekend. And that's always great. There's the throw in. But it's taken by the Bears. And that is one of those kicks downfield that you were looking for earlier, Steve, and a good one.
Finally. Good use of the boot.
Nate Curtis
just flips the whole field.
Tracking it down. Yeah, and you are right. Now operating deep out of their own end are the Thunderbirds. But a great run. Wow, and a great feed. And suddenly we have end-to-end rugby. Champagne rugby. In
play
the
on.
End, but
play on,
says the referee.
Nope.
No, okay. That was going to be...
That I'm afraid, is a very unfortunate decision. That was knocked back by a Bears player. Advantage should have continued, and that would have been a score.
Here's another look, Steve. Let's see if the eyes deceived us.
No, I stand by my initial assessment. Great Lakes robbed there.
And you've got Andy Buck as the assistant referee on the side that would have been able to make that call. He's content with the call on the field, so we must be robbed.
The loquacious Mr. Buck, I shared a cab with him from the airport yesterday. Excellent company.
Good man. Rugby savant.
Except he missed that one.
He did miss that one, according to us. But we're very critical. But now here's a little discussion. All
right, let's refocus here. 5 minutes to go. 40 meters in. What should the Bears do, Matthew?
They need to score, Steve.
No, one pass, and the ball should go in the corner. That's what the answer we're looking for here.
Yes. Kick the ball over the head into the open space and let the wind wreak havoc. Let's see. All right. And that's, if you're going to kick it a little bit deeper than that. But it works! Here come the Bears recollecting the kick. So what do I know? Steve, you're right, I'm wrong again, and here come the Bears. Looking to pad their lead. We'll get that time and score back up on the screen so we can...
All right, here's a little inside rugby decision-making.
Little decision-making going on.
Yeah. Yep. So we have a penalty to the Bears here. If you're talking about game management, clock management, how much time do they have to take this? If they were to elect for a penalty to go, how much time would they have to take it, Matthew?
1 minute.
Correct. With 2 minutes to go, that would be my choice.
But we have arguably more than that. We have like 3.5 minutes, but it's not a try. It's coming back.
Should have gone for posts, taken their time, taken the 3 or not, eaten up a minute.
Now, do they go for posts here?
I've just said it.
The answer is no. I'm just... Yeah, but if you get that 3, then you don't have any worries either. But they're going to go for the 5, and they might get it. Again, just doing it the old-fashioned way, trying to smash it by the line, are the Bears. And did they get it in? No arm goes up. They're knocking on the door. Did he get held up? Thunderbirds. And it's a try. Great try off the back of the scrum. And that's going to be number 5, Noah Mills, for the Bears. Here you go, Steve.
Yeah. Repeated efforts at the line. Stout defense. 2 or 3 times at the end of the day. Running out of bodies. And a good score for the South.
Great try. Great team try. A lot of patience. They held on to the ball. They did what they had to do. They were winding down the clock, and then they put the icing on the cake, and that's going to be too much for the Thunderbirds to overcome.
Just watching the clock here. That try was scored after 41 seconds. Will he get this kickoff in time?
Do they allow extra time on these because they've got to be held by a guy coming in off the pitch? Or
Nope.
And it is good. It sneaks over the bar. And that makes it 24-12. They've doubled them up. Have the Southeast Bears over the Thunderbirds, the Great Lakes Thunderbirds. And they have to be happy with that comeback, with this victory. do the Southeast Bears, Steve.
Absolutely, and I think they're good value for it. They've taken their chances when they could. They've made more better decisions.
That's more better decisions, not more better.
More,
right,
comma, better decisions.
Just, this is college that we're doing here. All right. Here come the Thunderbirds. Looking to get something before the end of this match. A little momentum. Little show of faith for their fans. And you can see that bag that's just blown on the field, how it's just skirting down the field. Some sloppy ball. Who's got it? It looks like it's the Bears come away with it and spill it back. Don't go anywhere just yet. There's another knock-on. I counted 14 knock-ons in that sequence, Steve, and it's going to be a scrum down to the Thunderbirds, basically at midfield, and basically within the last minute unofficially of this match. You can see another one of those bags just flying across the stadium. But we do have a beautiful blue sky and bright sun. So Mother Nature kind of smiling on us while toying with us a little bit with the wind and the chill. And we have a bear down, but it looks like he's getting up slowly to his feet. Always a good sign. A little ankle, perhaps. The one thing that you notice when you see these players in person, that they are, for the most part, there's a bunch of them that are physical specimens. So they're asking their ankles and elbows and joints to do a lot. But he's trotting off on his own, so he'll be okay. This could be our final play of the match. Thunderbirds putting it in. They want to end this on a positive note, taking it into tomorrow. As you said, all the teams qualify for the quarterfinals. But it's about seedings, and it's about momentum.
Indeed it is. That's what tournament play is all about, right? Things go well, you can build on it. You improve, everybody feels good. And conversely, the opposite can happen. A couple of narrow losses, a couple of injuries, and things can spiral out of control. And that's really what coaches are responsible for, is keeping that sort of confidence at equilibrium, not getting too up or too down.
There's a pickup off the back of the scrum by number 16.
Yeah, that's Will McNamara. He's definitely been my man of the match for Great Lakes. He's had 3 or 4 good, strong carries like that. Got a little bit isolated, though, but that's not his fault. It's his teammates.
That's right. You got to pursue your ball carrier. Otherwise, you leave him out in open space alone. He has nobody to pass the ball to, and you're going to lose either possession or get a penalty called against you. But the Thunderbirds not quitting, still driving, and it might have been a knock-on there, but we'll see if it's going to go back to the initial knock-on, so no advantage gained.
It was a high tackle penalty.
Oh, high tackle, I beg your pardon. Kick it to touch, so we'll have a line out. I don't know if I agree with that kick it to touch there because of the wind, and now the lineouts are not easy. But it's different from up here in the booth. They are doing things that they would normally do without the wind, right? So maybe they're just going instinctually on some of these plays.
Absolutely, but
or habit.
Climatic conditions,
right?
You have to adjust.
Yes, sir. But I would imagine a team called the Great Lakes Thunderbirds are not used to like balmy weather. They've got to be used to cold winds. Get that lake effect. Having gone to the University of Buffalo on a Great Lake, I would speak from experience, Steve. You're allowed to weigh in on that at any point.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of knowledge of Buffalo, I'm afraid, so
it's God's country.
Comment.
God's country, and we'll have a couple of University at Buffalo players in our next match, which is going to pit the Pacific Coast Grizzlies against the Tri-State team. And that should be a dandy, so you don't want to miss that one. But right now, we're basically out of time, and the Thunderbirds keep battling, though. Nobody told them this one is over. credit to that organization. And all these teams have just been assembled basically overnight. And it's just a great accomplishment to get this thing off the ground. A lot of hard work from a lot of different people in the NCR organization, Next Level Rugby, and here, the hosts, the Sabercats. So the Thunderbirds looking to get some final points on the board. And this is another penalty, Steve. Will there be a yellow card coming soon?
With the result not in doubt and not that close to the end zone, they'll probably skate on this occasion. But it's got to be close. It's got to start weighing on the referee's mind.
So he hasn't reached into his pocket yet for the cheese, the fromage, that yellow card.
The fromage.
The fromage, sorry. What did I say? Who cares?
Fromage.
Yeah, fromage. That would be Welsh. But, yeah, it's the penalty, and decision is to take the quick tap, a wise one. I don't know if running upright right into the defense is the wisest thing, but they get the ball down, and it was turned over, though, and kicked it to touch, and that's going to do it. And just like that, the Southeast Bears edge by 2 scores. The Great Lakes Thunderbirds. Steve Lewis, thank you for chiming in. And ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. We have another great match from AVEVA Stadium in the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Still there for Lomai Viti. The master Navia. Numbers on the outside for Lomai Viti. They jump back in. Beating a couple of players. Oh, the fan, Hularasa. Look at him go, Simeone Hularasa. Still there. Muffy comes flying in. But holding on is the call.
What a massive error there. Huge mistake in the shadow of the post, so unable to take advantage.
Hargrest, quick possession, they've got it. Hargrest 1-on-1. What a step, but a tackle indeed. $2, $1. Here he goes, Lucas. Lucas is the force with them. Gets the step. Still going. Oh, goodness gracious. It's with them. He's so much better than the last Star Wars movie. Tyson Lucas, underneath the pole, breaks the deadlock.
And I will tell you what, you cannot buy that at the dollar store, my friend. Incredibly impressive try. Take a note.
Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium here in Houston, Texas, the home of the Major League Rugby Houston Sabercats. Pat Clifton and Matt McCarthy for this matchup between the Tri-State Vikings and the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. And Pat, this should be a good one.
Absolutely. Pacific Coast, my first chance to get my eyeballs on them this weekend, but one of the favorites coming in, the back-to-back defending champion Pacific Coast Grizzlies.
All right. You got to like that. And if you're wondering who's wearing what, the powder blue and what is that, yellow, Pat?
I'm going to go with the Los Angeles Chargers are on your right.
Okay. Against the Washington football team retro.
Oof.
Oh, great shot there, Pat. Great tackle. Knock on into contact. These teams came to play.
Is that Lucas Provenzano with the hit there for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies?
Yes, it was.
Massive hit there from Provenzano. That's a game changer and turnover maker there for the Grizzlies.
And you've got the Tri-State Vikings because there are a bunch of Tri-State Vikings in the Tri-State area.
That was actually John Blah on the hit, John Blah.
All right, we're figuring out numbers on the jerseys as we go. And it's not the traditional 1 through 23 match day roster because the nature of the beast here with this tournament is to identify the players for us, but more importantly for Major League Rugby's scouts that are here. The players wear the same number throughout the tournament. So it's not like they've just gone crazy and ignored tradition. We've actually requested it. But in the meantime, the Vikings looking to score in the corner, trying to get first blood. But the Grizzlies, angry in defense. And Pat, you know what an angry grizzly bear is like. You from Kansas City.
I don't know that we have those. We do have some brown bears. I think maybe some black.
Oh no,
bears.
you have grizzlies, Pat. You have grizzlies.
Yeah.
And Sasquatch. Oh, but there's a try on the short side. He scores, and just like that, off the first real pressure into their deep zone, they get the try, Pat.
I think that was Zephaniah Tassanangurwa with the try, the young man from Zimbabwe. The pick and dot down. He's a fantastic young man. I think he's a good line-out target. He has come over to Caldwell University. Good buddies with Tinashe Muchena, the recent draft pick of the Houston Sabercats. I saw them cavorting before the game. They know each other from back home, and he's one of the many young men that have come over here, I think, attracted by Major League Rugby and sees college rugby as a pathway to that. And I think this tournament that we're looking at right here is a great example of what a lot of people see as a pathway to the pros, and this All-Star tournament is, of course, a good stop on that road.
For such a physical sport where the teams go at each other all game, there is a lot of cavorting, isn't there, Pat?
If it's a good tournament, there is.
A lot of cavorting in this tournament because this is a great tournament with so much more ahead of us today and tomorrow, all on the Rugby Network or on the NCR YouTube page or Facebook page, as well as the Next Level Rugby YouTube or Facebook page. And it's just great that we have all of this coverage of the collegiate game in America, and it's just a pleasure to be part of it. And the kick is very good considering how tough that wind is on the field, Pat.
Yeah, that was a good effort there by the Sebastian Villiani, the St. Bonaventure scrum half. Really impressed by him earlier. I think he manages a good game and can really pick out, resourcing the correct right and left lateral horizontal side of the ruck is a difficult thing to do, and when somebody's short, having a good scrum half, identify that and attack it, that's a good weapon to have, and I think he's a good one there from the Bonnies for Tri-State.
And that is Tui Osborne's champion.
Bonnies.
Bonnies.
Here just a couple, maybe a month ago right here in this very building.
I was giving you, it was a layup, Pat. It was just
an alley-oop, if you will.
An alley-oop, I beg your pardon. Anyway, I'll make it more clear.
Yeah.
If I say your name, yeah. That's one. But it is a kick into touch, and look at that flag held by the assistant referee. That gives you the indication of the wind in the kicking game, and it's been that way the entire tournament so far, and it's weighed into strategies.
It absolutely has. I think earlier in this morning it was a little bit bigger factor. The teams have learned to cope with it. They've come to terms with how much of a dynamic it's going to be.
And that was Rupert Bronkhorst, one of the better names in rugby, throwing that ball in, wearing number 28 for the Tri-State Vikings, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, but there's a big run and a big repelling tackle on behalf of the Vikings. Little loose ball, but it goes backwards, so the Grizzlies maintain possession. And there it is, spun out. And let's see if the Grizzlies can get back into this one, claw their way back in. As another bounced pass. This one might be called a knock-on, and it is. It's looked backwards to me, but what do I know? And it's going to be a scrum down to Tri-State.
Really impressed with the running of John Blah, the center there for Pacific Coast. He's a strong runner, runs with a little anger, lowers the shoulder, the boom. And I think he keeps punching. He's going to get a couple of knockdowns there on the Tri-State Vikings.
Up front for the Tri-State Vikings, you've got Tassin Angurua, Betsace, and Gruber. And I love the kit. I really do. I love the powder blue and gold, the Chargers, the old throwback Chargers.
There's Villani.
And Pat, this is that's something that Steve Lewis was screaming for in the match previously, doing just that, kicking the ball and taking advantage of that wind behind your back and letting it just roll down the pitch. And that's a great play by the Chargers. Thanks, Pat. Thanks.
Yeah, he's going to be hard to get that one out of your
Dan
head.
Fouts coming in to make the kick.
Well, it doesn't help that you got a number 51 out there. You know. It definitely.
Well, it actually does help because we can actually pinpoint the players. But I get what you're saying. But there's that old in-goal drop kick that's the new law, and it's taken by the Vikings, who are not wearing purple. And just pressure. Oh, and there's an unfortunate knock. That looks like it was number 45, DeJohn Williams. They call him Ace. And he wasn't an ace on that one, but he'll make up for it, no doubt, as the match progresses. But here come the Grizzlies on the outside. And just like that, in an all-star game, you have all-stars, and they can do this. The kick it to nowhere. Now it's a foot race, and maybe another kick. Oh, taken by the Vikings, finally corralling themselves, but it's going to be a knock-on and a turnover back to the Grizzlies.
It's a great turn of events for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Turns out you could kick against the wind, and it helps quite a bit as well.
All right. Got an updated jersey list, which is exciting. It's like Christmas again, Pat.
Christmas in January.
It's Christmas in January, and we're going to share this. So, folks, the mistake, we're just reading off the teleprompter, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we are. We're just two Ron Burgundys here. Something about San Diego. You're talking about the Chargers. They're not in San Diego anymore, Pat.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? So we don't talk about them anymore. But here come the Grizzlies off the back of the scrum, trying to spin it. Up, wisely not passed and eaten. And that's something that's, you get these younger players, you want to see them control the ball when they need to. And that was a great play, maintaining possession for his team. And the Grizzlies march on. Big tackle by number 32, Kai Terry. Oh, and held on to by the big fella for the Grizzlies. He got his paws around it finally, but it spilled forward eventually and turned over. Now the advantage is being played on the knock. Seeing if they can get anything. As referee Ian Seaton looks on. The Vikings still on the advantage. You always love to see a prop wearing number 31 pass the ball out to his backs, and he's got it on the outside. Here's one of the big fellas, number 37. That's Zachary Dahar. He gets it out. Fortunately for the Grizzlies, they are back in defense, but they are still under duress. And here come the Vikings again, pillaging their way down the pitch. There's number 13, Anthony Antonelli. And it's a knock-on, and advantage being played. Here comes number 7, Chris Giunta. And it's all Vikings right now. 51, Tyler Glover. And it might be spilled forward, let's see, but it's turned over to the Grizzlies. They might have an advantage, and it's going to be a penalty earned on a high tackle called against the Vikings, Pat, and then the momentum just shifts right there.
That's right. This back and forth contest is really fantastic. Both teams are just punching and punching and punching and waiting for a mistake to be made and then trying to capitalize on it. It's really been a great contest so far. Tri-State just nipped earlier by the New England Independents. You could tell that game kind of got their hairs raised a little bit for this one because they're up for this one against the Grizzlies for sure.
Yeah, and there's no quit in the Grizzlies. They are playing on all cylinders for all 40 minutes, and they are just 40-minute matches, 20-minute halves. And there's a knock, and it's going to be a scrum down to the Vikings. So a lot of action, a lot of excitement so far in this All-Star extravaganza between the Tri-State Vikings and the Pacific West Grizzlies. What surprised you so far about this match, Pat?
Really, the fluidity and the speed of it. The wind and the cold, I think, were cause for a lot of handling errors and some sloppy, ugly play earlier in the game and earlier in the day. And I think both of these teams have improved throughout it. And I'm surprised by the speed and how much handling and open rugby we're actually seeing back and forth between the 22s.
And I'm surprised that you're surprised. So it's a win-win for everybody. There's the scrum. Number 30 gets it out, Sebastian Villani. Oh, big crash from his teammate into and at least two tacklers, which is always good. And here comes Chris Giunta again. He gets it outside, and the Vikings, again, looking to get a try, pad their lead, but the Grizzlies have been up to the task so far after that initial score. So we'll have to see. But it looks like they turned it over once again.
It's like there's lids on these 22s. As soon as somebody's in danger of really penetrating it, it's a turnover.
Amazing. The work, and then the turnover. But here on the outside, here come the Grizzlies. Looking back inside wisely, that was number 14. McGee. And he got it back in, and there he goes. He could throw the ball out.
Unfortunate result there. I like this fly half from Wayne State. He's a really handy player, but his receiver that time couldn't haul it in. Does this time.
That's
John Blah there, number 12, making the move on the wing. This 10 and 12 combination, I think, for Pacific Coast could be really dangerous. They get a little more front football and space to work and get in a rhythm.
Yeah, and we haven't even mentioned Van Wyck yet. And there's a big run up the middle. There's nobody there to stop him. It's going to be number 30 going in for the try for the Vikings, and it is Sebastian Villani with the try.
Sebastiano Villani, I like him a lot. This kid is really good. He's probably the best halfback in the competition for my taste so far. Really good player from St. Bonaventure. Attacks space really well.
And apologies for leaving the O off of Sebastiano. It is Sebastiano. I called him Sebastian. Apologies, Sebastian. Yano. I did it again. It's just the Groundhog Day all over again, ladies and gentlemen. But what a try, Pat.
Yeah, it really was. It was. This kid's a handy player. He looks a little unassuming. You don't look at this guy and assume he's a little pocket rocket, but he can move. And when you got eyeballs and you can identify space and you can get there, it's a pretty dangerous combination.
He's the St. Bonaventure product. Parma, Italy, moved to Greenwich, Connecticut, business management. 5'9", 190 pounds. But what do I know? Pat,
Italian flair. I love that.
What are the odds on the kick here, Pat?
Well, you got the Italian stallion holding it. I'd say that it's not going to fall off that tee, so that's at least a 20% bump. I'll give it a 48% chance of going in.
Okay. All right. I like your optimism because the weather, but did he get it? He got it! Pat Clifton standing on a pedestal here in the booth. What a kick. What a conversion. Unbelievable considering the conditions, Pat Clifton.
I'll take it. I mean, I think I said he was most likely to miss it, and he made it, but I will take the credit.
Oh, no, you didn't. I heard it the other way, Pat. You were, once again, spot on.
Fair enough.
All right, but in all seriousness, what a great kick.
It really was.
We haven't seen any of those even come across the face of the goalpost so far, and he drilled it. So his team is up by 2 tries, 14-zip are the Tri-State Vikings, and here is his teammate taking the restart under pressure, which is what you want to do. You want to see that, and just maintaining possession now. Maybe setting up something out wide, and a penalty, though, earned by the Grizzlies, not rolling away. I'm sorry, it's earned by the Vikings, not rolling away are the Grizzlies.
I tell you, nobody, I don't think would have picked this this upset if that's what it turns out to be. It's early days still. The wind is at the backs of the Tri-State Vikings, and that's definitely played a huge factor. It certainly just helped Sebastiano Villani punt the ball a significant distance down the field. So you know that the Grizzlies are going to come roaring back in the second half. But, you know, to be up 14-0 with 5 minutes to go in the first half, I don't think anybody would have picked that talking to him around the lobby in the hotel previous to the tournament actually starting.
Actually, Pat, with anybody that went to the University of Buffalo like Matt Conforti on the Tri-State roster, they have no chance of losing. Okay? You've heard it here first. And I'll accept your apology in a written format. While we have a line out, Pat, the short line out, it looks like, which is wise in these conditions, and they lose it anyway.
The old Matt McCarthy curse.
There'll be many. But rambling, strumbling forward, number 7, with a head taped, like the spirit of 76, is Juwan Johnson out of Oregon State. He's come to play, and there's a big opening. Here come the Grizzlies. Can they catch him? It's a foot race. Nobody's going to catch him. That's number 13. And it's going to be Lucas Hackett Provenzano out of Pomona College with the try for the Grizzlies.
There he is, striding it out, crossing the line. Provenzano had done all the work by the time he got there, and it was easy going. Under the sticks for another try. Pacific Coast Grizzlies going to start that second half comeback a little early, it looks like.
And a great pass by Jacob Jenkins, as per our director in the booth, Steve Hyatt, pointing out the pass excellence all around. And I'm just talking about Steve Hyatt. But let's see if this conversion, again, there are no gimmies on these kicks.
Steve Hyatt, the former Pacific Coast Grizzly turned Eagle himself. Maybe a little partisan in the booth here. If you hear any clapping, it's probably from him.
Well, he's also our boss, so I'm bound to brown nose a tad. But he splits the uprights. Regardless of who's in the booth, that is a great play on the ground, on the pitch, and more excitement at this NCR All-Star extravaganza, Pat Clifton. We just see one great play after the next, and it's just going to get better as these teams find their feet, learn about playing with each other, because they were just all assembled this week.
Absolutely. You know, they were assembled this week. What I love about the Pacific Coast Grizzlies is they're new and old, right? The Grizzlies have been a thing for decades, and lots of greats like, Steve Hyatt and like a Jack Clark out there have played for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies throughout the year, so there's a lot of tradition there, and it's a great tradition I'm glad NCR was able to bring back, and hopefully these guys got around a campfire and got to learn a little bit about it before the tournament.
That's right. In the meantime, here we go. The Grizzlies coming back down on the opposite side of the pitch, opposite from us. They are trailing by a try. There's about 3.5 minutes left in this first half, guesstimating, because we don't have the official time. That's only the official. But we're playing 20-minute halves again, and the Grizzlies earn another penalty, and they go with a quick tap. And now they are in territory of the Vikings. The Vikings trying to collect themselves. They look like a little bit gassed. There's a whistle, and it's going to be a turnover. Another knock-on and a scrum down, it looks like, to the Vikings.
When did Wayne, Nebraska find its oceanfront property and become part of the Pacific Coast, do you think, Matt McCarthy?
It was after
the
Escape
Louisiana
from New York
Purchase?
with Snake Plissken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
have to research that one on Google.
All right. Well, it was a great acquisition by the West Coast because this Wayne State fly half here, I believe he's from South Africa, is a handy player.
Yeah, this is Milan Van Wyck trotting in from New Mexico Tech. He's number 23. He just keeps changing his jersey, so we have to know who he is. That's his shtick in this tournament. But is it 22? We're going to find out. He's the shorter guy,
22.
and he is a great player, dynamic on both sides of the ball. But he has had physical games every time he has played the game of rugby, including this morning. So maybe he got a little bit of rest before he came into this one. But if there's anybody that's going to get them back into this and tied, it's him. So keep an eye on him.
The Namibian sensation, Milan Van Wyck. Coached by Garode Dunbar there, New Mexico Tech. It's a great story, New Mexico Tech. They've got an interesting program that's starting to get more and more resource, and they recruiting heavily in Namibia, which is where Milan came from.
Yeah. Some excellent rugby in that country. And here come the Vikings. I don't know how many of them have been to Namibia, but they just want to get to the try zone right now. And there's a penalty, and that's not going to do it. Here's a quick tap taken by the Grizzlies. Oh, but there's a tackle and a knock. Is it going to be a defensive knock on, Pat?
It looks like it. They're going to give the scrum here to the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Not sure I agree with that. He might have hit it on the wrap. I think he might have just affected the pass as well. Pretty good hit.
That's kind of that arbitrary thing, with the defensive knock on. Is it a tackle?
Yeah, it can be a tough call to make for sure.
We're getting some hand signals from our consultant, Steve Lewis. We'll get back to you on that once we figure out what those signals are.
I think he might just be voguing.
Steve is he's voguing, but at the same time I think what he's saying is that in sevens that's an instant yellow card. And he is a sevens guru and the hardest working man in rugby, according to his Rugby Pick'em, the site that he actually funds.
That's right. It's his angry ward, if you would.
Yes, indeed.
Everybody's got burner accounts.
Angry Steve, Angry Ward. All right, but in the meantime, we've got, what do we got, Pat? We've got under a minute left in this match. We got
Tri-State leading the Pacific Coast Grizzlies.
Yeah, so here they go. They're going to kick it into touch. And that is the half. Exciting half.
Absolutely. Tri-State, 14-7 lead. I don't think anybody would have picked them to be up. Pacific Coast Grizzlies going to have to get together and figure out.
All right, Pat, we are going to toss it to break and come back for the second half of this exciting match between the Pac West Grizzlies and the Tri-State Vikings after this. And we are back. Mount McCarthy, Pat Clifton, AVEVA Stadium, home of the Sabercats. Second half, the Pac West Grizzlies and the Tri-State Vikings, of all things. Pat, is there a Viking in the Tri-State area? Well, there is now. And again, we're not going to rehash they look like the San Diego Chargers thing, but they do have the ball in their hand, and you know that they're powder blue and gold. And they are on top 14-7. And looking for more right out of the shed. The Grizzlies are in the maroon and gold, and they have been clawing their way back this entire tournament, so don't count them out, Pat Clifton.
The Tri-State Vikings, led largely by that man, Sebastião Villani, right there for the St. Bonnie's. Number 9, wheeling and dealing from the base of the ruck very well.
A couple of Grizzlies getting up off their feet slowly, number 4 and number 18 it looked like, but they're okay. But a lot of movement, a lot of running. These are like 40-minute wrestling matches so far in the tournament. Everybody back and forth. Here come the Vikings again. Well done to hold on to that pass into contact. Is the ball carrier for the Vikings. And a penalty for not rolling away against the Grizzlies. So now decision time, Pat, for the Vikings kick. Quick tap, wind, factor.
I take my time here. You've got back-to-back penalties here. Looks like a back chat penalty as well against the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. I'm not so sure I agreed with that penalty. It sounds like somebody on the field may not have as well, and it moves the Grizzlies back a little bit further.
Pat, were you a guy that talked to the referees on the pitch?
As a coach, I may have a bad reputation for doing so, but,
right.
I'm mellowing with age.
You're a kinder, gentler Pat Clifton.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. I mean, I've just sensed nothing but love in the booth. But
that's right.
Gentle
back rub isn't helping.
Sure.
Or hurting, I should say.
Sure. And speaking of which, here comes a quick tap on the back and the ball put in by the Vikings. And off the back of that scrum, number 6, Andrew McCollum. And again, another penalty earned and a quick tap taken by the Vikings.
Good quick carry by the young man from Harare. Zephaniah.
And there's a whistle again, and this is a turnover and a penalty to the Grizzlies. And this time it's kicked into touch wisely. Instead of doing that quick tap, you've got the field position now. Maybe, Pat, they've been a little bit eager with the quick taps.
Yeah, sure. I mean, with this win, though, I don't mind it, especially when you're fighting against it. If you don't quick tap there, you get a punt against it, and that's a losing battle most of the day. 30-mile-an-hour wind is not undefeated, but it's got a pretty good record.
And here's, I believe this is Jerry McLarnon out of CSU Maritime, another Steve Hyatt coached player.
Keel haulers everywhere.
Mashpee, Massachusetts. That's a real place. And there's the kick, and it stays in. The wind kept it in for the Grizzlies, so they'll be able to counterattack into Viking territory. The Grizzlies down 14-7 if you're just joining us. We're playing 20-minute halves in these matches, so every minute counts. And there's number 7. That looks like Juwan Johnson of Oregon State.
I like the way he moves. He's got a lot of scoot to him. He's got a compact build and makes him a difficult tackle.
Well, he's from Los Angeles, California, so that explains it. In the meantime, back on attack are the Vikings. Who's got the ball? It's the Grizzlies, I beg your pardon. They scoop it up off the turf. Who wants it more? Repelled by that Viking defense. But the Grizzlies have numbers out to the left, and they're going to use it now. Here comes 15. That was a great catch of the ball, and barreling into the try zone over the opposition for the try. That is Jacob Jenkins out of CSU Maritime, San Diego, California, hometown, and an international business major, Pat, and he just did it all there. Here's your replay.
Looking like this Earl Campbell lookalike right here, lowering his head, just headbutting his way over the try line. Boom!
Yeah.
Right in the chest.
Oh.
Looking like the Tyler Rose, Earl Campbell played a little football here in Houston back in the day.
And you know Chris Giunta is going to hear it from his teammates on the Tri-State Vikings because he's a tough player. He's a physical player. So let's see how they come back from that. But here's another one of those impossible angle kicks that you rightly predicted was going to happen, and I said wouldn't happen.
I'll tell you, if you it doesn't matter how tough you are, if you're going to be the tackler and you're catching the ball carrier's forehead in your chest, that's a lose-lose situation about 100% of the time.
Here's Wayne State's Killian Burns, and he hooks it just to the left of the posts in that wind, and he is deadly off the boot. We saw him down here for the playoffs with Wayne State. Darren Barnes, coached player. Great program, great story, that Wayne State.
Darren Barner has been running the Wayne State Wildcats for a long time, won 1 million national championships on the women's side. I tell you, the men were pretty close this year, largely because of that influx of international talent, like some of these guys you see out here, the number 10 here for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Wayne State's got a great program, and I think they're going nowhere but up.
And I apologize to Darren for saying Barnes. It's Barner, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for the correction, Pat. Here comes the restart. Here's number 5. That's Logan McDaniel. Sorry for the delay, but his teammate barreling forward. And now the Grizzlies are showing they are the team with the momentum, the old mo. They got their mojo back, Pat. And here comes number 4. That's Bryce Wales. Little skip pass, and it's knocked off the chest and quickly counterattacking. That was number 30 picking up the ball now into 27. And now the Vikings deep in Grizzly territory surviving that onslaught. There's 44. Tonisi smashing it forward and digging it out. And who's been all over the pitch is Sebastiano Villani again. Some good clearing.
Desperate defense by the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. They know the game's in the balance.
And there's one of those. Okay, I'm not going to quick tap it. I'm going to drop it. And it's going to be a scrum down instead to the Vikings. Wow, it's a frenetic pace, Pat.
It absolutely is. And the Grizzlies got to find some defense here. I'll tell you one of the stories of the tournament, one of the guys I really like is he's playing in the second row here for Pacific Coast Grizzlies. George Newbold. He's a Sam Houston guy, right? Pacific Coast Grizzlies, short a couple of guys. Playing number 8 now for the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. Short a couple of guys. Sam Houston decided, let's jump into NCR so this guy can have an opportunity. And now 3 or 4 of the Bearcats are playing for Pacific Coast and get an opportunity to play with guys from all over the country, being coached by Jeremy Ognall, who's won national championships at Claremont College, and Scott Bracken, former U20s coach and Eagle himself. I think it's just a great opportunity for Sam Houston and for George and for his Bearcat teammates to be out here. And he'll remember this when he got to strap on a Pacific Coast Grizzlies jerseys, and he'll tell stories about it. And it's those kinds of players' experiences that really grow the game. And so he's just, his story and all these Bearcats taking part of the tournament, I think, is one of the good stories of the weekend.
And, and to that end, players from other teams that haven't been in the NCR situation this season are in this matchup too. That they've been invited to come and join some of the teams, so that's a good thing, all around for everybody. Get this experience for a lifetime.
100%. Everybody who's here is on a team that's been registered with National Collegiate Rugby, and they as a player in National Collegiate Rugby. And the fact that some of them did it just to play in this tournament, I think, shows you the value of the event.
All right, here's the scrum from the Vikings, who are looking to pad their lead, and they need to do so because this Grizzlies team is not quitting. And on the outside, here come the Vikings.
Ooh.
Oh, great tackle. Might have been high, Pat. I'm not sure, but in the meantime,
I think it's going to go to the pocket quite possibly as well.
Yeah, it looks that way. He's going for a little consultation, perhaps, with his assistant referee, but that looks like it might be Lucas Hackett Provenzano with the high tackle.
Yeah.
And that's clearly a high tackle. Whether it be a yellow or a red, Pat, is really the only issue that we have, but we're not down there. So
caught him on the neck. It's going to be a tackle 10 out of 10, or a penalty 10 out of 10 times. I think most likely here a card. He's pulling him in. Usually a telltale sign that he's got a gift for you.
And there's a chat. Both teams represented in that chat. And if you pull the player over along with the captain, Normally it's the cheese, and it is the cheese, the yellow card, the fromage. And I'm sorry, it looks like it's going to be John Blah is going to get the card from Sonoma State.
Yeah, that's a big loss there. I've been impressed by him. The Oakland product.
Kinesiology major. But he's trotting off. And that's a big blow for the Grizzlies because they were trying to get back in this. Not that they're not in this, but they're down by 2 points. And there's about 7 minutes left in this match because we're only playing 40 minutes.
They got to hold firm here. It's gut check time. There's a lot of space here between their last defender in the back line and their second to last defender. If I'm the Vikings, I'm looking at that space and I'm going to attack it.
And the Grizzlies have scored 12 unanswered points after being down 14-0. Were they down 14-0, I think? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's 14-12 right now as the Vikings are looking to pad their lead and they earn another penalty. So we'll see what this one is.
Mounting pressure, back-to-back penalties. You lost the player. The Vikings are knocking hard. The Grizzlies are going to have to respond if they want to stay in this game. Of course, if they can hold them out on the corner here, the kick is unlikely, and it'll still be a single-score game. So if I'm the Grizzlies, I'm at least shooting to make them score in the corner.
Absolutely, and you don't want to take too many penalties if you're the Grizzlies down here because you might get another yellow, and there indeed is another penalty. And let's see if it's going to be another yellow.
It is.
It is, and just like that, the Grizzlies are down to 13 men with about 7 minutes left in the match, or just under 7 minutes in the match, unofficially speaking.
What a story to tell, though, huh? An opportunity here to stop them, 15 versus 13. Remember that time we were down at the National Allstar Championships down in Houston, Texas, playing at the Sabercats Stadium? We were down 2 men late in the game.
Yeah, that's Trevor Ulcini that'll be telling that one. Hopefully for the Olikny family, and I hope I'm getting that pronunciation right. But 13 men, the Grizzlies, down defending their own try line. And the Tri-State Vikings looking to solidify this win with a try, because it's not going to be a penalty kick, Pat.
Luckily, the Grizzlies have the wind at their back, and it is picking up probably as heavy as it's been all day from the looks.
I think the Vikings just got to keep the ball and pound it forward and be patient. If anything, try to run out the rest of the clock.
Good tackle by Van Wyck behind the gain line.
You know, you keep doing pick and goes like Richie McCall against France in the 2011 World Cup. You can kill the clock.
And that was Van Wyck who comes up with the turnover. Great timely turnover by the second half secret weapon.
But under duress are the Grizzlies, so this is no easy doings for them as they have to get the ball out, but at the same time they need the ball to score. And they're down by 2 guys, but there's a kick that goes into space, right? A gratuitous hop into the hands of Connor Byrne. And now let's see what the Vikings can do. They are up 2 men, and that looks like another high wrap in the tackle, but it's not called. Here comes number 25, Jonah Clark, with a crack at it. And it might have been turned over yet again, Pat.
The Grizzlies with no quit, none whatsoever, down 2 men. Don't tell them that, though.
Wow, here's number 8 or number 6, Josh Daniel with the carry. But we're going to go back, and there's a little bit of a brouhaha, perhaps, but teammates pulling off any of the would-be fighters or...
Hopefully no more physical harm done there. I'm afraid there was an injury at the bottom of that melee, but everybody seems to be up and okay.
All right, so referee having a few words with the boys.
Ian Seaton looking like he gets paid by the word here today.
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter going on, and we'll see what happens here. We know that referee Ian Seaton has not been thrilled about players talking back to him, and rightfully so. But no card, and it's going to be a scrum down. And that's good, too. You know, these guys are still learning. We forget sometimes that they're college players, so this is also about learning on the pitch. And it's a scrum down, though, to the Grizzlies. So the Grizzlies... they're just down by 2 points, but they're also, unfortunately, down by 2 men, and they've got about just over 2 minutes unofficially left in this match. Can they pull it off, Pat? Do you believe in miracles?
I do, especially when the Grizzlies are behind it.
And there's a great kick that's going to make number 32, Kai Terry, chase it all the way back into his own zone. Is he going to put it up into the air inadvertently? Yes, he does. I don't agree with that. And you got offsides on his teammate, and it's going to be a penalty.
Oh, the 10-meter
Grizzlies.
law.
And here's the quick tap, but it's going to come back. And now, let's see what happens. It might be.
Sure looked like that player for the Tri-State Vikings within the 10 meters of where the ball bounced and should have been. Yep, and indeed it was a penalty. Ian Seaton's got it right, and the Grizzlies are calling for posts.
What a turn of events. Unbelievable. Pat Clifton, you called it again.
The wind at their backs, and if it's going to go over here and they get the winner, I'm definitely giving the wind at least a percentage of the credit on the kick because they are deep. No one has made a kick this deep, this crucial, certainly this crucial the entire weekend. So a big one here for the Grizzlies as they tee it up.
Is this the biggest kick in NCR All-Star Collegiate history?
Post-COVID, without question. Without question.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's Killian Burns, who missed earlier, but he is normally deadly out of Wayne State to try to win it. An unbelievable win, and the rugby gods cursing me for saying that any team with a University at Buffalo player on the roster would not lose.
The Matt McCarthy curse.
Oh,
you can't count him out. There's still a few minutes to play. We're going to have a live ball here if he misses it, most likely.
And the kick is up. And the kick is good. Killian Burns with an unbelievable kick. Burns slots it and puts his team up by 1, Pat Clifton.
I think the Grizzlies are back up to 14.
Unbelievable turn of events. Wow. You just can't figure these games. Pat's counting to find out how many players are on the pitch, but really, now it's up to the Vikings to try to get the ball back. But
I got 14. I think we're down one man, the Pacific Coast Grizzlies. They got one guy out of the bin, and it was John Blah. That's a good guy to get back.
And now here's going to be some discussion, and this is a big discussion because the touch judge or the assistant referee not 100% sure who that ball went off of on the restart, and he is saying that it is indeed Grizzly ball. So here comes number 2, Jerry McLarnon, to throw it in. It's taken by the Vikings.
There's a bit of a hasty line out by the Grizzlies. I think they'd take that back if they could, but
some counter-rucking, maybe some offsides, but we'll see what the referee says, and he's going to say that it's a penalty.
I think he said George Newbold, the big fellow from Sam Houston, was off his feet in that ruck. I think it was a 50-50 call. I like the aggression, but unfortunately he blew his guy up so bad it looked a little more violent and illegal than it may have been.
Now, I think we're out of time, and this is going to be the last play, the kick into touch. So you had to make that kick into touch. But now the tricky part is getting the line out, and you just saw the Grizzlies lose their line out in the same exact spot.
Whew! Sebastiano Viliani. We got 15 on 15 to finish here. The Grizzlies back to full strength, and they've got the wind at their back. Tri-State has one more drive to see if they can steal this upset.
Unbelievable what's going on. Just some great rugby. And who wants this? It's taken at the last minute by the Vikings. About three players had a chance at taking it, and nobody took it until the last guy in the lineout takes it. And here comes number 25, Jonah Clark. And now the Vikings are asking the Grizzlies if they have enough to stop them from them going into the try zone. Here they come, trying to go the outside. Any pass could be the last one. You kick the ball away potentially, but no. It's in the hands of his teammate. This is unbelievable. And he spills it forward, and it's going to be a knock-on.
Unbelievable. High risk, high reward. They were able to gather, but then the fumble right after the catch. It's unfortunate for Tri-State. They really mounted a great attack there. We got time for this scrum?
I think you can't. Yeah, he's going to give them time to do the scrum. There it is. He's setting them up. Wow, what a roller coaster, great match this has been. Absolutely entertaining.
If I'm Tri-State, I'm dropping number 5 here on this wing. Really trying to get a counterattack. If they try to run it out,
And, you got to spread them wide. But the passes are tough to make because the wind is so tough. But here come the Grizzlies, and there's a kick into the open space.
That's exactly why I would have dropped this wing that I just talked about on this strong side.
He's got to get that and keep it from going into touch. And here he is on his own with 2 tacklers against him. Here comes number 32. That's Kai Terry. Kai Terry with a counterattack. Does he have support? He does. There's 5. Ethan Gruber. And it's just a sea of Grizzlies all over that ball. Some may have been offside, but no whistle.
No good options for Villani, so he tucks it himself.
Wisely done. Oh, some bruising running. That was number 28, Rupert Bronkhorst.
You might get the better of Van Wyck once in contact, but not twice. Bronkhorst got him, and then he chopped him low the next time.
A little hesitancy on the part of Sebastiano Villani, but he keeps it alive for the Vikings and their hopes. Will it be heartache for the Vikings or heartache for the Grizzlies? If the Vikings can get it past the whitewash. Spinning it wide. Only one man back if he's got men on his left. All right, they're maintaining the ball, Pat. I'm biting my nails down to the quick.
This is worth the price of subscription at home for sure.
And there's another, that's a knock-on, and that's going to do it.
Most likely.
Well, you're right. There's no gimmies here. But it would seem that this is the last play indeed, and it's a scrum down to the Grizzlies, and you'd think that all they have to do is kick it into touch.
That was Ian Seaton. It's like the Buffalo Wild Wings commercial. You sort of push the button to extend the game. That's what those chats were. Ian Seaton just knew you're going to want a little bit more of this later. I'll give you some injury time. So now we got a little extra time on the clock. Let's see if somehow Tri-State can get a turnover and mount a one more comeback attempt.
What a match. There's Villani aligning his troops defensively, but it's not going to matter. We'll go short side. Here come the Grizzlies. I don't know what clock we have, Pat, but
Tri-State gets the ball. They got what they wanted.
Over. This is anarchy.
Oh, and they're going to have a high tackle advantage. Hey, kick this thing. Boot it. You've got a great advantage. Take a swing for a home run. If you don't get it, you still got the ball.
Yeah, you're in jeopardy now of the advantage being called off.
They only got one guy back, and he's pretty shallow. I think they've got to run it at this point, though. And I think advantage is going to be gone.
Oh, there's a big collision right
He's still
there.
on. Still on.
Still on. Kick the ball, says Pat Clifton. I agree, Pat.
If Ian will hold on to penalty, that's it. But I think they had a chance at a free kick. Nonetheless, I think they got to tap it and run it here. Or do you tee it up? Can Villani kick it through the wind?
Not a chance. Not a chance. You have to go with your first option there, which was just to tap and go.
Give it to number 30. Let's see what he can come up with.
Well, I tap it now because look how far back they were. Well, they waited to allow the defense to come up, but there's a knuckleball that doesn't find touch.
Oh, boy.
Oh. And they're yelling, kick it out, kick it out. Nobody's kicking it out. The prop's not going to kick it out. He's just going to drive 3 people on his back over another 10 meters. But all you got to do is kick it out, guys. This is unbelievable. I have never seen anything like this, and I'm loving every minute of it. There it is, and finally, it looks like Killian Burns kicks it into touch, and that should be the match. Or not. Are we playing 80 minutes?
Nobody knows. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's like they can't talk to each other down there. Hey, we're still playing. The Tri-State Vikings now have a line out, somehow only 60 meters from pay dirt.
All right, okay.
This reminds me of like 2012 in Tbilisi when we played until about the 92nd minute when Georgia was able to come back and beat the Eagles.
And Pat, was that throw in straight? It looked straight into the player's hands. And there's a penalty. And a quick tap. But nobody's with him. And you're lucky to say that, number 22. That's Federico Gubana, who was off on his own without his teammates knowing. And you got to have some support, otherwise it's no good. So, I am winded, tired, thrilled.
This is the game that never ends.
We laughed, we cried, and we laughed and cried some more, but it's still not over. We've got another line out. And these have been drama-filled lineouts all day long.
They really have. They've been trying to go short ball. They've been trying to go sneaky and quick, trying to keep the wind out of play. But
is this the most important lineout in NCR All-Star Collegiate Weekend rugby history?
Post-COVID, 100%.
All right, post-COVID. Bronkhorst throws it in. It gets tipped in the lineout. It's not thrown in straight. And that is going to do it. Dare I say the match is over, Pat Clifton? Yes.
We have the final whistle. The Pacific Coast Grizzlies, a heck of a comeback, staving off the upset. That's why they're the champions.
And Killian Burns with the improbable kick from all the way out to put his team into the victory seat. What a match. Oh, man, Pat, we are out of time, and we got to come back for the next one and reboot. But, wow, let's get a cup of coffee and get ready for the next one. We'll be right back. Great game, everybody involved.
Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field.
There it goes. Okay.
What we wear must be built for our game.
And right back with Magic Fingers, our new sponsor.
In our game,
Your play-by-play.
we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats.
And welcome back to AVEVA Stadium here in Houston, Texas. Beautiful Houston here in the heart of Texas. John Broker with Matt McCarthy. 2 more games to go here in the stadium. This one, the Southeast Bears are going to take on the New England Independent White, one of the 2 teams in this All-Star division. Southeast Bears wearing the black, blue, and white. Obviously, the white with the blue sleeves is going to be New England White. And we are ready to go. Matt McCarthy, exciting game coming up here.
No doubt, John. And we have just had one thriller to open this one up, the curtain raiser for this, if you will, between the Pac West Grizzlies and the Tri-State Vikings. Unbelievable. The Grizzlies down by 2 men and down by 2 points, defending their own try line, and they come all the way back unbelievably with a kick by Killian Burns to win it in shocking fashion. But go ahead.
And we are going to get underway. Left to right on your screen is going to be the Southeast. And running from right to left is going to be New England. We're ready to get underway here. Justin Hale taking the whistle for this one. Assisted by Andy Buck, Tyler Ciccarella. An exciting 40 minutes of rugby coming your way here. 2 20-minute halves. We're only playing 20-minute halves in this tournament. And we're underway. Kick goes up, and New England White has to feel it in this wind. Don't do it quite so cleanly. That's Pat Massman takes the ball down. Massman from Boston College, also Boston College High School. A ball taken away by the Southeast Bears quickly. Southeast getting inside the 22. Ball up over the head of one of their waiting receivers out there. Southeast on the move. Southeast, a lot of players from Queens, a lot of players from UNC. They got a very talented group out here. Ball out into the hands quickly. Try to move across the field. You hear that wind, just kick back up. But referee spots it. Justin Hale sees a penalty against the Southeast. So New England, with a gale force wind coming across the field, will probably go for touch. Get some pretty good distance on it at the moment. And New England trying to find touch. Does find touch. It'll be their line out about 40 meters out from the Southeast line.
Yeah, John, it's the same old story down on the pitch. You see the assistant referee's flag in the air just blowing like it's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you know, on a stormy night. Look at that flag. It's just impossible to figure out. You're playing, these lineouts are all, everyone is hit or miss.
Matthew Bant goes short with that line out. Referee says not straight, and
there you have
I think you got to be a little generous if you're the referee in these lineouts, just for the sake of keeping the game going. But Southeast is going to take a scrum here. I'm sure they're happy with that call.
John, there is no way that Justin Hale is going to compromise his integrity in this match. How dare you suggest
Well, you know.
so? We have laws, John.
Looking
we have
for
laws.
a little flowing rugby, Matt.
All right. Well, we have laws, John. What do you want, anarchy?
Sometimes I do. You never
right.
know. A little crazy over here.
He is a little. You're NVT nuts.
Let's see this one coming in from the Bears. Referee Hale calls the scrum in. They're good to go. Sabres had to go. They're going to go to one of the big boys straight off the bat. Try to barrel some room through, and they have found. Referee Hale spots an offsides against New England. And here come the Southeast. That man, Teixeira, wearing number 12, gets that ball away. They're going to try to move this one wide. Some good talent out there. Big tackles coming in from the New England team.
Yeah, specifically, that was Pat Massman on that one. That was a big tackle, John.
Ball up into the hands of Marshall Franks. He has been effective today. Certainly a Queen's University player. Ball out into the hands of Teixeira. He's got that nice little pass. Pass comes out to a big number 23. Headed for the line, Marcel Smith touching the ball down. Marcel Smith, good player, 5 points on the board for that Coastal Carolina University. Forward.
Here's the replay, John. As you pointed out, a great run at the end to finish and just touching it down. Brilliant try.
Duplantier set him up with that. University of New Orleans player. Mechanical engineering major setting that one up. And see who is going to take this kick for the Southeast.
You know, that's a 6'1", 225-pound Duplantier, right?
Good sized fella.
Yeah. Again, these are just college kids, right?
College men.
College men. I beg your pardon. I call Steve Lewis kid, you know, so the general manager of Rugby New York, who's here in attendance, as are other Major League Rugby scouts, looking for that diamond in the rough.
William Newell to take the extra point attempt. Newell lines it up. Breeze coming across the field at him. We'll see how he does. They're all getting their golf strokes in today, but that one is going to go well to the side. But 5 points to the good are the Southeast Bears, leading New England white at the moment.
John, I think that was a little bit of a let-go on the hold. I'm just saying.
You're not blaming the kicker for that one?
I think that was Teixeira.
Matt?
Teixeira pulled his finger back, I think, on that one, John. I'm just saying.
He just wants to, he's keeping the record book taken over for himself. Here comes New England, the Independents.
Speaking of the New England Independents, we have Tom Clark in the booth, John. Tom Clark, the New England legend, not named John Broker.
I'm somewhere in between the two. So off they come. Marshall Franks, big solid hit there at the 40-meter line. Trying to bash those holes in, coming back across. Ball a little in behind in the wind, so they can't get that connection as they would want it. Turning it over is New England, turning it over again. But penalty called by referee Hale. Players coming in from the side from the Southeast team. And quickly they go, trying to move that one out. Nice move there from Nathaniel Taylor. Ball back in. Garrett Riley in the distributor role right there. Riley again moves it just a little bit wider, but Taylor can't quite hang on to that one. Jack Tellefson, Norwich Cadet, takes that one. Taylor again, looking out to the back line. Across they come. The wind just hangs on to that one. Hard ball to take. Referee Hale has an eye on it. Teixeira comes up with it. Teixeira shows it around a couple times. The UNC inside center. Ball up into the hands of a waiting forward. Just going to straighten that one up for the Southeast Bears. They're going to want to get a head of steam on here. Referee to the whistle again. Some infraction. Believe a knock on. It's going to be a scrum for the Southeast.
This has just been nonstop action so far. These guys are going back. They've got to be gassed at this point. And yet, they are playing 20-minute halves, so you empty the tank in each half.
They're trying to see what they can do here.
But how much of a factor are the previous games playing into it now, right?
The wind, yeah, absolutely. Playing in the wind, playing the cold. A lot of players cramping up at this point because it's cold and the wind kind of getting to them a little bit.
Getting a little stiff there.
Be nice when their coaches force them into the ice bath later on after a nice cold day.
And that That includes Tom Clark, who is in the booth wearing L.A. Giltini's pants, a Rugby New York jacket, and a Free Jacks hat. Unbelievable.
He supports the league.
That's one way of looking at it. That's one way.
The Southeast Bears on the run here. Ball comes back to them. Little show, little go. Jersey tackle coming on. Headed towards the 50-meter line. Ball goes rolling in a touch with a line out here just inside the Southeast Bears half. Assistant referee Andy Buck there. It's going to be a New England ball.
Is there a more eloquent side judge in rugby than Andy Buck?
I'm not sure.
So you're saying there is?
There could be. We have a line out here to New England.
You know, I got to say, these players with the long hair on a windy day, it's got to go in your eyes at inopportune times.
Well, we talked to Nick Boyer of the hometown Sabercats earlier, and he just talked about having a little rubber band to take care of that. Technology, Matt, technology.
But I'm looking at some of these hairdos out there, and there are no rubber bands, John.
Yes, I've seen. And here comes New England. They got some room out to the left-hand side if they can get it. They have done. Big, strong run coming on. Sam Quay there. Sam Quay gets to about the 22, spills it forward out of his hands. We have an advantage here for the Southeast Bears. Southeast Bears will need to make something happen quickly or come back and take that advantage. We'll see what they decide to do. Still a knock-on advantage there. Gone through a couple phases. That should be the end of the advantage right there. We'll see if a referee agrees with that. They've gone through across the game line a couple of times, played it. Another pick and go here for the Southeast. The Bears.
And there's a whistle and a penalty, John.
High tackle penalty there, and Teixeira is going to go quick. Teixeira wants to run, little show. Puts that ball across. They're right at the 50-meter line. It's a big number 8 there. Hayden Johnson, another penalty against New England. Teixeira finds a runner and the head of steam for Marshall Franks. Marshall Franks doesn't get held. He's back up and moving again. They're at the 22. They have runners. They're looking out to this right-hand side. Get the ball into the hands of big Alex Balladaris, but knocked on. It's going to be a scrum here for New England.
You know, the Southeast Bears have those big fellas up front, but they're also nimble on their feet, and they can handle the ball. So maybe a little bit more of that as they get to know each other as these games
they play
wear
well.
on.
Little tip passes working very well for this team.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw the big fella looking like Tyke Furlong of Ireland, tiptoeing his way for some extra meters, and presence of mind with the ball.
Yep.
Not like my playing days with the likes of Neanderthal Scott Lefkowitz or Brian Sheehy, who were just thugs.
A little different.
Just thugs.
Rugby's come a long way since your playing days, Matt.
Indeed. And yours.
Oh, and I used to split halves with Jesus to Jerusalem 10s. We're going to see another scrum here for New England.
Just a spectacular setting for rugby, this Sabercats home field of AVEVA Stadium, John. It's always a thrill coming down here. And it's hard to believe that it's America with this kind of facility dedicated to rugby.
What a beautiful facility it is here. Ball comes in for New England. Kick into the wind, straight into the hands of a waiting Bears player. Bears moving that one across. I believe that's George Condra. A little shade here, getting it tough to see those numbers. Looking to the outside are the Bears. Big run coming in, big handoff. Southeast Bears player. Can he make it? Can he beat the cover tackle? And he does. Try awarded.
Wow.
Southeast puts 5 points on the board. And not much happening for a couple of minutes here. And all of a sudden, good game on our hands. Big move.
That's what we see. We have that quick strike capability of these players because they're just so here you can see it again. Defend, and nobody's going to bring him down. He's going right in. Here comes one last shot. No go. Dives for the try. Perfect execution. That stiff arm being used with lethal efficiency.
It certainly is. Wind at the back of this kicker, so it should be interesting to see if he can get the right angle on it. About 12 minutes gone in this first half of action here at the National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Weekend here at AVEVA Stadium. Thank you to everybody at NCR. This next level rugby production. Great rugby today. Be a little warmer and less windy tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss out on any of the action. We get to the knockout stages. We have to crown a champion.
It'll be a little bit more Houston-y tomorrow.
We'll hope so.
Yeah. Today it's a little upstate New York-y.
It's a little bit upstate New York-y. Southeast. That one probably not going to find. The wind's not going to scoop it up.
No, that's not going to do it, but a great
So
try nonetheless.
5 points there, yep.
And, John, is there anybody that you've seen today that's stood out, like one or two players? Because you've seen so many good players.
Yeah, the trouble with that, Matt, is I've seen every
You've
player.
seen every
so
player.
They're
all one
330
player.
people
Yeah.
play right now.
Yeah.
So giving you a name would be a little tough. We'll do
Right.
an all-tournament team, but
I was just asked
little
what the
difficult.
score of the last match was, and I just
had
stared
no idea.
blankly. Yeah.
Yes. That's we're in Ron Burgundy mode at the moment. Ball across the 22. Here come the Bears after a nice try they just put down. Bears up 10-0 over New England. 2 unconverted tries. 7 minutes to go. 6-7 minutes to go in this first half. Southeast. They get that one on the ground. Trying a little pick and go. Just drawing some of the New England defense in. A little pass goes back in over the top. Nice show of the ball. Trying to work their way to the outside. Drag back in they are. Looking for some of their danger runners. Things just moving a little bit slower at this point.
You know, John, I like the discipline of not making the pass by these players in this particular couple of phases.
Maintaining possession, putting the phases together are the Southeast Bears. Player offside, spotted by the referee, so we have an advantage. But here come the Bears, looking for a runner, trying to find him. Can't get it, puts it just in behind him. Marcel.
Such a great run, and then just not finishing with the pass, John.
Marcel Smith, who had scored one just a moment ago, can't get that one with a head of steam. Ball doesn't quite get there. Southeast still on the move. Cade Austin trying to push on out. And penalty here, player coming in from the side. And here go the Southeast. Southeast. Player tries to take that one quickly. Could have been a card there against that Southeast player.
I was just looking at Nathaniel White coming in and trying to clear out that. You don't normally see a number 10 fly in to clear out. And he looked up incredulously at the referee like there was no penalty. But so get out of here. You're number 10. But you like seeing that. You're seeing backs know how to ruck and counter ruck, and you're seeing props know how to run the ball and pass the ball. It's amazing. It's rugby.
It's rugby. Everybody plays rugby these days. Everybody needs the full skill set these days, Matt. Very important for a player. That's what people are looking for when they're out here scouting. So these players want to run well in their formations.
And I'm told we're now up to 5 teams being represented by Major League Rugby with eyes in the stands, yeah. Some a little bit more inconspicuous than others. I mean, we have the hardest working man in rugby and Steve Lewis in the booth with us right now.
Teixeira from the Southeast Bears gets that one. They're moving across field. And again, a little messy. Referee's going to go back for a knock-on.
He's going to call that as a knock.
Scrum here for the New England team. 4 minutes to go on the game clock in this first half here. This game and 1 more to go, and we will be done for this day until we move on to the next. Scrum for New England. New England down 10 points right now. Need to get some points on the board, get it rolling for themselves, try to work their way back into this game.
You could see that wind on the referee's jersey. Just it's comical in a certain way.
It is. I think more absurd than comical.
Yes.
And we'll go with another New England move here. A little pressure on him in the scrum. Going to need to get this ball out. Have done. Big Nick Mills. Nick Mills rolls through one. Ball is won here, looking for a set of forwards. It just rolls across the front. We're going to come back for a penalty for an offsides against the Southeast. Referee Hale has spotted that. Slowing it down just a touch. And Garrett Riley hanging on to this one.
Is this Nick Mills with the ball?
I think it's Garrett Riley.
Oh, you're correct, yes. It's number 3. I just saw the 3.
Ball comes in the hands of Peter Logie, and they knock that one forward. Referee Hale on the spot there. The wind just getting in the middle of this scrum here for the Southeast.
So we got about 2 and change left unofficially in this match, but as we saw in the last match, when we thought there was like 30 seconds left, we basically had another half of thrilling ending.
A lot can certainly happen.
Tri-State Vikings and the Pac West Grizzlies and a thriller. If you can watch that on replay, do so.
Tri-State Vikings will be back in the next game against the Mid-Atlantic Sharks.
Sharks have been good.
Good to hear. Ball comes across into the hands of former try scorer there, Smith, but he puts it back inside. They can't quite convert on that one. Going back to where their runners are. Is that man Marshall Franks? Franks to the ground. Coming off into the hands of Chester Stanton. Stanton gets just back inside there. Ball moved again, looking wide. That's that man Duplantier right there. Gets the ball to Marcel Smith. They're getting driven backwards this time. Little kick pass coming up, but referee's going to come back. There's about 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the game clock in the first half here. We're going to have another scrum for New England. New England down 10 points. Would love to get some points before this half ends.
And unofficially, we're under 1 minute left in the half. So they've got their work cut out for them. But patience with the ball and keeping the ball is a must right now because you have to score a try. Unless you got Killian Burns on the pitch from Wayne State, who hit that kick in the previous match in unbelievable conditions.
Ball here for Garrett Riley to put in. Garrett Riley from Boston College.
Seems to be a lot of Irish names on the New England roster.
Boston has some Irish heritage for sure, as does New York. And a lot of the Northeast. Ball down in the hands of Marcel Smith. Marcel Smith, not the man you always want to kick to. He's always going to get some return on this. Another one out into the hands of Stanton. Stanton trying to move that ball a little wider this time. Both teams playing a little bit tight because of this wind, not surprisingly. Little power step there, but going to be brought down to the ground of the Southeast Bears.
I'll tell you what, that number 10, Nathaniel Taylor, is throwing his 160 pounds around like he's 190 pounds. I got to give him credit. He is not afraid to mix it up for New England.
And that is the end of our first half here, where the Southeast Bears lead 10-0 over the New England Independent Whites. We're going to be back with second half action here at AVEVA Stadium. We're going to step away for just a second. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium here in Houston. It's National Collegiate Rugby All-Stars Men's National Shield Challenge, where 10-0 is the score. The Southeast Bears, you see them on the right side of your screen in the blue and black, are leading the New England Independent White. John Broker here with Matt McCarthy. 20 minutes of second half rugby coming up. One more game after that for today's action here at AVEVA. 10 points needed for New England. Matt McCarthy, what does New England need to do to make this up?
Well, I think that if they just keep patient and just keep to their game plan, there is plenty of rugby despite the fact it's only a 20-minute half, and just be wary of the wind and not try to do too much to try to make up for 10 points in a hurry.
They just need 2 tries to make it happen here. Certainly can do what they can, and here comes scrum coming here. First one of the second half for New England White. Good set of forwards. Packing down here. Their red team has had a very good day as well.
Yeah, they've come fully represented, right? They've got the Rising Stars team as well.
Red, white, and blue. As Ryan Ginty said in our previous one, go America.
Our colorful director-producer from Next Level Rugby, Ryan
Certainly
Ginty.
is.
His character. But what a setting, right, John? I keep saying it over and over again.
You have said it over and over again, and it is a great.
How great would it have been to play here as a college guy?
It would have been great to play here as a college guy. Going to a small school in Poughkeepsie, New York, not sure it would have been that easy to have happen, but the Southeast Bears are going to go quick there. Referee's going to bring it back. It's just a free kick. And here they come. Referee is going to let them play on. Teixeira with the quick speed of thought there to get it going. The inside center been instrumental today for the Southeast Bears team. The South African-born University of North Carolina sports administration major. Referee Hale sees a player coming in. There's Teixeira again. Teixeira holding the ball, puts that little intelligent pass on. We can back out the other way into the hands of a big Noah Mills. Noah Mills offloads that ball.
It was Jake Tingham.
Noah Mills, another Citadel player. Southeast looking to capitalize in the first part of the second half here, driving towards that New England line. Keeping it tight, off they go. Up to number 4, Gage Gibson. Gage Gibson can't make it there. Referee, however, spots a high tackle. And here we go quick from this team, and not going to happen. He's going to call it back. He's going to make them come back and
now it's a free kick to New England.
Calls. So it's a free kick to New England.
I'm just the color guy. Don't look at me.
I'm aware. I'm just kind of curious what that call was. I thought you might have seen the
I think,
hand motions out there.
Yeah. We'll have to bring Steve Lewis to weigh in on that one after this. He's our referee whisperer.
We'll have to get on the video to have that happen. Ball out here. Taylor moves it out. Big hit coming in the midfield from the Southeast. New England has the wind coming across field. We'll see what they decide to do with this, but a penalty against them yet again. And here is Teixeira. Teixeira barrels his way to the line. Teixeira.
And
may have scored.
Going to have a conference.
Andy Buck coming in to have a conversation. And try is awarded to Teixeira. 5 points to the good for the Southeast.
Here it is, John. Here you can see it. A little quick tap. But nothing but power from Teixeira over the line for the try.
Good work, Teixeira. Well deserved after all the work he's done on this fine Houston Saturday.
If you like, fine is, well, fine from where you're from, where it's minus 75.
Yes, it's roughly pretty cold today where I'm from. The negative 14-degree region. With the wind chill, but it's good wind chill here too, as Newell is going to try to line this one up. And with the wind, no good. It just pushes to the side there. Some very good kickers not getting to show their wares this weekend.
And you know what? That is a factor because some of these guys are deadly off the tee.
Great kickers. Yeah, can make a big difference in these games.
All right, so we've got some work for New England to do here.
Certainly do. Down 15-0 right now is New England. Ball up in the air, and these just anybody's guess on these kickoffs.
There's some indecision on catching those restarts or collecting those restarts.
The Southeast player had played that one off the ground there, but they continue to have the ball. Player works his way out towards the middle of the field. They got runners in either direction.
And who's in on that tackle? Number 10.
It's
my man Nate.
He certainly is not afraid. At the 50-meter line they are, looking to continue their role here and have done to share a holds, to tear shows, puts in a little offload. The first thing that goes wrong for him today is he can't connect on that one. Nobody's perfect. And across they come for New England. They have to get some go forward and some points on the board quickly if they can. Staunch defense from the Southeast preventing that. But an infraction in there, referee Hale has spotted. We're going to come back and have a scrum here for New England. About 5 minutes gone in the second half of National Collegiate Rugby All-Star action.
You know, I'm looking at Taylor again, and it was bugging me who he reminds me of. And he reminds me of a very young A.J. McGinty.
A little bit, I'd say. This is a very nice compliment for him.
He's 160 pounds. He's a junior in college. You know, he's going to fill out. And he's certainly not afraid to mix it up as a number 10.
Played his high school rugby at Belmont in Massachusetts there. Very good at rugby program. Greg Bruce, the coach there. Plays at UMass Lowell at the moment.
And you know, this is the beauty of this tournament, is that these kinds of players get some airtime.
And there's Matt's favorite, Nathaniel Taylor, headed towards the 50-meter line. He's gotten there. Nate the Great, as Matt's been calling him under his breath. Off the ball comes a little bit out wide. Not handled by the outside center. Hudson Lee, Brown University key man. Sliding back inside, Leo Clayberg.
His engine doesn't stop. Hudson Lee's.
Certainly does not. A little bobble of the ball there. Finally comes back in the direction of New England White. That's Nolan Buckley taking that one down. Nolan Buckley, another UMass Lowell player from North Attleboro, Mass. A plastics engineering major. Pretty specific. Little show from eBay Akkar there. Akkar.
Oh, stolen, John. But coming back.
Nearly stolen.
It's offsides and a penalty to New England, John.
Opportunity to move down the field here, and they really need this with about 7.5 minutes gone in this second half. Akkar in the game now has been very important. Taylor moves it out, gets it in the hands of one of the big boys. That's that man, Buckley. Buckley, the UMass Lowell player, but ball's up in the hands of one of his teammates here. They're at the 50-meter line. Tellefson. Moves it back out. A little kick across there is not going to work that time. And a spin move coming in from Marcel Smith. Ball just getting thrown around here by both of these teams. And here come the New England Independent. They have a penalty advantage. Referee Hale has spotted.
You know, that kick by my guy, Nate, was just knocked down completely by the wind. I'm just going to say that.
And Chris Ferrigno just brings the ball in. There's your man, Nate. Gets the ball to Buckley. Buckley takes the contact, but ripped away by this Southeast Bears team. Well done, but into the hands of Sam Moyle. Moyle trying to work his way around.
Oof. Duplantier with a crushing contact.
Some strong players are going to dig it out. That player has to make a little more effort to roll away, and he did not, so they're going to get penalized. That car is going to have a little hop step here. He's going to find one of the big boys in Leo Clayberg. Clayberg's going to get hauled down to the ground eventually. Clayberg from Norwich, another cadet, still has the ball, tries to put that ball in behind his back. Not the smartest move because it's been turned over to the Southeast Bears. And the Bears now on the run. They've got some runners on the outside, but coming across that line they go. Let's see who they can offload the ball. It's taken away by New England. These silly passes just creeping in here, Matt, and both teams just handing it over.
Indeed. You want to be patient with the ball.
Nate Taylor tackled again. Here comes Southeast. That one looked a little forward. Referee didn't spot it. Marcel Smith headed in the try line again in the try zone. All he's going to do is touch it down. Has done right in front of the posts. Another 5 points here for the Southeast as they continue to pile it on the scoreboard.
Here it is again. Nicely taken. And a great dish. Freeing Smith. And he just goes in. No problem. Knows exactly. He's been there before. Tots it down. Great try.
Kick to come in front of the post here. We'll see how they do. Should be pretty straightforward for them.
It should be, and
see who's going to charge us for the New England Independent team. The left footer. And that one is good. 2 points on the board from the conversion. Really pushing ahead here is the Southeast, taking this game by the scruff of the neck as we have 9 minutes to go on the game clock.
I'd love to know the ratio of successful conversions attempted today.
Not good.
Right?
I would say really not good.
So I can pretty much count them on one hand.
Yeah. And as we've seen a lot of kicks have come off the post somehow.
Yeah.
Interesting in this kind of weather because look at that wind. Just hangs the ball up in the air. Ball doesn't go 10.
These players are thinking, these scouts are looking at me and they're thinking I can't kick.
Yeah, well,
right?
I think they're taking that into account. Scrum coming for the Southeast right at halfway here. I'm sure the Southeast team would love to just get this done with, get back to the warm hotel.
As would many of us,
Certainly.
right?
Possibly.
But not while there's rugby to be played, John.
There is rugby to be played for sure. Good push there by the Bears. Looking for a couple of runners, but don't quite find who they were looking for. Advantage here. Akar tries to move that one across. They're probably going to come back for the scrum. Will do. It's going to be an Independence scrum right at the 50-meter line, about 15 meters in from the sideline.
All right, so you've got 22 zip. So if you're a guy playing for New England right now, you just want to demonstrate your skills, right? But in a team
in a team-oriented fashion.
Right.
Thank you, Matt.
Right. No quit because you want to show
Absolutely.
that you're a gamer, you're ready to play. Doesn't matter what the scoreboard says. And we've seen that across the board.
Referee Hale is going to whistle this one up. We're just going to come back for another scrum. 7 minutes on the game clock. Not that I'm counting.
I'm lobbying for another 7 tagged onto it.
You want double overtime?
Double overtime. Double secret probation overtime.
Messy scrum there, but the penalty is going to go against New England. Good work by the Southeast Bears.
You saw the arm of the Southeast Bear player go up simultaneously with the referees on that one. And rarely is it right when they're simultaneous, but that was one of those instances where it was.
Ball is not going to find the safety touch. It's going to roll into the try zone and out of the try zone. Or did it find touch? Assistant referee down there. Conferring with referee Hale. We'll see what the decision is.
It looks like it's coming back. No.
We'll find out.
I can't wait, John.
Yes. Bated breath.
How do you keep an idiot in suspense?
How, Matt?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Well done. Well done. And they are going to come back.
Yeah, okay.
No more suspense needed. Andy Buck, assistant referee, has the mark there, so they know where it's going to be. It's going to be a scrum for New England just inside their own half, about 5 meters in, as we have just over 5 minutes to go on the game clock in the second half. Remember, we have the Mid-Atlantic Sharks versus the Tri-State Vikings from the greater New York area coming up after this to round out our day here in beautiful AVEVA Stadium in the Space City, Houston, Texas.
H-Town.
Also H-Town.
No longer the home of the Houston Oilers.
This is true. Ball coming across the field. They're trying to get a run. Hudson Lee puts a little pass in here. Here comes a big run coming in from Obiero.
Yeah, I thought he had Moyle on his outside a little sooner if he had looked up.
Obiero from Bates College. Comes from Nairobi. Pick and go here from the southeast. A little offload to a player on his own out wide there. Cullen Cunningham. Players picking up the ball here and continue to move forward. Jeremiah Curry for the Southeast. Southeast has taken this one. Pick and go just over the back there. Another pick and go by the Bears. Keeping that ball in hand, trying to keep it tight.
And they just keep battling, both sides.
Yeah, certainly not giving up here. The second half continues to wind to completion. 22-0 Southeast lead by here. We'll pick and go. Coming off the back one more time. I believe that was Prince Louis Bush IV.
The best name in the tournament, right up there with Bronkhorst.
Chipfumbu.
Yeah, Chief. You know, so we've got some
great names here.
Got some great names.
When Matt McCarthy does his best name 15, best hair 15, we've got some teams coming out later.
Okay, I'm already overworked. Okay, so don't be adding lists. No superlatives. Go.
You're not the hardest working man in rugby.
No, that would be Stephen Lewis. Rugby
Whistle
Pickham's hardest working man in the world, Steve Lewis, in any occupation. He's in the booth with us, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we are teasing him. But he is indeed a hard worker, and here observing the talent that's on the field.
Another good throw, another good scrum half pass there. Players, Southeast, got to be careful there. Almost got themselves in a bit of danger. Ball out. Wide pass here. Big break from New England. They could use some points before the end of this one. A little show, a little go. He's got 40 meters. He's got the ball into somebody else's hands. That is Obiero. Obiero from Nairobi plays at Bates College. Obiero, can he make it on his own? He cannot. Good scramble defense, but ball over into the try zone for the New England Independents. Great work by this team late in the game. Just a couple of minutes to go.
Obiero made that one try. Look at this. Watch him go. Presence of mind. Keeps the ball. Doesn't lose it. And the try. Great try. Obiero all over that one.
Well done, Obiero. Good work by New England as we wind down here. Just about a minute and a half on the game clock. Kick to come. New England, all three teams be done for the day after this one. She'll be back at the team hotel.
And, John, remind me again, who's up next for the folks at home?
It is the Tri-State Vikings versus the Mid-Atlantic Sharks.
Tri-State Vikings versus the Mid-Atlantic Sharks should be a good one.
A little East Coast regional battle.
Are there Sharks in the Mid-Atlantic?
On the rugby fields.
Okay.
Yes. There are Sharks in the Atlantic. Certainly, I live on it, I can tell you.
Is there Jazz in Utah?
I'm sure there is. Kick up into the wind. Falls across the post. Under a minute to go on the game clock here.
Not a bad effort considering the conditions. Again, I keep siding on the side of these kickers because it is a really difficult condition to kick in right now. And I think they're starting to figure it out. They're getting closer and closer to the posts as we go on.
Players asking about the time here as we're at 22-5. New England trails the Southeast.
This should be the last play.
Most likely the last play here.
Well, actually, New England will be in control of the ball, right? So they don't want the game to end. Oh,
and that one doesn't go 10. Referee looks at his watch. They're going to take the scrum in the middle of the field here, so we have to complete this before they can end the game.
Now, in theory, they can go down, score, kick the conversion, kick a restart, get the ball back, go down, score, kick a conversion, kick the restart, get the ball back, score, and kick the
I don't think
conversion.
they can, man. I think we got one too many restarts there because after they scored and kicked the conversion, the game will be over.
All right.
It's been a long day for you,
Okay,
Matthew.
all right, Mr. Facts. As John Adams said, facts are stubborn things.
Obiero gets a little pass out there. Good work. Hudson Lee being held up by the Southeast defense. And a headlock, a little bit of WWE action going out on the field here. Can he get to the ground? Or will this game end with a maul? Players coming over there from...
And that is
Southeast.
going to do it, John.
And that is it, where it is 22-5. The Southeast Bears have overtaken New England Independent White in this all-star competition. For Matt McCarthy, this is John Broker. We're going to be back with that Tri-State Vikings versus Mid-Atlantic Sharks game in just a few minutes. Stick with us.
play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. Play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
And welcome back to AVEVA Stadium, National Collegiate Rugby. All-Stars Men's National Shield Challenge. John Broker here with Matt McCarthy. We are riding out the day. This is the final one. Big matchup coming between the Tri-State Vikings and the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. This should be an exciting finish to our wonderful yet windy and slightly cold day here in Houston. Matt McCarthy, you ready for this one?
I don't know, John. I am so spent from the exciting day of rugby, but you know what? Once this ball gets kicked into the air, I'm going to be all over it. All over it, John.
I think you're ready, as Matt Lake is going to be refereeing this with Marty Steffens and Pete Chamberlain as the assistant referees. You see the Mid-Atlantic Sharks coming out there in the light blue, and in the powder blue and gold quarters is the Tri-State Vikings.
Oh, boy. It doesn't get easier, does it?
They're not that close to jerseys. We'll be okay here. The Sharks to kick off. Zachary Euler from UMBC, Columbia, Maryland, to get us underway. And our last game of the day here is underway. Tri-State Vikings knocked that one on in the wind. It's an early advantage here for the Sharks. Sharks, some great players from across the area, as that one just got knocked over the top there. We're going back for a first scrum. First knock-on was by Tri-State, so it'll be a scrum here for the Sharks.
Can't score without the ball, John. That was one of those fundies things that we've seen today. But it's actually been, despite the conditions, these players have been pretty good with the ball in hand.
That's been excellent. Be looking forward to a good day tomorrow. We get the knockout rounds on the Rugby Network, on Next Level Rugby and NCR's Facebook, YouTube pages. Make sure you don't miss out on that action. The Sharks scrum just outside the 22 here. Picked up off the back. I think that's Casares. Tomas Casares from Thomas More. Touches down the first 5-pointer. And a pretty straightforward run to the line for him, Matt.
No doubt about it. Here's the replay, John. And you can see it's pretty basic. Just off the back of the scrum, little dummy pass, and he is off and on his own right under the posts.
Casares from Tigre, Buenos Aires, a sports entertainment major. Playing for Thomas More. Great program building there. We're in the championships for NCR in December.
Yeah, he had no doubt about it. He was going for that. But a great presence of mind to do at least a dummy pass, a little dip to shoulder, and go through. Might have caught those Tri-State Vikings napping a little bit.
May have. Just a little not the start to the game they would want. Ali Taha Brown to take this kick for the Mid-Atlantic Sharks from Georgetown. Born and raised in Hong Kong, hits that one. It's 7-0. Tri-State Vikings lead this Mid-Atlantic Sharks.
And a lock doing the kicking, right? A lock from Hong Kong doing the kicking, which is always cool.
Tri-State ready to kick this one off. Federico Gubana from Marist College. Ball inside the 22. A little show there from one of the Sharks players. That is Taha Brown, who we were talking about just a moment ago. Now the ball in the middle of the field. It's big Hudson Montgomery. Hudson Montgomery also from Thomas More. He is a fun player to watch. Ball quickly moving out. Casares, a try scorer. Players just running everywhere for the Sharks, having a go. Unafraid to have at it as they drive this one forward. About 30 meters out. Good job by the Vikings to hold this up. Sharks trying to get it going once again. And finally to the ground they go. They've been able to keep it moving enough so it is considered a ruck ball. A little show, a little go.
Whoa.
That was Ali Taha Brown just holding that one up in the air. Hudson Montgomery puts that little pass away. Montgomery going to clean that one up. Smart player is Montgomery, always there to make those phases. Ball nearly picked off. Bouncing around a couple. Whistle this one up. And it's going to be a scrum here for Tri-State. About 45 meters out.
Yeah, they lost a heartbreaker, the Tri-State Vikings, to the Pac-West Grizzlies, who were down 2 men and defending their own tri-zone late in the game, late in the match. And an unbelievable finish with that kick by Killian Burns. If you got a chance, check that one out. But let's see how they bounce back in this one, now that they're down early.
Ball in there from Federico Gubana. Plays fly half a lot, but playing scrum half for this one. Little wraparound play there, moving the ball wide. They've got some width on the ball. Let's see what they can do with it. Big run, but he's isolated, ends up knocking it forward, does Ethan Gruber. Ball winds up in touch, but referee sees a knock on first. It's going to be Shark scrum just around the 22-meter line, but nice little way to open up that outside space for the Vikings.
Yeah, absolutely. And, John, I know this is going to sound crazy, but we have sun, which can be a factor because it's in our eyes, so it's got to be even worse for the players, specifically for the Tri-State Vikings going into it. So look for the strategy of the Sharks to put the ball up and make them feel that in that high sun.
Sharks scrum at their own 22. See, still a very tricky breeze out here if they're going to try to clear their lines. We'll see what they try to do with this. Ball is in there. Taken off the back by Casares. He always gets through a couple. Hand on the ball. No one can seem to tackle him. Finally offloads it. Outside of their 40 they go. Tri-State trying desperately to get in and win this ball. Cannot do so. Chad Tiernan for the Sharks takes it across the 50-meter line. Penalty for a high tackle in there against the Vikings. Here they go. It is Kauwe moving that ball out. Gets it into the hands. Gets it back, actually. Kauwe. And good run. Knocks down another. He's across the 22. Tremendous player there. They're just moving that ball to the width. They've got danger runners everywhere. They're about 5 meters out. Can they make it to the line? Referees in the right place. Referees taking a look and try awarded. Wow. Sharks on the board again. Look at this Mid-Atlantic team. What a phenomenal play by them.
Here it goes again, John. Here's an enormous hit coming up. If we have that, let's just check. But great moves from number 9. There it is. He just steamrolls a would-be tackler, gets the ball off. Great try.
Away from Kutztown, originally from Orem, Utah, playing rugby in Kutztown these days. But another try on the board here, and Ali Taha Brown, opportunity to extend the lead here.
And, ironically, one of the members of the coaching staff for the Tri-State Vikings, Nick Denyer, a New York Rugby Club legend, ran just like that. So on the opposite, but for the other side. You're welcome, Nick.
Kick to come here for the Sharks. Ali Taha Brown tries to hang one up in the air. That doesn't work.
Yeah, and here's the actual try, the end of that sequence, and just pounding, and the end of a lot of hard work, hands in the air, job well done.
A lot of Sharks players helping the referee to realize that he actually touched the ball down.
Yeah.
He eventually agreed with them. Gubana, playing in Poughkeepsie, New York these days from Italy. Little knock on there at the end of that. Referee does spot it. It's going to be a scrum here for the Tri-State Vikings, just about 15 meters out. Good opportunity here for them to get some points on the board. Very well needed as we're about 7.5 minutes gone.
It's difficult enough. Sorry, John. It's difficult enough catching these restarts in the wind, but when your teammate tips it while you're lining up to catch it, that just makes it even more tricky.
Jonah Clark, the number 8 position from Nazareth College. As Gubana gets this one in, see if Clark decides to take a run here. Gets the ball back. Good squeeze coming on from the Sharks. Referee's going to set it down again. Referee Lake.
And here, the Vikings need to take advantage of this opportunity being deep in the Sharks' end. So they've got to do something here.
Yeah, they need some points here. It'd be very big for them. They're down 2 tries. They need a little confidence. Good power coming in from the Shark scrum. Hudson Montgomery, big, powerful loose head prop. The referees want to make sure this is safe, does referee Lake, so he's going to set us down again.
John, the Tri-State Vikings, we mentioned their dramatic loss in the match before. They have to be a goldfish. They have to have no memory, like Ted Lasso says.
Yes, like Ted Lasso did say.
Be a goldfish, Vikings.
Wise words from Matt McCarthy as the scrum comes in one more time. I think Clark wants to get the ball in his hands a lot quicker at the moment. Gubana is going to get the ball in his hands. He's going to have to wriggle off to the right-hand side. He's got Casares keeping him company there. A little pop-up to Bobby Husher. Crusher Jr. takes that one in. Now off they go. Not a lot of room to run. Rushing defense there. Chris Giunta has to take it into contact. They've lost some territory here. Coming back across the field. Good pass there. Ball popped up, but knock-on creeps in eventually. Unfortunately, it looked like Zephaniah Tassanangurwa was going to get a clear run. Not happening. We'll come back here for the scrum.
Yeah, a lot of chaos at times in these matches. Players running around like crazy, but they do eventually figure it out, or so you think. And this is one of those instances where they've got to just calm it down and do the basics right. Don't try to do too much.
Ball in there. That's that great player, Kikoa Kauwe, and breaking across the middle there. Good work by this Sharks team. They've got runners there as Casares. He never stops. Casares 30 meters out. Kauwe gets it in there. Happy to trundle forward. Lance Fenumaya, excuse me. Penalty against Tri-State.
And John, we are joined by Steve Lewis, the GM of Rugby New York, who's out here scouting. Steve's eager to see as much of the rugby as he possibly can. Steve, this is a match of 2 teams that you might be a little bit more familiar with just because of the geography.
Yeah, to be honest, not so familiar with the Mid-Atlantic team, so it's interesting watching them. It is the 8th game of the day, so we've seen a lot of rugby. You guys have been commentating a lot of rugby. And this is kind of the last stanza of day 1.
As Tri-State here across the 50-meter line. Big hit comes in on Gubana. He normally plays that first receiver position, but he's playing scrum half at the moment. So just taking a couple of steps off the back there doesn't work, but a couple of knock-ons come in. We're going to have a scrum here for the Sharks just inside their own half.
Steve, is it like 1, 2, or 3, or 5 players that maybe have raised an eyebrow that you didn't previously know of, or any players at all?
I know. I would say there's 25, 30 that I now know their names. In terms of MLR caliber right now, I would say you're near the 1 to 5 mark.
Okay.
But that's to be expected, right?
Sure.
These guys are at a sort of development stage, age-wise, and in terms of coaching, in terms of physical development.
And this, the whole idea of this thing is to get players and maybe find that diamond in the rough, right?
Exactly right.
John, why don't you take us away?
Casares comes off the back there. Happy to Matt Casares. He's already scored one. Can't get that pass away. A little too fancy for his wingers' likings. We're going to go back here for a scrum for the Tri-State Vikings.
Steve, we'd like you to come back at the end of the match and give your perspective on the man of the match if you can.
Certainly.
Fantastic.
Certainly. I think one of the interesting things, perhaps, as we're in this final match is tomorrow. Today has been playing about seeding. It's been getting to know your teammates, getting to know the opposition. There's been some rotation of players, trying to give everyone a game time. Tomorrow morning, right out the gates, each team is going to have to put out their best 15 or their best 23. And the edge, the competitiveness will go up considerably.
It'll be nice to see him play without these gale force winds. Gubana moves it out to the back there. Ball down into the hands of Ace Williams. Ace Williams into contact. Big unit he is. He's going to drive it forward a little bit. Get some players to clean that off. Good counter ruck coming in. Stolen away. Kauwe takes it in hand. Looking for a couple of runners. A show, but no one there to pass it to. Has that been the right move? Able to recycle are the Sharks. Kauwe, the cuts down player, gets across. Looking about 15 meters out. Which way are they going to go? They're going to pop that one up. That's Lorenzo Lely. Lely makes his way towards the line. Keeping it tight are the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. Looking for another tight runner here, and off they go. Just drawing in that Vikings defense. Ball up into Casares' hands. He's got no one to pass to that time. That's Ace Williams. Takes him to the ground, but Casares, as he will do, makes his way forward across the gain line to some degree. Nice pass comes out there. Chad Tiernan moves it out. They're just on the right-hand side of the post. Kauwe has some runners. Is going to be able to get it out there. Player is double tackled, trying to get it out to Quincy Allum. Quincy Allum is looking at the line. Quincy Allum near the line. A referee taking a look at it. We're going to say what happens here. It looks like he was held up. We have a goal line dropout for the Tri-State Vikings. And Tri-State Vikings, that's got to go 5 meters, so referee is probably going to whistle us back. That is not a 22 drop kick. That's a goal line drop. It's a little mistake there from Gubana, the Italian-born player from Marist College.
But I like the way he's thinking.
I do like the way he's thinking. He wants to play.
Attack, attack, attack. Until you play the whistle too, right? There's a little bit of a conference going on.
Referees having a discussion. Not sure what happens if you...
It's going to be a scrum down.
If you make a hash of one of those goal line drops, that's what you get. Is you get a scrum at the 5 meter line for the other team. So the Sharks in a great position to pack it down. We know the threat that Casares is off the back here.
And pad their lead. And, we are playing 20-minute halves if you're just tuning in for the first time. And, people could be tuning in for the first time.
Yeah, they could be tuning in for the first time. Just laughing. I've been at this for 8 hours now as of you.
Yes.
As have Pat Clifton, Grant Cole, and our tremendous broadcasters.
And our sideline reporter, Tyler Deutsch.
Even Ryan Ginty stepped in for a couple.
And the likes of Steve Lewis.
And
Nick Boyer and a couple of the other Houston Sabercats making cameos.
Get ready for some more. And Nikki Krisick, our director, we were going to thank him at the end of day 2, but he is insisting on it now. As the ball comes out, let's get back to rugby here. Ball comes across the field down into the hands of Quincy Allum. Kauwe gets that one out. Little show, a little wrap around there. Good work. Headed towards the try line they are. Last pass does not needed. It's touchdown. Try awarded to the Sharks. They continue to roll through their lead. A little shade there. I couldn't quite see that one.
I think it's Aiden Guarnuccio who finally ultimately dips it down. Here you go in the far corner. Nice work. And a try. Beautiful. Well done. And he's got that red, white, and blue scrum cap. You got to love that, John.
We certainly do love that scrum cap. Good look for him there. Sharks, tough angle on this kick. Wind is coming across here. Wind may be starting to die down just a little bit. It's supposed to go down around 5 or 6 o'clock today. I can't feel the building we're in.
Yeah.
Can't feel the building we're in shaking as it was earlier today.
And this is by no means a rickety building. This is a solid, spectacular complex.
Edifice.
It's an edifice complex?
No. A little different. Ali Taha Brown to line this one up again.
He's had a nice tournament so far. I know it's still early, but that kick's not going to
not surprising with this
him.
Win. That just
John Eales is not worried about being still the tallest, best kicker out there.
Tri-State to kick this one off. We've just 2.5 minutes to go in this first half. The final game of National Collegiate Rugby Men's All-Star Shield Championship weekend here in Texas. Nice high kick up there. Wind does not play havoc with that one. And here come the Sharks. Sharks out to a great lead already, 17-0. Would love some more, of course. Tri-State needs to get back in this. Coach Dave Chapman's charges come from some very good programs. Wrap around there. Referee almost in the way, but they're going to keep playing this one. Sharks in the move at their own 40-meter line. Hudson Montgomery shows that one. Hudson Montgomery.
Oh, yeah.
He is a tremendous player. I've seen him a couple times over the last 2 months and just very impressed by him all the time. Big run through. Nice little ball over the top there into Ali Taha Brown's hands. That is Pat Cone. Back to Taha Brown. Ali Taha Brown gets the ball to the ground. Kauwe gets hit finally by a couple of more players. Little pick and go. Trying to draw some players in off the back there. The Sharks pretty well structured in their game plan here. That offload not going to be terribly effective. Kauwe gets it out off to the side there. A nice little break and headed towards the line are the Sharks. Casares gets the pass in. The number 8 probably could have taken it on his own, but they're going to touch that one down. Another 5 points to the good. Mid-Atlantic Sharks.
Joe Rooney just dishing that one off. He had that one. All he had to do was run over a much smaller man. But he, presence of mind as a teammate, got the ball off, made sure it was a try.
Unselfish player.
Here it is again. There he is. Big Joe Rooney. Look at the presence of mind. Get that ball off. And another pass. Team try.
A little bit of a more straightforward kick coming this time. Ali Taha Brown again.
This last kick was not successful. We can say that.
Tough day in the wind here. This one's a little straightforward. Wind still a little bit of a factor. We're right at the 20-minute mark right now. We'll see if referee Lake wants this to be the last play of the first half. That one's good, and indeed that is the last play of the first half. And out to a commanding lead at the moment, the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. Tri-State Vikings, a lot of work to do. We'll be back with second half action in just a moment.
And Steve Lewis will be right back.
And we're back at AVEVA Stadium here in Houston, Texas. It is the final 20 minutes of final half of a great day of rugby, National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Shield Championship. John Broker. I am joined by Matt McCarthy, where the Tri-State Vikings trail the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. Mid-Atlantic Sharks out to a good lead. We're joined by Steve Lewis here in the booth. We're going to talk to Steve in just a moment at our first stoppage about his thoughts. And we're going to get this one underway. Tri-State Vikings running left to right on your screen in the square jersey. And here comes Tomas Casares, the Thomas More player, number 8. Changed his hairstyle for this event. Nice little breakthrough there from the Sharks. Mid-Atlantic Sharks on the run. Kauwe has been effective so far. A little pass up in the air, but we're going to get to move this one out. Wind takes that just a touch. Mid-Atlantic moves across field, doesn't get too far. First knock on. Going to have a scrum here for Tri-State at the 22. Important for them to get in. Steve Lewis, thoughts?
Yes, very impressed by Mid-Atlantic. Direct, physical, confrontational side, well worth this 24-point differential. I think the interesting stuff is on the other side of the field, really, and for Dave Chapman, from a coaching perspective, it's been a long day for Tri-City Vikings. They're 0-2, and they're looking like they're going to be 0-3. Second game of the day against Pacific Coast Grizzlies, they really should have won, just didn't manage the clock, didn't manage the game. And right now, they're looking a little dispirited, so it's how do you get this gang back on track tomorrow morning when it counts.
And that's the advantage of the format of this tournament is that you can reset because all the teams qualify for the quarterfinals tomorrow. So you can still win this thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Referee Lake is going to bring us up here. We're going to have another set down for this scrum. The Vikings looking for some points early here. Very much need them if they're going to get back into this game. Currently down 24-0 to the Sharks, this East Coast battle.
And, John, again, that sun can be tricky, and it's now in the eyes of the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. I don't know how much of an effect it had on the score because they were just dominant, but we'll see how they play with the sun in their eyes.
Vikings making a break in the middle of the field. Coming back in the other direction there, that's Federico Gubana, tripped up. Looking for some bodies to come in and clean this one. Just getting across that gain line. Good tackle by Ethan Goslaw. Ball out. Little wider channels just the moment. Zachary Dahar takes it across the 22. Looking for a turnover of the Sharks, and they get it with a penalty, not releasing against the Vikings. Penalty inside the 22 for the Sharks. Good win coming across the field. Chance to clear his lines here.
I think you've got a substitution.
A couple of changes coming in. Ethan Doumbé coming in for the Vikings.
I beg your pardon?
Ethan Doumbé coming in for the Vikings.
Steve's headset's a little bit off.
Yeah.
Yes, as the sun sets down here over the bayou, deep in the heart of Texas.
Nice shift from number 21, Tomas Casares, who is out, and he's got that hairdo that gets him into the blue hair specials and senior citizen discounts.
I also dye my hair gray. As we have line out coming off of that penalty. The Sharks chance to run it here. Casares will be needed tomorrow. Key player for them.
And that's his third match of the day.
Nice takeaway there. Bobby Husher comes up with it at the tail of that line out from a good knockdown. Looking for a big run. They've got some power coming here, do the Vikings, but the ball just spilled forward there by James Aitken. A little mistake. And a scrum coming for the Sharks. Chance squandered for the Vikings.
There's my guy, number 28, Rupert Bronkhorst, right in the middle there for the Tri-State Vikings. Can't get tired of saying that name.
What is it about Bronkhorst that amuses you so?
The name. It's such a...
Well, it's a very famous Dutch name. The current manager of Glasgow Rangers is Giovanni Bronkhorst.
It's his uncle.
Soccer player, yeah.
Yeah.
A common name in Europe.
Kauwe moves it across field. Sorry, just listening to my broadcast partners have a little banter back and forth. It's getting me. Ball's in the try zone, and it's rolling towards the touchline. Has gone out. We're going to come all the way back for that one. The wind plays havoc. It's going to be a Tri-State Vikings scrum away down the field.
So, Steve, getting back to this tournament and the size of America, it's important that these tournaments take place and these college setups take place. You have another one on the radar in the not-too-distant future?
Yeah, well, actually, National Collegiate Rugby are putting on a women's tournament at this very same location next weekend. It's sevens, 8 All-Star teams. Which,
I will be here.
John Broker will be back again. The mellifluous Golden Tonsils.
With Darian Lovelace joining me in the booth.
And then, back to the men, National Collegiate Rugby Sevens will be, of course, at the CRC in New Orleans, the biggest, baddest, and best sevens tournament in collegiate rugby at the Gold Mine.
Tri-State Vikings trying to move that one across field, but ripped out of the hands by the Sharks. Sharks in the run here. Chase Shebe across the 50-meter line. Kauwe sizing up his options, finds the right one there, gets the ball into the hands of Lorenzo Lely. He takes it into contact. Good contest for the ball here. Kauwe just has to pick and go with that one as it's squirted out the back. Looking for some runners they go. They find a big Matt Laudian. Laudian puts in a little tip and off they go. Ball up into the hands of Ghostlaw. Ghostlaw across the 40-meter line. Kauwe finds it off to the right-hand side, but ball slips there. As we said, the sun is in the eyes of these players for the Sharks this half. We're just about 6 minutes into the second half of NCR All-Star action. Tri-State Vikings, another opportunity here. Taken down in the middle of the field, looking for some runners. Has to hang on to it himself. Good scramble there. We continue to move. Nice little release pass comes out. That is Kaiteri. Takes it into contact. Moving across the field we come. Nice work here. Putting together the phases of the Vikings, showing what they're capable of. Ball down in the hands of James Aitken, but it's knocked on there at that last moment. It's going to be a scrum here with some changes coming in. Aitken, another St. Bonaventure University player on this Tri-State team.
So, Steve, in the process, if you identify a player here that you would have interest in for your Major League Rugby team, Rugby New York, what would be the process of talking to that player and then maybe getting him on the umbrella?
Yeah, so the next step really from a New York perspective and some other MLR teams are their academy seasons. So everyone's starting to take this academy program a little more seriously. For us, we're going to run sort of 8 games in the spring. That's going to be coached by former Eagles Mike Petrie, Luke Hume, and Yale coach Craig Wilson. So we're taking that quite a bit more seriously, and an invitation to that would be the next step, as far as I'm concerned.
That's a formidable trio that you just named there.
Former Hong Kong international in Craig, so Wilson, so 3 international players there.
Hume, a 7s and 15s Eagle, and Mike Petrie, of course, the 3-time Rugby World Cup scrum half for Team USA.
Kauwe gets that ball in. Good squeeze here by the Vikings, but ball's going to come out no problem to the way of the Sharks. Sharks offload that ball. That pass a little errant in the wind going out there, but well picked up. And a good run and a little chip kick forward. Tough to run onto for Terry. Terry just has to let it roll in a touch. And was he behind the 50-meter line when he kicked that? I believe he was.
John, yeah.
50-22. Nice thought there by the Sharks player to move that forward. Now his team gets a line out inside the 22 of the Tri-State Vikings.
Steve, do you like the 50-22?
I'm undecided. I think it's been less of a factor in rugby than we all thought it might have been.
I haven't seen it used as much as I thought I would.
Yeah, and that's at every level of the game, right? Even up at the pros and international level. It's not. It happens 2-3 times a game. It's a nice thing to see. It's good skill. But it hasn't really changed the paradigm in terms of defensive alignments or what have you, in my opinion.
And the ball is in the Tri-State Vikings' hands, and this commentator cannot see what's going on for the sun in my eyes.
Yeah.
But I think there's a knock on there for the Sharks, and we're going to come back for a scrum to the Vikings.
There was, John. It was a knock and going back, but there was a penalty call, so the advantage was being played.
Thank you. Off quick we go. There's a penalty there for Tri-State. They're moving it out. That's Terry. Terry gets the ball into the hands of the waiting Ethan Gruber. Gruber gets that ball away. A little kick coming back in, taken away by the Sharks. Sharks launch one up in the air. There is no one back. And that one goes directly in a touch. We're going to come back for a line out for the Tri-State Vikings. About 38 meters out from the Sharks line. Some points on the board needed for this Tri-State team.
And we've got a Viking hobbled that looked like number 5. He's up on his feet again. That's a good sign. That's Ethan Gruber going back to a position. And again, if you are the person that is just joining us, the numbers are not the traditional 1 through 23 match day. The players are all assigned a number for the entirety of the tournament for 2 reasons, so that we can identify them and that the MLR scouts, Major League Rugby scouts, can potentially identify them easier.
Bronkhorst puts that one in. Ball moving out in the middle of the field. This is a powerful run coming in, but well taken down by a couple of Sharks players. Going back off to the left-hand side with Antonelli. Now they move the ball to Dahar. Dahar coming around the side. Ball back in. Ripped away by the Sharks. So offensive opportunity squandered by the Vikings, and they've got ball in hand here. Here comes Montgomery. Montgomery, as I said, always fun to watch, always interesting in decisions, but rarely steps a wrong foot. Little breakthrough from this team. Nice offload. Tremendous play from the Sharks. He's got a clear run to the line. If he can get by Terry, and he does. Right in he goes. Great try by the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. Chad Tiernan touches down a 5-pointer.
Great try. Just so much gas to finish that try, but here it is again. Nice little fend. Presence of mind to get the ball off. Good reception by number 26 to keep it alive, and then just turn on the afterburners and take it to the house, John.
We're about 9 minutes to go. 8-9 minutes to go in the second half here. Tri-State Vikings would like to get away with some points from this one, I'm sure, because the Mid-Atlantic Sharks have had the run of play, certainly.
Steve, you like to see the finisher, right? You get a couple of fends and turn the jets on and finish it.
Well, that was all about intent, right? They were tracking back, defending, just outside their own 22, turnover, moved the ball fast, left, 4 pairs of hands, and boom, they're under the post.
That kick is good. The points keep rolling in here for the Sharks. A lot of work to do for the Vikings to even get on the board. A lot of opportunities here have not been able to convert.
And Stephen, as your one of your many hats, you coach as well. Are you throwing water coolers around after this one if you're the coach of the Vikings?
I don't think so. I think it's about being constructive, about being positive. Obviously, it's a disappointing day for them, and they're going to have to regroup. And a lot of that is about how the coach sets the atmosphere. There's no sugarcoating it, right? It's been a disappointing day, so you have to acknowledge that. Dwell on some of the good things, some positivity, and start again tomorrow.
Are you a slam the water cooler coach, or are you more of the cerebral kind of approach, the Bill Walsh, if you will?
Well, I think you can only really use, the sort of Henry V speech probably once a season. I think the millennials.
Can you give us a sample?
I can, of course. Once more onto the breach. But it's a case of, it's a different generation, these players, and they do respond more to positivity than what you or perhaps I or John would have dealt with in the past from an unhappy coach.
Get off the pitch, you're awful.
Occasion?
Yeah.
Well, some of us might have to deal with that. Yeah. Not everybody in the room. But here we
go.
We have a ball goes directly into touch from the Vikings there. So speaking about things that they need to work on. But so the wind's dying down a little bit here, so the kicks are a little bit different. And the Sharks on the attack from a midfield scrum get that ball out into the hands of...
Is that Willie Mathis III?
Nice break there.
That was Zachary Uhler.
That was Willie Mathis III. Just took that one in. Ball rolls across to Hudson Montgomery. Hudson Montgomery right into the tackle with the ball.
But John,
if tussle going back and forth here.
If possible, you got a little kerfuffle going on. But if we can get a shot of number 12's cleats on the Mid-Atlantic Sharks, I think those are pink, right?
Just a fashionable gentleman down there on the field.
That is awesome.
The referee having a conversation with a couple of these players, making sure everything's okay. Not sure what the stoppage is for. But referee Lake, one of the good ones, trying to make sure everything works well for these teams. Gubana has a chat with them. He's having a chat with the captains here.
And a substitute as that conversation continues. Off comes Chad Tiernan after a nice day at the office.
So we have a penalty against Tri-State is the eventual call. So the Sharks' opportunity to push this one down into the corner, looks like. Not thinking about posts at this point. Little chip over there, and he finds touch with a line drive. So we're going to have a line out here just inside the 22 for the Sharks.
That may not have been Chad Tiernan because I just noticed there's another 26 on the pitch. Steve, do you have any idea who that is that just kicked the ball into touch?
I don't.
Ball to come in here. It's Marcus Avery throwing this one in to the front of the line out. Low line driver works there, and they're going to drive this one forward. Driving maul from the Sharks. Sharks working their way towards the line. Tri-State Vikings trying to wrestle them away. They've taken to the ground. Referee says keep playing. But players have come in. We have a scrum. We have a scrum here for the Vikings, who are all running back as if they were penalized. 4 minutes to go in this second half towards the end of our day here at the National Collegiate Rugby Men's All-Star Shield Challenge at AVEVA Stadium.
And all right, we've got a pretty good idea of the teams in this tournament right now, and I know that's going to change dramatically tomorrow because, as Steve pointed out, they're going to play their best players early. But who do we think is the best team in this tournament right now?
I think there's a lot more parity than a lot of people would think. I think some of these teams are pretty strong, and I think once we get into a day without a gale force wind, we're going to see who's got that speed on the outside, who can play in the wider channels. I think it's going to be very interesting tomorrow to see how these teams come out.
So you're saying New England Red?
I did not say New England Red.
Steve, did you have an opinion on this one, or is it still too early to tell?
Too early to tell. Very impressed by Mid-Atlantic here.
Absolutely impressed by Mid-Atlantic here, and they've got wider channel runners as well. Just not playing them on a windy day as much as you would. The Tri-State Vikings on their own line have to push that one back. The man with the pink cleats, as Matt pointed out, Zachary Euler.
Has to watch it trickle into touch. I know he wanted to get a run with it.
Another line out for the Sharks here. This time a little further out here at beautiful AVEVA Stadium. As the clock is winding down, referee Lake keeping a close eye on that. Referee Lake now coming in, make sure they have the full meter between them. Marcus Avery. Vikings take another one away here, doing pretty good in the line-out area defensively. Ball into the middle of the field. They're looking for a big run here. They need a big break, and Ace Williams is the one to make the first line break. Ball comes back and turns straight over here. Advantage, knock-on advantage to the Sharks. Sharks are going to have a run out the other way. Avery gets a ball back and gets a tackler at the same time. Kauai looking, sorry, it's a replacement scrum half. That's not who I thought it was. Laudian, however. Big number 5 goes in, but ball ripped away by Tri-State. Tri-State, minute and a half to go on the game clock. Really needs to make some kind of game break here, get a few points on the board. They would deserve it. Good competitors all day. Just not quite getting their just desserts they would want. And a penalty against the Sharks. See what they decide to do. They're going to go quick. Having a run, they are. Here's Williams. Little pass going to come back in. That is Ethan Gruber. Player not quite rolling away, but immaterial. And we're going to keep the ball with Tri-State. Tri-State player coming back in the same direction there. Rupert Bronkhorst, whose name may or may not be popular depending on who you talk to. And up the middle they come with number 37, Zachary Dahar. Ball back there to Fairfield University's Betsiais, pronouncing a name wrong there. Turned over, however, by the Mid-Atlantic Sharks.
John Dahar out of Oswego.
Oswego.
How about that?
It's a town with a nice university in upstate New York. The Sharks wind down the clock here. 30 seconds to go on the game clock. Decide to launch that one downfield. Well played. Did not roll inside the 22, so it's going to be a line out here for Tri-States as time winds down on them, as the sun is setting on beautiful AVEVA Stadium.
Steve, final thoughts on the day and the tournament.
Terrific venue. Terrific rugby, despite the conditions. Gale Force wins. Everyone should be proud of themselves. Some terrific commentary from Pat Clifton and John Broker. All in all, a good day.
You're good, kid. You are good. When are we going to get this kind of facility in New York City while we're putting pressure on each other?
I think a lottery win has to be on the cards for you, Matt, for this kind of facility at the moment to come out there. And here go the Vikings with one last opportunity. Ball out to the wing. Can they make it happen? They would love to get these points on the boards. They deserve it. Running towards the line at the 40 meters. Next stoppage will probably end our game, barring a penalty. Ball to the ground there. Mid-Atlantic players trying to drag it away. Mid-Atlantic on the defense. Tri-State, again, not saying die at all. They would like to make something magical happen. Ball spits out there. We have a run coming from the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. Are they going to just Chad Tiernan going to make it all the way? Chad Tiernan hauled down just outside, but offloads the ball. What an offload. Is there another one coming? Does not happen. Advantage here for the Mid-Atlantic Sharks. Sharks on the line. They would like to get another one. We're going to come back here for a penalty against Tri-State. Let's see what they decide to do. They're going to go quick. They would like these points on the board. Emphatic finish here from the Mid-Atlantic Sharks.
And, Steve, we're going to need your man of the match as this whistle sounds.
Whistle's not sounding yet. We're still playing. Here go the Sharks. Referee has spotted it. Looks like it may have been held up there. Or a penalty actually against Mid-Atlantic. The sun is really in our eyes here. We apologize for not quite seeing it. And just a toe and getting rid of the ball are the Tri-State Vikings. And that's it, where Mid-Atlantic Sharks 31-0 over Tri-State ends off our day here at National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Weekend. Final thoughts, Steve Lewis.
Steve, man of the match.
No question for me, Ethan Goslaw.
Very well picked. We were all in unanimous decision on that one. John, thank you for a great day.
Next Level Rugby Productions, thanks you for joining us here. National Collegiate Rugby, thanks you for joining us here. Great day of rugby for Matt McCarthy, Pat Clifton, everybody else. I am John Broker. Tune in tomorrow. We will see you then for Rugby Finals. Have a wonderful rest of your day.